Oh my God, Hobo in his picture.
What did you do now? Are we live already? Oh, hell yeah.
Hobo in his picture.
Oh, the cat again. Oliver, you didn't smoke too much. There is flames on the screen, bro. Oh, Cody, they switch over because Rob doesn't want me cussing and, drawing negative attention to the main channel, I think. And we could be a little more free over here. If somebody plays some music over here, it doesn't fucking matter, you know what I mean? So it's more of a loose format.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Okay.
Sorry, I messed up.
What'd you do now, Carla?
I had the other video on when I had this one on. So it was like background. I hear everybody else talking on this side, and I hear everybody else here.
All right.
I fucked up.
You did fuck up big time. That's
yes, I did.
Hey, hon.
Hi. Hi, Bobby.
Hi.
So what's everybody up to?
Trying to. How do I open?
Uh-oh, technical difficulties.
Yeah, no, Bob told me I'm supposed to use. There we go. All right.
What's that?
How do I mute? I gotta mute my phone. Wait, hold on.
Uh-oh.
I'm supposed to use. I can't do it.
Turn your volume down. That's all.
I tried. It's not even.
Pause the video. Or just pause the video.
I'm supposed to use my phone for the chat. And...
Yeah, that's what I do. I just pause the video. That's all I do. And the chat still goes.
All right. I turned it off and down. So we're good. No echo, no.
Nope.
All right. I'm good.
Now, why'd you change your picture back, Hobo?
I got it.
Back to the cat butthole?
Yeah.
Okay, you're probably the first to ever say that.
Can't you barbecue? Join up, buddy. Tell us to get his ass on here, bro.
Oh, yeah, I didn't put the link in the chat. There's a streamer link for everyone to hop on.
Was he clear when the other show ended that he needed to join up cam up again, or was he just gonna?
Yeah, I think it was coming on.
Maybe he had to use the bathroom or something. Well, he's in there right now. He's in the chat, so.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, he's in the basement.
All right, cool.
Hey, what's going on?
Chilling, man. Chilling.
He was probably waiting to see if Keith was going to show up because he didn't want to deal with that shit again.
Did your glass get bigger?
Your lovely picture, Hobo.
It's a long story.
Oh, there's Keith.
Oh, there he is.
Oh.
Hey, Keith.
Keith is back.
Hey,
what a thing to say about me, Hobo. That's fucking nasty, dude. I'm like,
Respect.
I go out of my way to ask questions that I know nobody can answer. Just so you don't have to send no t-shirts away. And by the way, may I say, I love the sapphire in the cat's ass. That is just fucking beautiful, man. That is like a fucking masterpiece. You know?
Oh my God.
There
is one. I never noticed that. Keith.
Yeah. Oh, that's fucking beautiful, man. Fucking Mona Lisa.
Hey, there's Lefty. What's up, boy?
Hey, look. Yeah, I'm not even yet. I'll leave pretty soon. Yeah, that was a good one. You did pretty good on there, Heston.
Thanks. It was fun. It was fun, man. I appreciate it.
It's better than getting kicked in the balls, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Not by much, but
right, not by much. Just a little bit better.
Rob, you might want to explain to your guest that it is not necessarily you don't have to answer my questions.
Right.
Because we all know you're not going to. So
I don't have to?
Okay, fine.
I warned him. I told him that was the hardest part of the show.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it is called the hot seat. People should be scared to be on it.
You
That's
know
why
what's really funny is life's been so fucking hectic here. and like today I'm like, okay, well yesterday actually I started yesterday. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna make it super fucking simple. Based on what Rob tells me, any fucking body can answer at least 2 of these questions. And possibly a bonus question or 2.
Not anybody, apparently.
And
Nope.
based on the information that you gave me, had nothing to do with Mr. Can't You Barbecue.
I did pretty well. Did pretty well.
What the fuck are you doing? Giving me a guess for 3 weeks from now or what?
So, Keith, do you know anything about James from Aim and Claim 'Em?
Yeah, he lives in Texas and he's friends with Troy.
All right. Well, there we go.
Yeah.
You can ask me questions about Troy. How old was he when he got his beard? Stuff like that.
James used to do I think it was called Taco Tuesday. And he made different tacos every Tuesday.
Okay.
He did a series of those videos for a while. And
It was like 3
some of those were fucking killer looking tacos.
How many meat options are there really for a taco? You got like 3.
Yeah, that was long before he got heavy duty into comps and stuff like that, you know.
Huh.
But yeah, I've watched James for quite a few years now.
Skinner's
So,
wondering.
so you got him scheduled, do you?
Yeah, for next week.
Next week?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Why?
7 days from now, Keith.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like the Thursday after Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Fucking Mother's Days again. God damn it with that shit.
Yes, Mother's Days again. Why, you got a problem with it?
I remembered all that shit all at once.
Super
Well,
good.
it's like this, Carl. It's like
Oh
this,
my
man. My mom has passed away, all right?
Oh,
I got a
okay.
wife- but I know the wife and the stepdaughter don't want me to buy for them for Mother's Day because they're all women and chicks and shit like that. And they got kids. So why the fuck do I gotta do this? They're not my mother. What the fuck? Fuck out of here.
You know what I told my husband I wanted for Mother's Day? One of those
What's that?
Roombas.
Oh, nice.
I would love to have one of those.
Rob, can I be perfectly honest with you?
I hope.
About your selection of James,
Sure.
and for me to ask questions of him. Now I know you're totally out of your fucking mind.
We're talking about titties and shit.
No,
Oh,
I say
about the
this,
titties.
Rob, because like I say, I have watched James for fucking years, man. I mean, I've watched James longer than. Well, I got 9 pictures on my screen here, and counting subtract me, that's gonna leave me with 8. No, 7. I'm sorry, 7. So I got 7 people here, and between the 7 of you, I was watching James long before any of y'all even thought about doing fucking videos. And
You're
yeah.
saying you're a little nervous.
I'm a little nervous. Is that what you said?
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not a little nervous. I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know. I watched enough of his shit to know. Yeah. No, I'm not nervous with James. No.
Okay. I think you're saying
All I said was he made a good looking fucking taco. Okay, that's all I said.
nice.
Hey, Joey. A friend of mine says you like Fred Durst.
I look like Fred Durst.
Uh-huh.
Well, I hope you know I two-pack a chainsaw and I will skin your ass raw. If my dick is going this way, I just might break something tonight. I do pack a chainsaw and I will skin your ass raw. But if my day keeps going this way, I just might break your fucking face tonight. Give me something to break.
I love Joey.
Watch your fucking face. Huh?
I love you, Joey.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Hey, I got to get going. It's been fun. It's been fun today. I
Nice
appreciate
meeting you.
it. Thanks for having me. I got to get up
PT's at
too
5
early in the
o'clock,
morning.
man. Get out there and run with the troops, brother. PT's
Yeah.
at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. All right. Thanks, man.
All right.
Later, guys.
Bye, Heston.
Off we go.
That's awesome. He was an active duty dude. That's balls coming to show with weed and you're still in the service. Fuck. Salute to fucking Sergeant Cantu, brother. Hell yeah, that's my dude. Yeah,
What's up, Keith?
About 5 years, he's gonna get out of the service and retire. I'll hook him up with some VA shit. He's gonna have a lot of money in the bank, dude. A lot of money. Good for him, man. Good for him.
Mhm.
Somebody's got a clicking noise going.
I'll
Is it
mute.
still there? I heard it before, but I think it was gone now.
Oh, was it Shane?
I was hoping it was Shane's wife coming to slap him in the back of the head.
That's a no, fucker.
It's probably,
Let me
it's
see how magical my
probably,
fingers are.
Cicadas here at the house.
You got cicadas already?
Yeah, cicadas are
Oh
dropping.
yeah, and this year the cicadas are gonna be a motherfucker.
Yeah, it's like the 17-year cicada
Yeah.
thing.
They're edible. Aren't
17-year
cicadas
was-
edible?
yeah.
Like for real, I heard they're edible. Like you can make recipes with them and shit.
Look it up. My husband looked it up. I was almost gagging when he told me.
Now, Keith, do you guys have the cicada killers where you are? Those giant bees?
I never heard of that before in my life. There,
Neither have I.
Oh, all right. Well, let me find a picture of one.
Hey Josh Skinner, if you're watching, text me tomorrow, bro.
Hey, Keith.
Yes.
A friend of mine says you look like Duck Dynasty.
Why is a friend of yours creeping on this live stream?
Because he's messaging me.
I'm teasing.
So-
I don't know.
Hobo.
June.
Hang on, I'm getting excited. Something's about to happen.
Hobo.
I feel
cheers,
it.
brother. Cheers. Look at this.
It
Hobo.
won't happen.
This is for Hobo.
Oh, oh,
Oh
Cheers,
shit!
Hobo.
Back it up, flip it, rub it
Ah!
down, run it. No, it's just.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
This
All
is
you
the
couples out there- all you couples
NSFW
out there, look at
after
that.
show.
That's
Stop calling me Chris. Stop calling me Chris. I made
Too funny.
Chris laugh 3 times tonight.
So that's why he's telling me to smack you. I mean, love your head so much.
Yes, you will love my head later. What? What?
Oh.
High five. Not bad.
Holy shit.
Look at that. Hey, give me what you give her, bro, because I want to give that to my wife.
Damn it.
She ain't been touched like this.
Keith left.
Fucking-
Keith left what?
I should say thanks for those magical fingers, Chris.
he was.
Appreciate it.
I think Keith left because of the gratuitous sexual nature going on
Right.
Shane's screen.
Chris
It
is
probably offended him.
No, either that or Keith's about to go give Terry a massage and hook it up, so we'll see.
Well, it is. Mother's Day is in 2 days, right? It's the time to give, right?
That's true. You gotta be giving, man. You gotta
He's
give.
been saving it all year, right?
Well,
With your
clear-
face. You gotta
clearly-
give with your face.
Clearly, we gave earlier because they have kids, and now she's a mother. So why should we keep giving?
That's a good point, though.
That's a good point, Bobby, right?
Wow, look at that.
Sorry,
Good
I didn't
point.
mean to be a philosopher on the show, but
You're philosophizing.
that's four for
Philosophizing.
Chris.
Hey,
All right,
bring her
so-
back in here. I want to see that again. That's some cool shit. You're making hair grow, right? Who needs a
Yeah.
spray can? You don't need a spray can when you got her around you.
Can you make my hair grow again?
Exfoliate the shit, right?
Wait.
It's gonna look like
There
Cousin
we
Ed.
go. There we go. The Addams Family.
Stop putting it.
Du-du-du-du.
Stop.
That is
It
too
looked
funny.
like Clay Matthews Jr. there for a second.
Oh yeah. Here. This you'll like this one. Hold on.
He's
Wait
moved.
for it.
He's moved.
Give it to me. Just give it to me.
Hey, give him some mo.
God damn.
Give me some mo.
Give it to me.
Give me some more.
Oh, now we're talking.
Anderson Varejao.
The
I thought
Cure.
he kind of looked like Carlito, but less buff.
No, it's the Cure on After the Hot Seat. The Cure.
Oh shit. That thing is
Carlos,
really
friend, who do you think Rob looks like, and who do you think Jason Cleveland looks like? I think Jason Cleveland looks like they do from The Big Bang Theory.
Yes, I agree with that.
That's true. Yeah.
He was
that's
also
true.
in Christmas Story. I can't remember the guy's fucking name.
Oh,
He was a
I
kid
know
in
the
the
guy.
Christmas Story. Yeah,
The kid in the Christmas movie, right? With Chevy Chase, right?
yeah, he was 12 in that movie. I think his name's like.
I can't remember.
Some of you guys know the fucking Big Bang Theory. He plays the one guy in the Big Bang Theory glasses, the non-Indian, Jewish, non-Sheldon guy.
I know the guy you're talking about.
Is
The
it
guy that
Johnny?
actually
He
was
in Roseanne,
with.
too. He was on Roseanne too. He dated Darlene in Roseanne.
You know, it's funny. It's like, yeah, that's that guy, but nobody knows his name. So he's like a B list. He's already B listed if you don't know his name off the top of your head.
Right? What the fuck?
People have said I do look like a younger Gene Hackman.
Okay.
And I don't know. I'm like, that's fine, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna basic bet you with Chandler.
But Chandler again, right?
All right,
I have a
Grumpus,
cousin
Everett.
who looks a lot like you that all during that time would get asked, "Is that Chandler?" Yeah, he's at the fucking mall by you. Why would that happen?
That is
He's
so
at
funny.
Nordstrom's. There's a fucking sale. He's making $1 million an episode.
We
Right,
used to
so-
get, up by here, we used to get the Kardashians because Tristan Thompson lived right up the street in Rocky River. So, like Kim Kardashian or not, whatever the fuck one he was married to, he used to always go to the Giant Eagle up by us, like all the time. She loved it because nobody bothered her because we don't give a fuck about those people.
You
Right,
got
so who?
Adam
on the-
Sandler that just left the IHOP because he didn't want to wait 30 minutes and didn't say he was Adam Sandler and just left. And then
Yeah.
the manager realized who it was and ran out to try to get him to come back in. And he's like, no, it's 30 minutes wait. I don't want to wait. So he just left. He didn't say, hey, I'm Adam Sandler. Can I get a table earlier?
Right.
Oh, that's what that was about. I saw that headline. It was like TikTok is making fun of Adam Sandler or some shit. Okay, that's what that was about.
Yep.
Nice.
So the cicadas. Remember we were talking about cicadas? I went and got a picture, and then Keith left.
Yeah.
Bring up the picture though. We can still see them.
You know, I was going to mention to Keith that the flowers behind him, I think somebody said it's the revolving background, right? The toilet paper moves.
Yeah.
I said that. I
move.
said something's
Yeah,
changed.
Carla
in
said that, right? Everything changes on the background, right?
Yeah, it's cool.
You know, I started to worry about Keith a little bit because I didn't see him online last week. Normally he does like a Tuesday, but that was Rob's Cinco de Mayo where he was attempting to count to 16. That was very entertaining.
I didn't realize it was 16 in Spanish. I thought it was just some weird word.
No, I know it. I'm just giving you crap.
I thought it was.
That was
I
so
know.
funny.
I thought it was spelled a little funny because I always pictured it would be Diaz and then a Y and then Stace. But
and even Ski Girly was even like, "Oh, that is so funny."
Yeah.
But yesterday was Cinco de Mayo. How did everybody do? Did everybody? I mean, we're all living, right? The livers made it through that day. I had a great time yesterday at my house here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't do nothing.
Oh,
It's
Gillespie
Cinco de
cooked some
Mayo.
tacos, man. He cooked some fucking chorizo tacos again. That was fucking legit.
Yeah.
Oh, those street tacos looked amazing.
Weren't they?
You know what?
He's such a good cook, man. He really is. He needs to cook more.
I
like
know.
going over there and eating.
You know what?
He was in the chat a minute ago. Where'd he go?
He was probably loaded and probably got drunk. I'm just
Or
kidding.
passed out in his chair.
I don't know. He was. I don't know how late he stepped till last night, but He wasn't really drinking last night, so I don't know what.
Yeah, Everett's got it right. That whole thing, man, I tell you. A year from now, we're going to say, okay, Rob, it's Cinco de Mayo. Let's hear it again. You got a year to practice, right? That was very good.
Yeah, Everett's got to hop on, I think, and so is Grumpus.
Everett is going to need to, and so is Grumpus. But back to Lep's cooking. When Lep took the tortillas and kind of put them in the area that the meat was cooking in to kind of soak up. So you're crisping the tortilla and you're soaking it up. Yeah. And that's fantastic, right?
It was. Yeah. It was. I think I got a picture of it. No, I don't. That was on Lep's channel. But yeah, it was. Yeah, he just put them in there. And I ate one right off the fucking grill. Like literally gave it right off the grill. It was a SCO shop, but it was worth it. It was good. I killed that fucker.
You got tongue scabs from it. So hot.
No, but I learned my lesson though, because when I went over there last, I think it was July or whatever, he cooked them same tacos. I ate like fucking 10 of them things. I only had like 3 because I remembered the pain the next day. Man, 10 tacos, a lot of tacos, dude. So you gotta.
That is a lot of tacos, man.
Yeah, it is.
You know, that brings the whole because we're kind of coming into summer, right? Memorial Day is coming, and then you got Father's Day, but every year on 4th of July, they do that hot dog eating contest.
Yeah.
And they eat 80 hot dogs or whatever. I mean, you're like, oh yeah, 10 tacos killed me. These guys eat 80 hot dogs. I mean, it's insane, right?
Yeah. We tried a hot dog eating contest in our show. And the thing people don't realize about hot dog eating contests is that those guys all have reversals right after they eat them. They don't digest that shit. We actually ate. We did at the same time. It was like 10 minutes or whatever. I did 13 and my pad did 8. Oh my God, I'm never doing that again, dude. It was so bad because I digested 13 hot dogs. Imagine 13 hot dogs from like Rallies or something sitting there on a plate.
No, I know. So what you're saying is the after show of the hot dog eating contest is not for suitable viewing.
No, you have to be rated.
Well, that's too bad.
20 or NC 25 or some shit because it's so disgusting.
What did we lose?
No, we just lost Hobo.
Lost Hobo.
Ski Girlie's gone. Hobo's gone. Bobby's still here though.
He's probably just talking to my wife. It's fine.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, so you guys have cicadas, right?
I haven't seen any at my place.
You'll hear them.
I haven't seen them yet this year.
I haven't heard them. Heard them see or anything yet.
They're loud. If you live by a forest, they will wake you the fuck up. Them things are loud.
Cheers, Shane.
I got something behind me. I guess a forest like right over here. I would hear them, but I haven't heard them yet.
I gotta turn this light off behind me. Hold on, I'll be back. It's giving me a shine off my head.
Rob, I lived in Alabama for a year, many years ago. When you say cicadas, are those like locusts where they shake their?
Yeah.
They shed.
They shed their shell. Yeah, locust, kind of like a locust, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
where the trees sing
at night. Actually, yeah, I think they're called 17-year locusts or cicadas. I think it's the ultimate term.
I did the same thing.
So we have cicada killers here, which are like kind of giant bees. And they
oh my goodness.
Ew.
So what they do is they go around and they catch the cicadas and then sting them. And then what they do is they bring so that the sting kind of paralyzes the cicada, but keeps it alive. And then so this giant wasp bee thing then brings it into its hole in the ground and injects eggs into it while it's still alive. And then so the larvae grow and they hatch and then they eat the alive cicada.
God. Jesus.
Ow.
Ew. Well, who's having nightmares tonight?
I really wish Hobo was here because I would say sounds like his ex-wife or ex-girlfriend.
Oh.
He's not here, so I won't say it.
He could be watching.
If he is, my wife will come in here and slap me in the back of the head again because he texts her and tells her to do that all the time.
Don't look now.
Normally the door is shut because my dogs are all crazy, but my daughter took my dogs to her boyfriend's house, so there's no warnings now. I just get slapped in the back of the head.
Oh, hey, Darnell.
Hey, Darnell's in the house. What's up, Darnell?
Hey, Darnell.
I still have 6 people. Well, 5 including myself.
What are we doing? What are these 5 people doing?
Isn't that funny?
Mm-hmm.
So Darnell, if you're listening, Myron Mixon, we talked about it maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. You mentioned getting his autograph and all that. I still need to send you a book to get that signed. I was watching Pitmasters on the TV the other day, and I saw him on there. So need to get that going. Somebody said squid tacos. I think somebody said, yeah, you can only have 3 proteins on a taco: beef, pork, chicken. Yeah, there we go.
Tuna, of course.
Tuna tacos, absolutely. Squid tacos.
I was saying that was
squid.
Tuna that said that.
Oh, Tuna said squid. Yeah, there you go. That's like an oxymoron. Tuna said squid.
He's like, yeah, leave us tunas alone.
And I agree with Everett. Joey Chestnut is an American hero. It used to be Kobayashi.
Kobayashi's still my dude. I'll tell you what. I've grown to like Chestnut now, but man, Kobayashi was my dude back in the day. Do you remember that time when they wouldn't let him participate, but he came in the audience and shit?
I do.
He brought the drama to the fucking hot dog competition scene. I dug that, man. Kobayashi was the bad boy. He was the Roddy Piper of the hot dog eating scene. You know what I mean? He fucking represented it. I still dig Kobayashi.
I like Kobayashi too.
He ignored my message on Cameo, so he didn't want to be on my show, but I still dig him though.
Well, you never know. I mean, if you say his name enough, he might want to come. Yeah, exactly, right? Could you imagine on the hot seat is Kobayashi? I mean, it'd be like you'd almost have to pause every airplane in transit just to watch what's happening if Kobayashi joins the hot seat, right?
Once these camps break, I'm gonna message Jason Kelsey again, see if he'll come up. They seem kind of receptive. I don't know. We'll see. Because I think he was getting into cooking and stuff like that.
I messaged him, and I'm an Eagles fan.
You didn't get any response back? I think his wife runs his account because it said something like, let me see if I can find it here. It says like Emily or some shit. Hold on.
Rob, I got to ask you, there's so many Kelseys, and is that the tight end for the Eagles, right?
No, that's Travis Kelsey.
Travis Kelsey is he's with who? The Patriot now.
No, Travis Kelsey's still with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
No, who's your tight end though for the Eagles? Like so good. I can't even. My goodness, I can't even think of it. The tight end for the Eagles, who usually catches at least a touchdown a game. Ertz. Yeah, Ertz. Yeah.
Yep, and he's out this year. Well, he's still with us, but supposedly he's
almost retired. Okay, on April 14th, she wrote, Hi Joe, sorry we missed your first message. Jay isn't really doing media right now. Keep in mind Emily. So they did message back.
I'll just message him every day until I get a response.
Yep.
No, but hang on, Joey. Back to this.
Every hour, you respond back.
Zach Ertz. That's what I'm thinking of. Zach Ertz. At least you got a response though, which means he's somewhat active, right?
Oh yeah. He's probably looking. He just wants to. He probably wants to scope. Well, these guys want to take some time off after the season and after the draft and chill and who knows.
That's true.
Yeah.
Spend time with family.
Well,
Family's the thing you got to give a lot of people time with. I mean, some people, if somebody's single and they got no kids or whatever, they'll do whatever. But if somebody does have a family and a wife and kids and all that, they get, if it's a girl, they got a husband or whatever, or if it's a girl married to a girl and they got a wife, something like that, they just want to spend time with their family and chill and do it and stuff like that. So they don't want to, do all kinds of random shit.
Listen, I completely agree with that, but I would almost argue that in this day and age that we live in, where COVID has made Zoom and all these other platforms more accessible to people, you don't need to have the person in the room with you. You can, as long as they have an internet connection, you can do an interview with them, right? So, what's 15 minutes out of their day, really? I mean, I would hesitate to say that if, like Rob was saying, if you keep at it, most likely they will be receptive, right?
Oh yeah, I usually message people 2-3 times. After the third time, if they kick the can again, I'm like, okay, whatever. I mean, I'm not gonna, see. Like Jake the Snake Roberts was a good example, and I emailed his guys, and he's like, okay, that sounds like a good proposal. I'll send it to him. He sent it up. He's like, oh, he's not doing it now, and I emailed him back when he said to email him again, and said, oh, he's not doing it now. And then after the third time, it's like, whatever. If he wants to do it, he can email me, and I'm not gonna sweat it.
Joe Everett, the cicadas 17 years ago, they're coming back this year. This year is the 17-year cicada craziness.
Great.
It's already 17. 04 was the last one. They're crazy. Man, I think I remember that too, actually, 04 ones. Because you'll just go out in the forest and
correct me if I'm wrong. I think the cicadas, I mean, they come out every year. It's just different herds of them. And
Yeah.
this is supposed to be the big
Big one.
roundup.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
We had so many of those cicada killers around. So around the pool, we have like a rock pile kind of thing that has like the slide on it and stuff. But there's a bunch of dirt in there, and all the cicadas love it right there because you can't get to them. So they're all buried in there. All the cicada killers, those giant bees. And so last year there were a ton of them. So we have tennis rackets out by the pool because we'll be out there hanging out by the pool, and these giant cicada killers will like buzz you. You know, like they're not going to mess with you because they're just looking for cicadas, but they're just like, I guess, checking you out. So what we would do is as they buzz you, we go bink, you know, and like whack them and kill them. But yeah, this year there's probably going to be even more of them because there's more cicadas.
Maybe I'll swim through.
Yeah, we have cicadas down here every year.
That might mean there's the same amount as last year, but next year there'll be more because they're going to be feasting on more cicadas, I guess. So next year maybe is the big year for the killers.
Might need to go to Harbor Freight and get some of those bug zappers like a tennis racket.
Yeah. No, we just boop.
I have one of those. It's like an electrified tennis racket, and you can literally swat bugs in the air. It's pretty cool. It's kind of fun, actually.
Shoot, I might get me one of those then.
Carla, they're cheap. They're like $5 maybe, right?
Yeah, I got one right here.
Shoot, I'm making a couple of them. Every time a guest comes by, I'm going to have them hold on to one, say, here.
It's kind of fun, right? It's like, hey.
Oh, yeah.
It's like going to a Japanese steakhouse, right? You're going to cook your own food, right? Go ahead and get ready.
Yeah.
You just hand it to them. They instinctively will grab it.
Yes. Don't drop your beer now. Make sure you hit the bugs. Just keep your beer in one hand.
That's more entertaining than anything else they'll do. I guarantee you they're going to say, let's go back to Carla's. I want to kill some more of those bugs, you know?
Yeah, right. See how many people fall in their face, too. Try to do it.
I'd fuck around and trip, and then I think I hit my balls. Next thing you go,
I could enjoy edibles.
Oh shit! You know what? You know what I have? Hold on, 10 minutes.
Oh,
that
shit.
would be so funny.
It would.
I did a video on these cicada killers.
Did you get bit?
No.
Barbecue or what?
Hold on.
Bring those little rackets to Keith Fest. That'd be so much fun.
Yeah, right. Let me see. Where share? All right, hold on. Let me just show this real quick. Chrome. Boop. Boop. All right, can you see it?
Wow, look at that.
All right, so that's a sand mound. Bigger pile here. We got rid of maybe 3.5 yards of it. Anyway, I didn't get a chance to finish it out. We got the sand for the chicken coop.
Oh, chicken coop.
But now we have these guys flying around. Cicada killers. So you see all these holes. They've now made this their home. There's one coming out.
Oh, my God. That's interesting.
What they do,
right? That's a big
in there. Then they go get a cicada. And they drag the cicada down there alive. They sting it to paralyze it. They're about the size of a spark plug, which you'll see I have in the video here at some point. So they grab a cicada, sting it, and bring it back to their home. And then they implant babies, eggs or whatever, inside the alive cicada. And as the babies hatch, they eat the cicada. And then they're born. And they live. So, here's some video of the cicada killers. Cicada killer wasp.
My face! My face! If he's going to attack Rob's face, I'm going to be very disappointed. I'm like,
I think I edited it, so here they come.
You blast him with the fucking spray right in the face?
Oh, my goodness. Ew.
That's a digging little fuck right there. Imagine that crawling up your leg at night, Carla.
Shut up.
You move that thing on your comforter, and that thing's right there in your fucking.
I like
bag.
how Joy's like, imagine that, Carla. Right?
Yeah, I know, right?
Out of her, right?
It's like a small beaver almost.
Yeah.
Groundhog. It's a groundhog of bugs right here.
It's like digging more sand out.
Fucking hollowing out that fucking one-room studio right now, bro. Hell yeah. Hey, look at that. It looks like a little fucking helicopter coming in.
I'm Charlie the Cicada Killer. And we're today here to talk about killing cicadas. Over here. Here's my house. I live over here. Yay! Watch me dance.
Again.
I'm going to fast forward it. I think it was more exciting than this one.
You forgot to talk about his little friend over there on the side there, his neighbor.
So, Rob, while you're doing this, this is like a pile of sand for the chicken coop that they just somehow gravitated to, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
See, he's the
This is
size
one
of
way to keep them kids from scattering that sand everywhere.
Yeah.
And these things are insane.
They're the size of a spark plug.
I mean, a spark plug's what, good 2.5 inches?
Yeah. There you go, right there.
Yeah, there you go. My goodness.
I mean, I guess they're the width of a spark plug, not the length, but
close to it. I mean, come on.
He's like,
wow.
Right here. Anybody else hungry as fuck right now?
Nope, I just got done eating.
I'm just kidding. But I would eat some of those if somebody barbecued them. It was like a tradition thing. I wouldn't ask somebody to cook them though.
My husband looked up the whole entire video of how they cook these things. He came up to me one day and he's like, you can eat cicadas. I'm like, no, don't want to. So he showed me a whole video of it. I'm like, ill? Just the look I gave him, he started laughing. I'm like, what do you do? Go outside and hunt for cicadas and put them on the grill? He's like, what the hell? Why not? I'm like, good luck with that.
You probably got to catch them by their leg and then put them down there and then take a little hammer and go dink, knock them out and then fry them.
Or get one of those electrical swap things.
You don't want to cook it too soon if you're gonna. Well, I guess you could cook it and then freeze it and then cook it again. I don't know. I'm not really an expert in cicada cooking, and that's a channel you can
look
only
it up
really do
on YouTube.
You can only really do those things once every 17 years. That channel would only be good every now and then, so it's not really a good YouTube. Like YouTube first started think about YouTube first started in 2004 when the cicadas last came out. So this is the first time it's ever happened in a long time on YouTube. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, Cody, they'll sting you. They got stingers. Well, the females have stingers. The males don't. But I don't know how to tell the difference. They can't get their legs apart.
Or not. It's a female.
Everybody, give me a drink.
So do you cook them wing up or wing down?
Yeah.
Deep fried.
Is that 250 or 275?
Yeah.
Yeah, smoke them fuckers first.
I'm gonna grab a beer. Right back.
Good luck. Make sure it's cold, bro. You know, we drinking warm beer and shit. I mean, you can drink warm beer. It's not gonna kill you. I've drank warm beer before. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, warm fresh beer is really not that bad if it's a good beer. You know, well, not warm and not like heat. You don't want to put it in the microwave, but like room temperature beer isn't that bad.
I don't like it. I like my beer with like ice crystals floating in it.
There you go.
Oh yeah,
It's gotta
I mean,
be cold.
ideally you want the ice cold beer, ideally. But I mean, there's some beers like the Oktoberfest beers. I remember those were not bad at all at room temperature. Really, because there's a Great Lakes Brewing Company. I actually bought some beer. I got to ship to people. I got to figure out how I'm gonna do it though.
Here's what I'm having tonight.
What's that? Budweiser, the king
Nice
of beer.
cold bud.
My brother-in-law left us here like 2 weeks ago, and I went in the fridge. I'm like, oh, I don't need to buy beer. I got his Budweisers in here. The king of beers, right?
Best beer is free beer.
The best beer is free beer. I love it when people come over and they have like one beer and they leave the 6-pack. It's fantastic. Now they eat like $30 worth of food, so you know you're still behind on the deal, but yet you can. You know,
My brother-in-law comes over and he drinks that Modelo. I won't touch that beer. It's
That's
nasty.
fantastic.
Modelo.
Yesterday was Cinco de Mayo too. Modelo is a fantastic beer. You
I
don't like
tried
it,
it.
Carla?
I've tried it. It tastes like liquid pot to me.
How about
It's
the
fun.
how about the chelada?
I haven't tried those yet.
From Dairy
The
Those
only
are very
type
good.
of beer I've tried, I don't know if they say it's American beer, but they said it was Mexican, it was Corona. I've tried that. I don't know if that's Corona or Mexican or what that one is. Hi, you.
She always likes to jump
Aren't you
on
a
and see.
cutie?
She likes to see herself. See yourself, Jenny. Say hi. Say hi to Grumpus.
Say hello.
She's going to introduce herself.
Say Grumpus. Her name is Jenny.
Jenny.
Hi, Jenny.
Jenny's got up.
She's named after her grandmother, whose name was Jenny. Okay. Hi, Jenny.
Aw. My son's the same way. He wants. If I'm on live streaming my youngest, he want to hop up and sit here.
Enjoy them while they still love you, the girls.
No, I know. Like people say,
Once they get
right?
11, 10, 11, 12, forget about it. They don't like you no more. You don't want anything to do with it.
People are like, yeah, we're going out to dinner by ourselves because the teenagers can't be seen with their parents anymore or what. It's not cool. I mean, I get it. I remember that, right? Think about it, right? You know, imagine your parents picking you up, right? And they're like, God, you're trying to hide and everything, you know, because this old beater would show up and there's rust all over it, you know?
Imagine my embarrassing ass coming out to pick you up. My kids hate when I pick them up because I always fuck with people when I pick them up. So, hey, I would do the most random shit. One time we went to Chick-fil-A and they had this deal where you buy one Sunday, get a Sunday free. And I didn't really have an outlet for the other Sunday. So I was going to pick Kayla up and I gave her friend Aiden. I was like, hey, Aiden, you want a Sunday, man? Because we had actually, he's like, sure. And I just gave him a Sunday, random as fuck. That's the kind of shit I would do just because I'm just so random. Like I have no attention span whatsoever.
That kid might have still remembered that though, Joey.
He probably does. Well,
you know what I mean? Like
we were smoking weed a while back, right there.
Were you driving?
He remembered it. So
Were you driving an unmarked white van?
No, it was my regular. What was it at the time? It was a Toyota Camry back then. Toyota Camry.
Grumpus, I saw one of those vans in a parking lot, and I thought like a free candy sticker on the side would be perfect.
Dragon wagon.
That reminds me of that scene in Silence of the Lambs when the guy's trying to load the couch into the van, and he's like, "Hey, can you help me?" And then he ends up pushing her into the van. Remember that scene in Silence of the Lambs? You guys seen that movie?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that. No, yeah, I think
Forever.
Yeah,
that's when like what Buffalo Bill or something like kidnaps that girl and he puts her like in the well in his house.
Like the phone booth, right?
Yeah.
Not phone booth, a phone stand. What do we call those?
Yeah,
Just
phone booth, right? Phone booth, right?
It wasn't an actual booth though.
It wasn't a booth, no.
Just a regular payphone.
Payphone?
Yeah, payphone.
Right.
You know,
we grew up with this stuff. We can't remember what it's called.
I actually saw a payphone the other day, and I don't know if the thing was even working.
Did you pick it up? Did you pick it up and see it was working? Because I do that when I see it.
When was the last time you saw a landline? There's some people still got landlines and shit.
I know my aunt still has one.
Do you really? You still got one, Rob? Well, you're kind of out in the
still got
country.
mine.
You kind of almost need one sometimes. Do you, Grumpus? No shit.
I never answer it, but I've still got it.
Yeah.
I get it.
remember once I got into an argument with this guy. Well, not an argument. We were just talking about it in this one group I'm in on Facebook, and the guy was like, the guy's argument was like, oh, in case the power goes out, I still have a phone. I'm like, so the one time a year or one time the power might go out, you know, your cell phone's probably going to be charged. So just in case the one time a year the power goes out and your cell phone's not charged and you can't get to another phone, you're paying $60 a month for that 1 in a million shot. Okay.
But the way I looked at it is
in my particular case, I get a better deal on the triple.
I tried that.
Yeah.
If I drop the phone, then my internet goes
that
up.
makes sense.
Yeah.
But there's some older people out there. They still they don't give a fuck. They still have landline and shit. They don't care.
Yeah.
My aunt still has her landline. She said
Well, I
it's
mean,
the same number for years.
We have a landline with but it's all cordless phones. So when the power goes out, we can't use them anyway.
Oh.
Plus, they're never hanging up. So they're all dead right now, I'm sure.
My dad still has our childhood phone number but it's on his cell phone now. So it's the same phone number that I remember when I was, 4 years old, learning the phone number.
Yeah.
It's the same phone number.
Oh, that's so cool.
I'd love to have that in my phone. I'd love to have my old phone
want
on
to
my
buy
phone.
a Princess phone, a rotary phone?
Pass.
Yeah, we had one of those. It was bright red in the
No,
hallway.
we had a pink one. My mom had a pink one in the bedroom.
Rotary phones, man. There's people out there right now who don't even know what a rotary phone even is.
Yeah,
I used
really.
to love, when I was younger, I used to love old style phones. I wanted one of those like 50 phones, just like the handle has a clicker. Yeah, I love those phones. Yeah. No, not that one. Not that one. It was the one, what's it called? It's on, if you guys watch this show.
With the earpiece here and
no. It was a straight line and the things were down. I can't think of it.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the ones you put here and you talk here.
Well, no,
because that's not what I'm talking about.
What Grumpus and I were talking about, the rotary phone, the regular rotary phone.
Yeah.
She's not old enough to know a rotary phone.
Oh,
well, the rotary phone thing was from I Love Lucy. That one I'm thinking from I Love Lucy. I want that one. Always wanted that.
I remember trying to teach my kids how to use a rotary phone when we were in an antique store, showing them how to dial, and they're like, "What the fuck? What?"
It's a pain in the ass, I'll tell you that, but I love them.
Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, and the thing is, if your phone was broken, you didn't have to use the dial. You could click the
Just bang it.
where you hang it up. If you click it the number of times, you could click it to dial the number.
Well, the operator come on.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2,
If
3,
you'd
4,
like to
5.
make a call, please hang up and try again. If you need help, please hang up and dial operator. This is a recording.
Yeah, I was watching. It might have been. Oh, geez, what was that show?
Mad Men.
In Mayberry, the cop.
No.
Andy Griffith.
Andy Griffith. I was watching Andy Griffith, and his kid snuck down into the kitchen or something, and he was all tiptoeing and stuff. And he snuck over to the phone. And he picked it up because he was going to call his buddy or something. So he snuck over all quiet, picked up the thing, and went ring, 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 ring. Like, but I mean, he was supposed to be trying to be quiet. And the joke wasn't that he made all the noise. That wasn't even it. It was just like that even got picked up. It was like everyone still slept, even though he did that ring, ring, ring thing. I was like, all right, you're just sneaking around, and then he went like, ring.
How about the party line, right? I mean,
yeah.
I remember the party line.
You guys would share. I mean, you guys. I see you guys. I had no part of it because I was too young. But you'd share the line, right? And it's like, hey, you guys hang up so I can make a phone call or whatever,
Yeah, you just pick it up and listen
we've
to
had
see if
that.
it was clear to dial or not.
Yeah.
Or listen to the other person's conversation.
Yeah, I had
Yeah,
a
you
friend
could
that
do
had
that.
one, and sometimes I'd call her, and it wouldn't go to her house. It would go right into whoever I don't even know who they were. It would go right into their conversation, and I'd just be like,
Sorry. Yeah.
Is this interesting or not? You know?
Hey,
I was
Everett.
even there.
Oh,
What
shit.
up?
Looky there. What's up, Joe?
Dino meet Dinah.
Been a rough one tonight, guys. I about 10 till the hot seat. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna kick my feet up, take a nap, and then 10:38 came real fast. So
Oh man,
Well, you look fresh.
It's a daisy.
Yeah.
Got my
that's one
coffee
thing I'll say.
out in the morning.
Everett, yeah, you'll probably go to bed about 4 a.m. now, right?
He's gonna close this sucker down.
There we go.
Brew Crew.
Hey.
What's up, James?
What's going on, y'all?
Brew Crew, I meant to mention last time. I know somebody mentioned this before, but the frames behind you, you're like, I have to fix these every day.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
they're almost perfect.
They are.
Perfect. Yeah.
They are.
I do.
Right?
Fix them. I have a 4-year-old that slams doors and they go crooked every time.
One day they were all like this, and you're like, to hell with it, right?
Just
done.
put
All
the
the-
sticky
I fix
stuff on
them,
the
and
back.
then at one point in life, you just got to say to hell with it. It's just going to get messed up again. It's kind of like making your bed, right? I never make my bed because I'm just going to mess it up.
I don't
again.
either.
Yeah.
Hey, what video game you got behind you?
That's a arcade 1-up. It's Mortal Kombat Trilogy. It's got 1, 2, and 3 on it.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
I'm drinking my lager beer I brewed. I don't know,
some shit up,
a couple months ago. So.
Nice. I like that glass.
Yeah, that's a nice glass.
Really good shape.
Little plug for Brewing America.
Sweet.
Just our muffin top vintage glass.
Lep is
Looks a
home
little
on
bit like
Tuesday.
a.
Lep is walking around like a fucking bear in a gay porn right now, just sitting around drinking.
I love it.
He's oiling himself up like, fuck this shit.
Yeah, tomorrow night I'm gonna
Sitting on the couch, people balls all hanging out. Fucking Lep, you weirdo. Sorry to ruin whatever. Somebody was talking. I brought in Lep's balls to the conversation. We didn't want it. We didn't go there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be up late tomorrow brewing another batch of beer. So
Nice. What's the flavor profile? What kind of beer are you making?
the one tomorrow is a pretty hoppy beer, like grapefruity, pineapple kind of flavor profile to it. A real
That sounds good.
What they call like a real juicy beer, it's
No, that sounds good.
So it's pretty much like a double IPA almost. It's actually another brew tuber. We call them it's a group called the Brew Tubers. It's like all the YouTube beer brewing guys.
That's very clever. BrewTube, I like it.
What's that?
I like BrewTube. I like it. It's very clever.
Yeah, it's the Brew Tubers. Bunch of YouTubers that have brewing channels and but anyways, like one of them has this one recipe he brewed, and I actually have I have it, all the information for brewing it here. So basically, it's his recipe, and it's pretty world renowned now at this point. So I'm gonna brew it.
You're gonna make that tomorrow night. So when will it be ready to drink?
Like 4 weeks.
Oh.
Yeah. This one took longer. This one took longer. It's a lager. It's a Maibach. It's like a really strong Bach kind of. That one took like 9-10 weeks to be ready because I had to lager it. Which lagering is just basically storing, like dropping the temperatures on it during fermentation pretty low, like borderline freezing, and you let it sit around there for a while it clarifies. And because all lager means is cold storage. It's just another fancy word for cold storage. If you have any beer sitting in your fridge long enough, if it's an ale, it'll lager if you sit it in your fridge too long.
I usually don't have that problem.
Well, this one is damn near. It's damn near crystal clear at this point. I mean, it was pretty hazy when I first, but the flavor profile on it has changed. I don't know if y'all can see that, but it's pretty damn clear. Yeah. Got a little snow shower going in there. So, but yeah, man.
Now, do you do like if somebody wants some beer from you, do you do like shipments?
No.
Oh no, you don't. Okay, just curious.
Off the record, on the record, no. Off the record, maybe.
that one beer you said you're brewing tomorrow sounds pretty good. I was asking if I can get some.
I get asked that all the time, and I do actually. I think Josh and Babe, I promised them that I would send some beers to them, so I'm gonna pack up some beers and ship them to them. Some home brews.
Cool.
I got a Sam Adams Boston Lager clone recipe I'm gonna do also here soon. So I'm trying to like brew up all the summertime beers now because we're getting into the warmer phase, and
yeah,
I still have some leftover stout that I brewed in the winter, and I also have some leftover brown ale that the keg's almost empty. A lot of people drink that up. So
Cody's wondering what the ABV of your thing you're drinking is right now.
Oh shit! Hang on, let me get the calculator out here.
Do you know that? Do you know that
There's
beforehand, or do you have to figure that shit out afterwards? The ABV.
The ABV?
Yeah, how do you figure that out?
It's just original gravity minus the final gravity.
Duh.
There's a formula to it. What's that?
Some of his joke is just like, duh.
Of course. Common knowledge, man.
Gravity minus specific gravity over pi QR squared. I mean, fuck, simple math knowledge, Joe.
Fucking idiot.
Fucking dumbass.
Jesus. Fucking everybody knows that, Joey.
Fucking dumb beer, non-beer peon. Out of my face.
I'll tell you right now what it is.
Play nice.
I have a cheat calc here that basically busts it out, tells me what the ABV is after my gravities adjustments and stuff. It's 6.8.
Nice.
Cool.
Not too shabby.
Two of these will put your dick in the dirt. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
If you don't
I
drink
have
them
that
every
problem
day.
regularly without the beers. Tripping on my dick.
Hey, miss. What did you say, Joey?
I didn't say nothing.
Yeah, a lot of the ones I brew tend to be strong.
You leave my quarter loaf.
They're sippers, man. They're sippers. You don't chug these suckers. When these people do these chug challenges like Thrash Metal Homebrew Barbecue, Brian, he did this chug challenge thing. I was going to participate, but I got sick. So I didn't want to chug a beer while I was sick. But they do like these 1 liter chug challenges, and like those guys always suck down like a 4% beer. And like, you try to chug something like this, man, you're gonna be wrecked.
I can't even chug my piss water Miller Lite. I can't.
Well, all right, man. I know a lot of you like traditional barbecuists or whatever, like drink your Coors Light and your Millers. And, like that's your go-to beers, and
ain't no light at my house.
I clown
Lights are
Budweiser,
off.
Bud Light. I'm a craft beer guy. If I was to say that I never drank those beers ever in my life, I would be lying out of my teeth. But ever since I discovered what real beer tastes like, I don't drink that shit no more.
Yeah.
But I mean, granted, you can buy a case of Coors Light for what? $18 for 24.
15, 13 or 15 depends on where you go
Wow,
here in
it's
Illinois.
even cheaper than I thought. So put it in perspective.
Days.
That's what barbecue people be eating.
I'll make somebody a hell of a deal on 5 of them.
Yeah, like almost like borderline Red Bull and vodka, man.
What did somebody say? Breaking the claw. Breaking the claw.
Yeah. Skinner Farms has a homebrew kit that he's never used. Any tips?
How old is this homebrew kit?
You gotta open the box first. That's the first part.
Open the box first.
Because if you don't open the box, you can't access the contents of the box. You gotta open the box for sure.
My first question to Skinner Farms is how old are the ingredients?
I agree with Brew Crew. It's a bit like a parachute. You kind of want to check it before you use it, right? Make sure everything looks good in there, right?
Yeah.
Well, if it's an extract brew kit, which most beginner brew kits are like extract, which they basically already done like the whole sugar extraction from the grain part for you. So all you're basically doing is just diluting it, boiling it, adding your hops, and you're done. Which is like a 2.5 hour process. Where my process is grain to glass. So I'm taking the grain and I'm mashing it in. I'm getting those sugars out of it. It's like 4 hour, 5 hour process. Of course, when I do my YouTube videos on it, it looks like a 15-minute process.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Because most of the time you're just sitting around waiting, while things happen.
That's true.
Yeah, Everett, DSC6.
Everett, why are you still out there? What you saying?
Even Everett thought that was hilarious. I'm like, come on, man, let's keep going. It was fantastic.
Was that Modelo Negra? Modelo Negra?
Oh, you already know. Gotta have the
That was nasty.
That's good beer, man.
See, Carla, maybe you had the Modelo Especial and not the Modelo Negra.
Here, I'll show you which one I have in the fridge. Hold on.
Yeah, hook us up, Carla. I want to see inside that fridge. Let's go.
See that, Carla.
Skinner, yeah, that's no good, man. or woman.
Yeah,
I
a
don't
few
know if
years
you're a
old.
man or a woman. Who's Skinner? Is it a man or woman?
Skinner's name is Josh. He lives in Indiana.
Okay,
I
Josh.
can't remember the name. Small town in Spencer, Indiana, I think. Yeah, something like that. Small town.
Toss that. I wouldn't use it. It's gonna taste like shit. To be honest with you. And
that's fantastic. That's class.
That
That
is
is class.
This is
That
liquid pot.
No, that's absolute class. Pour it in a glass.
Yeah.
Carla.
Yes.
Pour it in a glass.
Or frosty mug,
And drink fast, almost like you are trying to catch a train before it leaves. Drink it that fast, and you'll love it. It's fine. It's fantastic. It gets the job done.
Okay, question. Are you trying to make me throw up?
it's not a Mickey's.
I will throw up.
Is Lep in the room? It's not a Mickey's.
It's not a hand grenade.
I think Lep is drowning in the grease, in the oil that he was oiling himself up in earlier. He oiled himself up and he slipped right off the couch.
So the
couch.
The history
naked and sober earlier.
One of those plastic covers on the couch.
That didn't last long with the naked and sober thing. It turned into oily and drunk real fucking fast.
That is funny.
Now he's just laying there in the pool. The cat's probably on top of himself, played in the fucking oil.
Skinner's wondering, should he keep the bottles in the barrel and just
that part's fine. Yeah. What was it? A Mr. Beer kit? I bet if it's a Mr. Beer kit, just get yourself a new can of pre-hopped extract. You can buy that anywhere online, Amazon. That makes a gallon of beer. I think it makes about a gallon. Yeah, if it's you can go online on like Amazon. Not to plug Amazon, they don't need plugging. They're pretty big, but you can go online and buy a new pre-hopped extract kit and just use what you already have. Like everything else with that kit should be fine. But
or there's probably a homebrew store probably around, right?
Well, if there's one around, but a lot of the homebrew stores don't carry Mr. Beer kits. Like
right, but I mean, you can go in and be like, "Hey, listen, I got a Mr. Beer kit a few years ago. I never opened it. I threw out the stuff."
I think a Mr. Beer barrel is only like a gallon.
Okay.
So he'll get like 10 beers out of that. So he can take that and just get like a 1 gallon worth of extract, like a kit for a 1 gallon beer.
I got you. Hey, so I had a question for Everett. Did you put that XD together yet, or what?
Oh, come on! It's been a busy day, Rob. I had to do my taxes. I had to practice my faith. I do some cooking, some cleaning.
Come on, man. Will you file 1040 EZ?
Oh man, I have so many. Even from not barely playing last year, I still have what about 5 W-2s? I don't know how many 1099s, probably about 7. Like it's just every random gig you do, you got to file if you're doing it right, and if you want to write a bunch of stuff off.
Taxes are they're due on the 17th, so you have 11 days, folks, to pay the government.
I did mine a long time ago, man.
Wait until the last minute, right up until I'm gonna jam it in the mailbox until it does.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I mailed it in. I'm sorry, the freaking mailbox was tipping over.
Just to tell you.
Yeah. See, every year I give the government a tax-free or interest-free loan anyway, so I'm always getting money back because I always claim almost no dependence or anything on my W-4. So I don't like surprise bills, So
I don't either. I have extra taken out just so I don't have to worry about it.
Yep. So I'd rather just get that money back at the end of the year. And that's why I have no problem just eagerly getting my taxes filed and done. Plus, I mean, I went from 1040 easy to like when I started doing YouTube and all that shit. Like, because YouTube, make a little something off of it, and so I have to file that as 1099 every year. And so I start writing off everything I can that goes into the channel, whether it's meats, if I buy a barbecue pit, or if I buy meats, or I buy beer ingredients, or I buy anything for the brewery, that all gets put up in there as business costs.
I'm about to
That's good.
off a lot of this bullshit, that's for sure.
That's smart. I mean, that's the way to do it. At least that way you get something back off of how much.
Man, taxes are only going to get worse, guys. Taxes are going to get crazy here. Like we ain't seen shit yet, man.
Yeah, next
year. YouTube send you a 1099.
You if you make over $600 in revenue off of YouTube in a year, they will. Well, I mean, if you do this long enough, you probably will. Well, you will. So, yeah, if you make over $600 off of YouTube, you have to report. If it gets reported by Google, Google reports that revenue, and then you have to follow up and report it as well. So,
yeah, that's kind of how it works.
Do they automatically send you a 1099, or is that something you have to keep track of yourself?
They're always dragging their feet on that, so I've always had to like email them and get it. And then I just got one in the mail like 2 weeks ago. I was like, guys, I filed my taxes back in February.
Hey, so Cody is wondering, Everett, playing what?
Oh, playing my kazoo. I'm a professional soloist. I travel city to city with my kazoo, wowing the audiences. No, I play bass.
No. Everybody knows that Everett plays the skin flute.
Right. Professional. I went to school for that now. That ain't made up. That's the real deal, Holyfield.
There you go.
Yeah, he plays bass for an orchestra. You're like lead bass too or something, right?
Hey, principal bass. Get it right, Grand Ambassador Hotel. No, it's a title chair whenever you like are the section leader, but I'm just section leader of some crappy orchestras right now. We're still trying, Cody. Cleveland Orchestra, here I come.
Hey, at least you're playing again.
He has that dream of one day backing up Metallica in an orchestra.
Right. Yeah. That's the only thing. Like, I could never do anything to impress Hobo, but if I backed up Metallica, that would be the one to where he's like, now you made it, Everett.
Yeah. Yeah, Cody. So we had Everett on the hot seat probably a month or two ago. Yeah, if you watch that, you'll learn a lot about what he does. That's his main job. That's his like full-time job.
I gotta go watch that.
That's a dream fucking job's what that is.
Yeah.
Oh well.
If you know how to play that instrument, it is. If you
Playing
don't.
your instrument all day long? I'm not talking about that instrument. I'm talking about the one that you play for the orchestra. That one all day long. So
funny.
So I'm sorry, Daddy Cooks ain't here tonight, so I'm kind of like
Alex
spots, I guess.
Yeah, come on, Alex. Are you in Montana
night,
right
Alex.
now? Remember that? Remember when Montana took us, or Montana, Jesus, when Alex took us into that beer store, and you're like, "Yeah, you got to get up in the morning." He's like, "Oh, I probably shouldn't drink these beers tonight." Remember that? That was kind of fun. Remember that?
Yeah. Where is he out? Is he's not out in like North Dakota or?
He was somewhere in Montana, and he's like truck driving. He's like, yeah, I had to stop here for the night.
That's
right. I don't have a sleeper in my truck, so I had to get a hotel room. And then I think he made a kind of a comment. He's like, yeah, I smoke like 4 packs a day, Rob. How can I get off that?
Yep.
You know, Rob, remember that? And you're like, yeah, try the vaping or whatever. You know, it's better for you.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that was like a month. Yesterday feels like a month ago. That was a long time ago, though.
It's probably on a.
Yeah,
it's probably on
he picked up a fucking. He literally picked up a case, and it was like 6 hours to go before he had to work again. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Don't fuck around.
Yeah. That was exactly it.
All right. Speaking of that, guys, I'm gonna take off. It's getting late. I got to work tomorrow, Friday. So check tomorrow night though. If you're watching me on YouTube, check me out. It's Spice One is gonna be on live tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern.
Awesome.
So if you remember,
Wolfpack.
Welcome to the Ghetto, Welcome to the Ghetto. That guy, Spice One. Holler at me. Holler, guys.
Bye,
Love
Joey.
you.
Love you, brother.
Cheers, Joey.
That's it.
Later, man.
Joey.
That dude's always blitzed, man, when I see him.
Yeah.
He's always like squinty eyed and just like focused.
Yeah. I'm gonna go put the ducks up. I gotta go shut their door. So I'll be right back.
too. Give me a second.
Dakota getting unruly out there.
Yeah, we got a dog we adopted like a month ago, man. But we're gonna have to rehome this dog. It's a cattle dog pit bull mix, and she won't leave our cat alone, man. Like she's obsessed with our cat, and she like tackles it, knocks it into shit, and like we really think that she'll kill the cat if like we don't stay on top of her, because she just doesn't realize how much big strength she has in her, because she's that pit bull in her is like she's strong, you know. Mm-hmm. And she's always like knocking. She even knocks me over, and it's like, and she's only like 4 months old. So.
Yeah, I'll just get you a bobcat or a lion or something. Let her play with that.
Well, we got these damn stray cats in the backyard, and they hiss and scratch at her and stuff, and she won't mess with them. But like our cats, we let them wrestle. And I kept hoping and praying my cat would like do a little damage to her, just so she would like be like, all right. But no, that's not happening. So we got to find a new home for this dog. She's just not the right fit for our house. So, and we already like paid for all these different shots and heartworm and all kinds of stuff for her. So we've put a lot of money into her already. But
is she a pup?
She's like 4 months. Yeah.
Oh, she may grow out of that.
No, she's gonna be 60 pounds. She's gonna be big. Mm. She's just a little too big for. We got a baby on the way, so we got baby due in August, and we can't. Every day is like a fucking circus in this house, man. It's like my wife's in the back. I'm working here at my desk, and my wife's in the background yelling at the dog, yelling at our daughter, yelling at our cats. I'm sitting here. It's like Carla's house, like on a regular, but like.
But my husband don't work from home. That's the only difference.
Oh yeah, it's a circus right now, so it's just too much. And then we add a baby to the mix.
I don't know. It might be perfect. You could take that big old dog, saddle it up, put the baby in the harness, and you get good to go.
I think
my youngest has been trying to ride my dog. He's been trying to ride my dog, and my dog's not having it. He runs away from him.
Dog is not happy about it. No. Not one bit.
Nope. He runs away from him. It's funny. I should do a video of him, put it on YouTube.
Yeah. But I should just include it in my YouTube videos going forward and just like have this shit show going on in the background. Yeah. Like, you know. No, you like pay no attention to the shit going on behind me.
Well, and a little, bringing them inside. It's like, this is the circus that goes on while I'm trying to shoot.
Save it for a vlog.
I miss Kitty. Yeah, right.
Everett could have some fun with it. Shit, like I could see him incorporating that in his videos.
Terrorizing other people. That's why there's no one around. I'm sticking cameras in their face. I'm like, I'm never coming back here.
Dude, I laughed so fucking hard, man, when you were yelling at the bird in your yard.
I'm telling you, this one just is flying right by. Like I had to cut 3 different times. It's right by my ear. I mean, sometimes animals know they're getting the better of you.
Yeah, right. They do.
Threaten to throw that fucker on the smoke.
I got dogs on all 3 sides of me.
Wanting food.
Plus, I got a freeway not too far away, a train yard just about a half a block away, and airplanes going over. So I just ignore them all.
What's that?
Watch any video, you'll hear airplanes and dogs barking.
It's just like, yeah, you always got like, man, one of my early videos, I was doing a brewing video, and like one of my neighbors just decided to cut his grass and shit while I was in the mid video, and I was like, all right, well, there's no waiting on this.
Oh, I did that a couple of videos ago. I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday and went outside, and there's a leaf blower going on next door.
At 6 o'clock in the morning?
6:30 in the morning.
Oh shit! I would have yelled and bitched.
No, I'd give
I would have.
Thank you for making your property great, right?
Keeping the values up in the head,
but I finally just went on anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you for keeping our property values up.
Thank God here where I live,
I'd have said something, but I don't speak Spanish.
No, I don't.
I I've come a long way in life, man. I went from like living in a duplex where my neighbors parked like 4 cars on their yard and like had like, and then I went from that. The duplex probably should have been condemned. It was like
Got an engine block hanging off a swing set.
Oh yeah,
water heater up against the garage.
Yeah, and then we
talking about in my neighborhood.
Let's pull up Everett's house on satellite view here. So,
Go ahead.
Yeah, pull up mine. You might see the mattress.
This
or the
pinpoint his
tires.
IP
The
address.
mattress. Yes, the mattress. The mattress.
Next
That
time
is the
swallow a
picture
drink.
everybody wants to see. How many tires are at the end of Bobby's Drive?
You know what? I still would like to know who removed those tires.
Oh, you had tires there. Remember the mattress, but
Yeah, the tires appeared the following week after I finally got the mattress removed.
Do you
Then
live on
so-
the end of
then-
the street?
I live on a corner. Yeah. In a really shit neighborhood, like the kind of neighborhood where you hear freeze, Mesa SWAT. Boom, 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 boom.
Wait,
Like
what?
Chicago.
Neighborhood.
Like Chicago, basically.
Is that where you live? Is that your neighborhood, Bobby?
Yeah, that's my neighborhood.
Oh, shit.
Now I so want to get a Mesa SWAT T-shirt.
yeah.
So badass. That's the real Mesa SWAT. Hands
Oh.
up.
I'll tell you what though, the police here, they know like who lives in the neighborhood, because if they're like blocking off a street and you pull into the neighborhood, they're just like, oh yeah, go ahead. We know you're good. Go. We'll carry on.
Hey, Jason, what are you drinking on, man?
Is that a Pacifico I saw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got leftover
Is that an
beers. This is
There's importing
leftover.
rounds tonight.
It
It
is
is
import. Was that El
Says import.
Salvadorian or what?
I think it's Mexican, right?
Mexican?
Cerveza
I think it's
de
Mexican.
No, I mean
Pacifico.
it's Spanish for sure. I don't know.
Yeah,
what-
it's Mexican. Yeah, this Cinco de Mayo beer made in Mexico. Can you see that?
Yeah, nice.
That's
That's
quality,
the third
right?
different thing. I've
That's
seen
the only
you
thing you
drink
should drink from Mexico.
Pacifico?
Don't drink the
Come
water,
on.
man. Don't drink the water, man.
No, I get you. I was actually going to give you a little history lesson on all these beers in Mexico, right? All these lagers and everything. To make a long story very short, there was a big influx of immigration of Germans to Mexico after World War I. It was not a pleasant place to be after the war ended and all these other treaties got signed. So a lot of Germans immigrated to Mexico, and they brought their recipes and their beer making processes and everything. And you'll notice that right around 1920 to 1930, 1940, most of these beers started that we're drinking today started around that time because of German immigration to Mexico. And you'll find that, Carla doesn't like Modelo, but you think Corona, Pacifico, Dos Equis, what's the other one?
Tecate.
Tecate. All these are all made by German immigrants that moved to Mexico and started brewing beer there. And that's kind of how the whole German beer, the Mexican beer thing started, is because of German immigration.
I can get behind that.
Yeah, that's kind of cool, and you start to think about what would it take for you to leave your country for someplace you've never been. I mean, things must have been pretty bad in Germany, right? And the fact that they were able to settle in Mexico. Now, I've never been to Mexico myself. I would love to go, but the people that have been there, mostly go to the resorts and pretty safe places. But Mexico as a whole is a pretty nice place to be. I know
it's pretty down there. I've been to Mexico a few times. Yeah, I mean, what you hear about it and what you actually, the border towns of along Texas border, like especially like Laredo and all, those are bad. Like they're riddled with like mafia and that kind of stuff, and they found mass graves and all kinds of stuff along the Texas border.
I know it's
so
terrible.
But once you get past like all that stuff and you get further in, it's actually not too. It's pretty nice in there.
For sure.
I've seen From Dusk Till Dawn, that movie.
Yeah. And his hand, he put duct tape on his hand, right?
Yeah.
He actually drove a 68 Mercury Cougar in that movie. I think George Clooney did.
Okay. Yeah.
right? And he was with Tarantino. Is it Tarantino and George Clooney movie?
Yep.
Yeah, that
George
was a great.
Clooney and Tarantino.
I love. Listen, put me on the hot seat. I can get Keith anytime. This is all coming from right here. I got Keith nailed. You can't fool me, right?
Yeah,
Sounds like a
Keith
challenge
will
to
start
me.
making up
What's
shit.
next?
Yeah.
Jason on the hot seat.
Hey,
The gauntlet has been thrown down.
Yeah. All right, Jason. What state are you in again?
Washington.
Washington.
All right.
Washington.
Who
Good
is the,
Lord. How many times are you going to ask him that?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Jeez, Robert, look at your notes.
Just got dark here. We just got dark.
It
just
is
got dark.
dark here today.
Keith's question to you would be, who was the first artist in New Jersey to sell a painting for more than $300?
I know. See, and that's the thing, and you just kind of work backwards, right? The state of New Jersey. No, but I get it, Keith. It's obscure, but to audit his records, he's not wrong on his answers, right? He's asking very obscure questions. I mean, Jeopardy would be thrilled to have a guy like Keith assisting them with categories and stuff like that, right? And I start to think I'm not a young man, I'm not an old man, I'm kind of in that middle, right? But when you get older, what do you do with your time and stuff like that?
I'll take what the fuck for 600, Alex.
That's what I'm saying, right? Could you imagine, right, Keith? That's value for his time. If Keith had to actually come up with questions and categories and everything, that's exactly what I'm saying, right there, right? But you start to put value to your time. I call them the abominable snowman. Pull them up again, right? When you watch that kid's cartoon that was animated in like 1950 with Burl Ives or whatever, that's Keith.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Keith. I'm in the Seattle area. Keith could totally kill Jeopardy if they just ask him to send us some answers, send us some quizzes. He'd nail it every time, man. He'd nail it every time.
One of his categories would be something about cream cheese. Do not put cream cheese in what? Something like that.
I mean, think about that. People that come on there will be like, I'm stumped because they're intellectuals. It's books and intellectual stuff. Like cream cheese is like, oh my gosh, nobody would get those answers right? No. Practical thinkers do very well, I think, on Jeopardy, right? Because sometimes who was married in France in 1824? Who knows? I have no idea. These guys somehow get that answer right. But to your point, cream cheese would really kill everybody, and you need those wild cards.
Now,
right?
From what I understand how Jeopardy works, here's what I understood about Jeopardy, right? Like, I know we're kind of going to this whole like off topic, but from what I understand how Jeopardy works is each contestant is given a study guide. And the study guide, they have so many hours, I guess, to peruse it and understand it and study it to a degree before they go on the show. And out of that study guide, so many questions are pulled or whatever, and then they're put up on the board, and then they just hope. It's kind of like a lottery, right? Like they hope that the questions they studied is in that board.
Hey, I changed.
Oh shit! You made me look weird for a minute there.
There you go.
The Philly
Flyers. Is that the Fanatic?
Oh, Fanatic. Yes.
That was Gritty.
Gritty. He's even got a name.
The only reason I even know anything about Philly is because my wife's from the area, near the area.
Yeah.
I thought Philly was a cool town. Like when I saw it, I was actually the architecture and everything alone was the history. You could feel the history in the town. It's like you're not a native Philadelphian and you go there and visit. The first thing you're stunned by is just like the buildings and the size of the columns and shit everywhere, and like just very historical. Very, very a lot of you can feel the history there. Just like when you go down like to New Orleans and you go to Bourbon Street or you go down to like the French Quarter. You can really feel the history there, like just walking the streets. Of course, Bourbon Street's kind of a creepy place to be because people have zero sense of like personal space.
Yeah.
And if you go down a dark alley, they really don't have any personal space. But you stay out of the dark alleys in New Orleans because you will get robbed. So,
Oh man, there's some shifty folks in downtown New Orleans.
yeah.
That's
You
fact.
stay in the street lights and you stay with a group. You don't run down Bourbon Street by yourself. You don't do none of that shit. It's not a safe town. It's not safe by any stretch of the means. I mean, New Orleans is a rough place, like at night.
I had never had that many people try and sell me a phone in one single day. And I've been in New Orleans like, listen, player, this phone been activated. You ain't got
I mean, if you go down there with some friends and want to party, that's one thing, man. Because you got your friends and shit with you. You got witnesses.
Safety in numbers.
But you go down there by yourself, you're asking for some shit. You don't go down there by yourself.
For sure.
Shoot, I want to step my foot in Chicago. I'm scared of Chicago.
That's big.
Houston's downtown sucks. It's just business. It's just like a one big business district. That's what it is. I mean, there's nothing. I haven't like San Antonio. I lived in San Antonio for a while, and in San Antonio, there was a lot of tourism type shit down there. Like you had the Riverwalk and all the restaurants and all. But Houston feels more like just a big business center. Like when you go down there,
they're trying to get some nightlife down there, but it's not like other towns.
No, it's we're a big fucking city though.
25 years ago, they rolled the sidewalks in at 6.
Yeah. Yep. But I mean, Houston's what the population of Houston, what is the population of Houston now? Like 10 million?
I have no idea.
Oh, now it's 11 million.
Is it 11 million?
No,
I like how you looked at a watch that wasn't there.
Quarter total.
Yeah. Looking at the Casio, like
I just got an alarm on my digital watch that tells me the population of Houston.
Rob, you need to get with the times, man. You need to get one of them like calculator ones. Have you seen those remember when like people thought they were the shit?
Mittens.
Rob, you got a cat behind you.
Mittens.
Oh. There you go.
Look it. Hey.
My pretzels.
Where's Hobo at?
He
Mittens
ran away.
going where she is. It's Mittens is she, right?
Yeah.
She going where she please, living her best life. That's what Mittens is up to.
Living the best one of 9.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Who you got? What do you got behind you there, Jason? What are those? What baseball team? Seattle.
I support the Seattle Mariners.
The Mariners.
You
Come on.
You may or may not have seen Nelson Cruz's arms get ripped off and his head twisted. Look, I was Ken Griffey Jr. Absolutely, Randy Johnson, Edgar Martinez, all these guys. I'm a big Mariners fan, but Nelson Cruz, they call him Boomstick. The guy has an OPS that's like 1.5 and higher. I mean, the guy hits home runs, he hits bombs. And I just love this guy, but my daughter thought it was funny to rip his hands off, so he has no more hands. I do have one of the old Mariner managers. We call him Sweet Lou. Lou Piniella. You guys heard of him?
Oh, yeah. Lou Piniella.
Yeah, Lou Piniella, right? So there's Sweet Lou. We love him. How about Robinson Cano? Have you heard of him?
Oh, don't you know?
Don't you know, right? Now, he's got major steroid and other problems. I don't know if he'll play again, but we loved him when he was a Mariner. You know, don't you know? He made it look effortless. I was happy when they signed him. I've got this cool double bobblehead, which is kind of cool. You don't see 2 in 1. This is a Randy Johnson, Dan Wilson bobblehead, right? So this is back when they played together. You know, isn't that kind of cool? It's like 2 in 1. Yeah. It's a Mariners. They're like Mariners Hall of Fame. Look how old this stuff is, right? 2012. I mean, I'm dating myself here. You know, like
that mullet is well done for a bobblehead too.
Look at that.
No, I do got a question.
Look at that. Look at that. Right?
What happened to the arms to the other one? How did they break?
Robinson Cano is so good at baseball, he doesn't need arms.
Well, so that's the thing is like, okay, oops. So there's nothing. And I've got his arms. Now his arms, I just need to glue them back on. I think they fell
Oh,
off
okay.
or something. The arms are, and my goodness, this is so funny because if I was like 10 years younger, there's his arms right there. See,
Oh, okay.
if I was 10 years younger, we're like, don't do that. You know, these things are worth money. Who cares, right? Like, so what if Nelson Cruz has no arms? He's not even a Mariner anymore. That's how much we care about him. You know, I mean, he's not even.
Yeah, man. When
contributing.
you have kids, you realize that everything of value becomes valueless.
Yes, I'm
Sooner or
realizing
later.
that quick.
No, I think
I
that
I have some vinyl records here, and my daughter, she's 4, and she was like, "Oh, Daddy, I want to hear Chipmunks," because like I have an Alvin and the Chipmunks record. Like these are some of the vinyls I've had from when I was a kid, and my mom gave me the other. Like when she came and visited last month, she brought all these old records that were mine from when I was a kid, and she brought in some like my old '80s records and all this other stuff, and my daughter's like, I want to hear Chipmunks. And she like grabs one of them, drops it on the ground. I'm like, you don't know. What are you doing? Like, but you can't kill them because of your kid, right? But
Yeah.
So, plus forensics is incredible these days. You can't do that.
Make another one just like it.
No, the way I look at it is, like everybody will tell you eventually, right? Time is greater than any possession.
Yeah.
So you can replace anything you have. If your house burns down today, just imagine that, right? Your house burns down today and you live, it's replaceable.
Right.
But if you burn down in the house, you're done, right? So that when I was younger, my mother-in-law was kind of an influence on me because I was a bit of a what's the right word for that? Anal or OCD and all this, right? Like everything has to be. And you know, she's like, look, you can replace whatever's broken if you know. It took me many years. I don't know. I kind of grew up being helicoptered and spanked and all this other stuff. You had to be polite at all times and everything. And you know, you get on your own and you kind of carry those traits through. But I think as you mature, as you get older, you kind of realize that none of that's important. What's important is what's happening today and the friends that you're with today and the memories that you're making, and all the possessions that you have are really just secondary to all that, right? So
well, I think the truth is we just get older and we give up.
Yeah.
And we give up too, right?
Well, that's true. It's the older we get, the less shit.
Give up and you're tired.
Yeah, you know, Grumpus, you know, you've been a great influence too, right? You know, you're like, I've worked hard, I've saved, and you sort of measure yourself against others, but then at the end of the day, you know, you're sort of sitting there saying, I'm just happy with who I am, what I have, and where I am, right? So if you're not happy with it, then you need to move on, you know?
You just learn to live with the facts.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, we're kind of on that course with I guess I'm more traditional in the parenting realm, except for I don't hit my kid or anything like that. Like I just take away the things that she loves the most and then make her work for them. Basically, like
I do that.
I don't spank my kid or none of that. I don't know. When I was a kid, the things that bothered me the most was when things I wanted to play with or do got taken away from me. That made more of an impact on me than beating the shit out of me, you know?
When I was a kid, all my mom
Every
had to do
kid's
was give me
different.
a look, and I get scared.
Yeah.
That was it.
And then your kids just get scared of you. They end up worrying about you beating the shit out of them versus you know, actually learning a lesson, you know, at this point. But when I say traditional, though, I do believe in discipline. I do believe in like courtesy. I believe it's sitting at the table as a family for dinner, that kind of stuff. Like,
There you go.
I
That's a
tried
big
doing
one
that
for
with
me.
my kid, but it's so hard because my 3-year-old, he's all over the place. He won't sit at the table. I'll sit there with them. I have my oldest sitting there with them, and sometimes my oldest won't even barely eat. I mean, he'll eat, but he'll take a couple bites and be like, I'm full. And it's like,
Well,
I'm the
yeah,
one
that's a
sitting at the
3-year-old
table.
though. Like my
No, my
4-year-old
11-year-old does
won't eat
that.
at all now. It's like I don't even think she eats. Like
My 11-year-old does that.
all of a sudden, my 4-year-old went from eating all kinds of stuff to all of a sudden she won't eat anything. And I was like, do you realize how fucking good your father's barbecue is? It's like you need
Well,
to try this. Like
my youngest is doing that. He won't. He's like, he'll want some like food. He'll eat a little bit and be done with it. So what I've been doing with him to get him to like at least have something in his system, I've been getting those Pediasures drinks, and he'll have those once a day. At least he's getting something inside of him.
for veggies, we have the sneak them in. We get these like
He loves
Costco from
vegetables.
Costco. We get these fruit and vegetable organic pouches, and we'll sneak one of those in, and she thinks it's delicious, and we're like,
I got no problems with him.
Sneaking in cheese and
See, that's the thing with my 3-year-old. I have no problems with him with fruits or vegetables. He'll eat that up all day. That stuff he'll eat up all day. But it's like,
I'm at the point where it's like, are you hungry? No, I'm not hungry. You want some cake? Yeah, I want some cake. Well, you're still fucking hungry, aren't you?
Right?
I said, guess what? You don't get cake until you get something nutritional in you. And then even then you may not get any cake. It's a little game. It's a little
every
game.
kid's different.
Yes.
Yep.
Some kids can make it, you can reason with them, and some of them were, like me. I got a beating every day and I had it coming.
Oh yeah, I don't reason with my kid. It's like you're gonna eat this shit or you're not gonna eat.
Well, that was it. We didn't have a choice of eating or not eating.
Yeah. Well, it's like when I was a kid, like whatever got put on the table, you ate.
That
was it. Like
my
if you
mom
didn't
made it
eat
very clear she wasn't running a restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tell my oldest son, I go, if you don't eat what I make for dinner, then you starve. Or if you want to, you make something yourself. I'm not making it for you, is what I tell him.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to cook up everything in the house just so he can eat something. And my oldest son is picky. I mean, he's picky. Even when he was younger, he was hard to feed vegetables to. I mean, he was hard. But my youngest, he's easy. He'll eat everything. And I try everything.
Jason was laughing pretty hard a minute ago. Jason must have had some kind of personal experience he was willing to share.
Well, no, I just think, how do I say this? Because I can just ramble on and on and on. I'm just trying to put this in as most clear and concise as possible. I was raised like, in my opinion, how kids should be raised, because I feel blessed, right? You eat what's in front of you and you try a bite of everything. And kids today are so compartmentalized, like they're just, but look, just try a bite of everything, right? And if you don't like it, you can spit it out, and maybe a month from now we'll try it again, and their memory won't remember that, right? And I think that if you give, and this is kind of one of these questions I was before I even went on camera was kind of talking to Rob and Hobo about is, what's one food or a couple foods that you hated as a kid that you actually like as an adult? And I think that if you were to poll most people, when you were kids, like for me, I didn't like walnuts because they somehow made a funny taste in my mouth. I didn't like Brussels sprouts. Green beans were kind of, all these sort of things that when you were kids, you're like, but now you make them and you can kind of make them the way you want to, right? And I think that it's important. And I even wrote a note to my daycare because they sent us a little survey, how are we doing and everything. And I flat out told them, I said, look, I think that you could be more diverse in the cuisine that you give the kids, giving them grilled cheese sandwiches or chicken burgers and all these sort of things. You're not enabling the kids to enjoy the food that they may like when they get older, right?
Yeah.
You have a very short window to introduce new foods to children. And if you don't do that, then those kids are most likely going to be picky eaters forever, right? And I have some good friends that are very picky eaters. They're like, I don't want ketchup on my hot, like they're like, they're like, and I'm like, why? Don't you want? And it's because they were really never encouraged to eat it as a child, so they really don't know kind of, and you could even start simple and say, okay, here's some rice, here's some fried rice, we're going to add some shrimp to it, we're going to add peas or carrots, and you kind of build on that, and slowly but surely they will try it. And that's kind of the way I was raised, because my grandmother, my dad's mom, she owned her own restaurant, a phenomenal cook. Her name was Janet, Grandma Janet, we used to call her. And she was kind of one of these folks that introduced a lot of interesting cuisine. Now she married, even more interesting history for my taking, I guess you could say, is that she married a Japanese man. He was born in America, but he was a Japanese American. His entire family was interned, and this is back in Washington State in the early 40s. His entire family was interned in the internment camps, back when the U.S. went to war against Japan, and he volunteered as an American. He was born here to go ahead and fight for his country. And so he was shipped over to Germany, and I've got a book about the accomplishments he made. He was one of the more successful units in Germany. His unit was entirely made of Japanese Americans, and they're revered. I mean, he received more medals and accommodations. President Reagan sent him a letter, and they even made cash payments to him and his relatives for the sacrifices that they had to make. So my grandmother remarried into a Japanese American who fought tirelessly for this country, risked his life for this country and our freedom. So I was raised on my grandma Janet's cooking, and she was born in Minnesota, and he was born in Washington State. So, you sort of have all this fusion cuisine, and me as a little kid going over to their house for dinner, certainly rice was fixed at every meal, but then you'd kind of try all these other different things, and it was very unique. And I had no opportunity to say no, because my grandmother made it so inviting for me. I was a little kid kind of walking up, and made it so inviting for me to try all this unique cuisine. Like, I just think, like, if you give kids the opportunity to try something, like, you don't force it down their throat, but you just encourage them. Hey, this is great, And I mean, I could go on and on, but my goodness, this is just, it's almost
that's what I do with my youngest.
To talk about it, because I'm so passionate about where I come from and everything that's happened. But
some kids are more adventurous than others.
Yeah. I got a question though. Did your grandma's husband, did he cook? Was he a good cook too?
He was a fantastic cook. What's funny is my middle name is William. It's after my father's father. Name. And my grandmother his name was William Ozawa. And we called him Bill. He didn't want to be called Grandpa Bill or anything, because he was not a grandpa. So his name was Bill Ozawa. And he didn't cook, because my grandma Janet ran the kitchen, and but she just loved having us over when we were kids, and this is Seattle. Think Seattle over 30 years ago. It's a lot smaller than it is now. Certainly Seattle today is a lot different than it was. But we go to Grandma Janet's house, and we go over there, and you walk in the house and you just smell something cooking, and she's like, Jason, come over here. And she put a little apron on me and come here. I need your help. We're going to make mashed potatoes, like instantly you got to get the kid in the kitchen, and you got to get him helping you. Right. And I don't know. I mean, I'd love to see more of that, more engagement, right? Like, kids need to be felt like they're participating, and they're almost contributing to what they're doing, right?
But you also need to understand it takes an adult to take that initiative too.
I agree.
Yes,
for sure.
You can't put it all on the kids. I mean, I had my granddaughter coming over when she was like 5, and she'd help Grandpa's make whipped cream. That was one of her favorite things, was make whipped cream. Yeah. And she still talks about it. She's 15 now.
Isn't that great?
And it's
not something she asked to do. I had to take the initiative to get her in there to do something fun. And she's taking an interest in cooking now.
Brings a little tear to your eye, doesn't it? Right? Like, you're so, it tears me up, because I'm like, my goodness, somebody actually love me enough to take me under their wing and to help me out here. And here I am paying it forward and trying to help
Right.
out, you know, like it's a blessing. Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, it's that's what I'm saying. Like for us, it's like, you know, you see all the things that happen today is like sports and everything, and like, so a lot of families are always like hustle bustle running. Let's get to whatever practice, you know, and so they don't sit down and have dinner as a family. They sit down and just grabbing whatever. So one thing I wanted to instill by us sitting together at a dinner table is that, like, that unit, you know, kind of sense of unit, you know, even if it's only for like half an hour, you know, or an hour, you know.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So, and I think a lot of kids just, you know, they lack that family value today. Like, it's just been kind of taken out, you know.
When I got together with my wife, that was one of my big pet peeves. Everybody sits down for supper at the same time. And that was totally foreign to her. I mean, she thought something wrong with me. And I said, but, you know, everybody's doing their own thing all day long.
Yep.
And one time a day, even if it's just for an hour, everybody needs to sit down at one place and enjoy a meal and get caught up if you want to. But even if they hate it, just sit there for an hour and then you can go play Xbox.
Yeah. And that, I got off Facebook last year for the political crap and all.
I never got on it.
I was on there for I was on Facebook for like 11 years, you know.
Oh,
I was on there
gosh.
for a long time, and then I started to realize, man, like, between the politics and the censorship and all the kinds of crazy stuff that was going on there that I could see right before my eyes that others couldn't see, I also saw that it was taking away my focus.
Getting caught up in everybody else's drama.
Yeah.
I would always. It's an addiction. It really was. It's like, oh, gotta refresh, gotta refresh,
Well,
gotta refresh.
I never signed up, and I don't feel like I missed a thing.
Got to see if anybody liked my post. Got to see if anybody commented on it. Got to see if what other shit's going on. But what bothers me
Facebook,
about Facebook,
I don't post. I don't post that much. Once in a while I'll do, but I really don't. Unless I'm putting pictures of my kids up there or like my animals, that's it. But like I will say either good morning, like Monday I sat there and put that good morning everyone, just to say good morning. That's it. I mean, I go on and skim through to see what other people say on there, but it's getting boring.
Well, it's not even, and what the other thing I didn't like about it is I could see like the change in the algorithms and the change of like the way things, like they would tell me, hey, look what your friend commented on over here. And it's like, why do I need to know what my friend commented on over there? You know, it's like, so if you're telling me that my friend's commenting on something over there, you're clearly telling everybody else what I'm commenting on.
Exactly.
That normally, then your friends get in there with you, and they end up having a pissing contest with you because they disagree with you on that topic. So the sense of private conversation, I know nothing on the internet's private, but like the sense of that niche conversation you're having all of a sudden isn't so niche because everybody around you knows you're in on that conversation. And then they all jump in there and want to be part of it. And I see it happening with Instagram a lot too now. Like I have Instagram, but it's owned by Facebook. And they're taking the same algorithms they use on Facebook and they're throwing it at Instagram now. So now I'm getting suggestions for shit I don't care about. I'm getting like,
I got too many people in my business already.
Yeah. So, amen to that, Grumpus. I think Facebook owns Instagram now, right?
They do.
Or,
they do.
They do?
Yeah.
Yep.
Then no wonder I'm getting all that stuff.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars were spent to buy that technology.
And man, the only thing at the end of the day, dude, like my stress levels went way down because I stopped giving a shit about anything happening outside my home, you know, other than like my job and YouTube. And, you know, that's all I give a shit about at this point. It's just like what's happening here at the house, what's happening with my neighbors, like anything crazy going on my street.
Yep.
And, you know, YouTube, you know.
I figure any bad news that pertains to me will find me.
Yeah, right?
Right. And if there's enough ruckus going on close to my house, that's enough for me to like worry then, you know. I don't need to worry about shit happening over in like some other state, you know. I don't, you know, and information travels so quick these days that like we don't have time to process it. We immediately are we're reactionary, immediately reactionary before we have full information. And then people are eating crow left and right, you know.
Well, let's face it. There's a lot of cowards get on Facebook that wouldn't say the same thing to your face.
My point exactly, man. You wouldn't stand in the middle of the grocery store and turn around and call somebody a motherfucker.
I have a phone, and you can call me anytime and tell me what you need.
Yep.
Don't hide behind
Amen
Facebook.
to that. Amen to that.
And if you could do that in person, then I have a lot more respect for you. So, if you can turn around in the grocery aisle and start, bitch slapping me verbally, then
If you sit on the grocery doesn't bitch slap me, you might get a punch back.
you really do have a set on you, and but yeah, man. So if you like Facebook, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But for me, I just
it's okay.
It's turned into one big shitstorm, controlling.
Not something I need.
It's like this big test environment, and they're just like changing the variables. And
I mean, it's like I barely go on it. It's on my phone. I'm signed into it. I'll barely go on it, and then when I'll get bored one day, I'm like, okay, what's going on? I'll go look, skim through. I barely even just look at it. It's not exciting anymore. It's changed a lot.
And I am on a social media platform called MeWe, but the beauty about MeWe, it's free also. But like the beauty of MeWe is like they don't tell everybody what I'm doing. Like, and I only
never heard of it.
And I only see information on my feed that I subscribe to. I don't see information from advertisers all over the place, and I don't see something your friend liked something over here, or your friend commented on something over here. Or, you don't.
I never heard of MeWe. That's new.
MeWe.
Yeah, I never heard of it.
Like me and we.
I never heard of it.
Yeah, it's a. They've gained like 3 million subs in the last month or last quarter, but yeah, when the shitstorm went down with like all the censorship and stuff, that was becoming blatantly obvious on Facebook. Everybody started bailing. A lot of people bailed and went to like MeWe, or they went to these other social media platforms. Kind of a big middle finger to Zuckerberg,
I just don't have time.
And I almost bailed on YouTube because I was getting a little bit annoyed with like the way Google was doing things too. So
I probably told you all more than you need to know.
But at the same time, my YouTube channel isn't controversial. Unless you're fucking PETA or you're a vegan. And if you're vegan, then you might not agree with my channel. Or if you're a Bible thumping, non-alcoholic, whatever. I had one lady left me this like freaking paragraph about how alcohol is bad for me. And I was like, lady, I'm 41. I'm like 40. Well, at the time I was like 30 something. I was like, lady, you're talking to the wrong.
Exactly.
And I was like,
I got nothing wrong with vegetarians. That's about all I eat.
Hey, look, I don't have a problem with vegetarians either, like people-wise. I just, when they start telling me to stop
you should do this, you should do that,
eating what I want to eat.
Yeah.
It's like, you want to be vegan? Go be vegan. More power to you, man. But don't come in here and tell me that I can't eat Chloe over there on the rack. I don't know if y'all saw that meme, like the I don't know if y'all saw that, like my name was Chloe, like the PETA sticker on the beef.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
I never seen that.
No,
I was a living creature at one time. Do you still want to buy me kind of shit?
Yeah,
like, yes, I do actually, because you have a name. Good. So when I'm eating you, I'll be like, "This is Chloe." I named my Thanksgiving turkey.
To it.
Yeah.
There's been a mistake.
That's hilarious.
The legend.
Speaking of all that, I've got to encourage you guys, because I live in the Pacific Northwest and we're kind of associated with the city of Portland. There's a show called Portlandia. Have any of you
Portlandia,
guys yeah,
Portlandia. I used to watch that show.
Yeah. So, Rob, maybe you can do this. You can find. So, this a couple years ago on the show called Portlandia, they actually went to one of these. I'll just call it one of those places, right? And they sit down and they say, "Oh, doesn't chicken sound nice?" And then they start asking, "How was the chicken raised? How was it maintained? What kind of food? What kind of diet did it have? What was the chicken's name? Can we go visit where the chicken lived? And this whole episode is so funny because it's just so kind of, in your face humor,
Poking
right?
fun.
And
Yeah.
they actually say, hold our table for us. Let's go see where the chicken lives. So they actually go visit the pen that the chicken was raised in. They meet the farmers, and then they like sample the food that the chicken ate, and they're like, okay, this is kind of cool. Yeah, let's go back to that restaurant. You guys, I mean, it's so in your face humor. Yes,
Is this on Netflix?
Rob, this is it.
It's hilarious. Portlandia is
This
hilarious.
To the T, this is it. And there's Cody saying, yeah, pretty much Portland. This is, and that's just one scene of Portlandia that I'll share with you. But I think that
if you haven't seen Portlandia, you laugh your ass off. Like, it's an old show now. Like,
it is that on Netflix.
Yeah. It was. What was it on Comedy
I think
Central?
it was on Comedy Central. I think you'll find it on Amazon or Netflix or even YouTube.
It's funny. It's worth a shot. They poke fun at a lot of like Portlandish type.
Kind of green New Deal. I mean, this is think 10 years ago when this
modern
was
day hippies.
Yeah. What's funny is that 10 years ago this was kind of like, are there people like this? Now it's sort of accepted mainstream, but this was kind of breaking the edge on making fun of those people that were kind of on the I'll say they're on the spectrum, right? But now you see that and you don't even blink an eye, right?
Pretty tame.
When I went to Portland, man, I've
pretty
been to
tame,
Portland.
exactly.
I went to Portland in '95, man. Visit my.
Hey, you stay with your aunt, right? Yeah.
I have an aunt that lives in Portland, and when I went there, man, that Portlandia show I could totally connect the dots. It was so spot on, and because Portland is a very interesting place.
Portland's weird. There's a sign that says
it's eclectic.
Portland's
It's all
weird,
good.
man. It's eclectic, right?
It's very eclectic there.
Hey, everybody!
I was a Texas boy visiting.
Man, a Texas boy down up in Portland. Yeah, you're like eyes open for sure.
Oh, they hated Texas. They don't like Texas at all. No.
Like, where are you from, Texas? They're almost like, can we ask him to leave? I mean, right?
Yeah, it's
So why don't they
beautiful
like
up there,
Texas? Is the beef thing?
No, because the conservatism viewpoint of
Yeah, I agree with
Texans, the majority of Texas is conservative. Well, now it's more like it's getting more swing state-ish these days, but at the time, and when I was 15 in '95, Texas was pretty red, very red.
Well, letting too many Californians move over to Austin.
Yeah, well, they can stay in Austin. That's fine. You can't pay me to go to Austin these days.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get off of here.
Was it something I said?
No,
Yeah.
I gotta get up with kids tomorrow in the morning.
So,
I gotta get up with kids tomorrow.
what was I saying? How are we?
I'll see you guys later.
All right, we'll see you, Carla.
Carla, good night.
Bye.
Hey,
Good night.
TGIF, Carla. Are you going on tomorrow?
I'm gonna try.
Carla goes live on Fridays. Okay, cool.
I'm gonna
Cheers,
try.
Carla.
My stepdad's been asking me to go by his house, but I can always come up with something.
You're buying his house.
No, I don't want his house.
My stepdad is asking me to buy his house.
No, ask me to go by
I'm
his
just
house.
giving it.
Oh my God! Would you stop?
I'm only messing around. Come on, I'm only messing around.
And I wouldn't buy his house. My house is nicer than his. We both live in trailers. He don't take care of his house.
No, Carla, that's funny. So hopefully we go live tomorrow. If not, what the hell, right? Have a good night. I know it's almost midnight
I'll let
for
you
you,
guys-
so
Yeah, but I'll let you
get
guys
some
know.
sleep. All right. Night, Carla.
Bye.
Get some sleep. Bye bye.
Good night.
So yeah, there now. I say like there is one thing like I've always kind of had a problem with, like in the meat community, is veal. Like I really have always had kind of an issue with the way they make veal. So just the whole keep
Whether
the
you
calf
eat it or
like
not, it's not gonna
confined
change
and
that.
so I've never been okay with like the whole process of what makes veal. The immobilization of the calf and all of that stuff. So, but then again, like I said, like I'm not contributing to it, but if that's your thing, then that's your thing. But like, I'm not gonna say you can't have veal and you can't have veal and you can't have, like, I just don't agree with it. Right.
Well, I mean, you start to look at, and believe me, I probably eat, and I did a calculation. You probably eat what, over 100 pounds of meat a year or something, maybe more, maybe
You hold
200,
back?
maybe 200 pounds of meat a year.
Whoever
Yeah,
does that
exactly.
ain't video.
It's maybe 300 pounds.
There
Let's
you
go
go.
400 pounds.
That's my boy.
I eat meat at every meal. I am proud to say I'm not a vegetarian. I've never gone hungry, and I've never gone to bed hungry either. Now, with that in mind, you start to look at cultivation and harvestation and humane ways to bring crops to the community, right? I agree with you. There's probably a better way, or there could be a better way to end these animals' lives. But look, I actually worked. It's funny because I lived in Ireland for 2 years, and I sat next to a guy, and he's like, "Look, man, I worked at a chicken farm for 2 years because I was out of work, and my job at that chicken farm was counting chickens because they had these coyotes and these other rodents come in, and you had to count these chickens, right?" And he's like, "I couldn't eat chicken for 2 years after I worked there for a year." I'm like, "Oh my God." So having said that, right, the people that work in these places, this is a far from luxurious career. Like, you don't grow up and want to work in a meat processing factory or plant or whatever, right? But it's a paying wage. It's a union wage. It offers healthcare. It offers a better life for your family, and it puts food on the table for millions of Americans. Okay, so we're sort of putting all that aside, right? Do I agree with the way they're treated, or how they're harvested, or how everything is done? Probably not. Do I continue to support them by buying what's in the grocery store? And you get it some nice cellophane, styrofoam wrapped, as a little butt diaper, as you say, and you plop it on the grill and you eat it, right? And I've talked to a lot of friends who are massive into barbecue, and I said, look, could you go out and hunt for yourself and kill and dress and carve a cow or a pig or a chicken? Could you do all that yourself? And the majority of them that are massive into barbecue will say, no, I couldn't do that. I couldn't bring myself to kill something. But if somebody else did it, it's okay. And, I like to fish. I'm a big fisherman. I enjoy fishing, and sometimes, most of the time, it's catch and release. But sometimes, you have to say, look, I wouldn't mind bringing this one in or this other one in and stuff. And, you club the head of the fish and you get it going. You got to gut it. And it's uncomfortable what you're doing, but you're keeping yourself alive by taking another creature's life. So back to the comment about veal, these calves are sectioned in very dark rooms, and they're fed a very strict diet, and they can barely move, right? I mean, I think that they may have, maybe a foot to turn around in. I don't even know if they can even turn around.
They want their muscles to not really build.
Yeah, so they're essentially standing in the same place all day for 9 to 12 months, right? And they're fed a very strict diet. Do I agree with that? It's certainly not for me to decide. I'm not going to get into that, but there's a market for it. But the market bears what will be decided by the consumer. And I would just say that whenever I sit down to eat, and I'm not going into religion by any means, but when I sit down to eat, I do, in my own way, say thank you to the animal that has sacrificed its life to give me life and to give me nourishment, right? And I think that is, as long as we appreciate what we're eating,
respect what you eat, yeah,
and respect what we eat, then we are doing the best we can as humans, because we are all consumers. And whether or not you agree with the processing or the treatment or the final delivery, we are all consumers, and we all pay a price, and for that price we give our time to be able to get money in our pockets, and we pay that money in our pockets For
Oh
that
yeah,
luxury,
I
right?
mean, the market system has made it so easy for all of us to just conveniently go in and grab a
Yeah.
piece of meat off the grocery shelf. You know, like but I mean,
Part of
feast
that
came
price
to
is paying somebody else to do the dirty work.
right.
Absolutely correct.
Yep. But I mean, if I had to do the dirty work, I would do it.
I could do it.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
the
if I had to
thing,
go and kill
I
my
could not.
own,
I could not kill anything I don't intend to eat.
right?
Amen.
Right. I wouldn't do it for
Absolutely.
sport.
And
Absolutely.
I can back that up. I've got a koi pond in the backyard with a couple little goldfish in it, and I've got one goldfish that has they sometimes they get old, they get a bladder problem where they can't sit upright anymore. And this poor thing's been laying on its side now for about 6 months, about the size of a tennis ball, and I can't bring myself to putting it down.
Oh.
But if I was going to eat it, I wouldn't think twice about it.
Right.
So I don't think you should take a life unless you intend to consume it.
Correct.
The other thing is like there's
Correct.
a difference between having the willpower to kill your dinner and having the stomach to dress it. So because
Oh, absolutely.
It's all part of it.
I
Like I
dressed the
was
deer.
saying-
I dressed the deer one time, and I tell you what, man, it was the first time I ever did it, and I tell you what, it was the last time I ever wanted
I've dressed
to do
several
it.
deer.
Because you hit the shit sack, didn't you?
I've been on a couple of hog
Yep.
kills.
That digestive tract every time.
No, it was a heart shot, man. It was
Oh.
a good-
No, I meant when you dressed it. If you hit
Right.
the shit sack.
Oh, I didn't actually cut it. I just kind of helped pull the skin
No,
down.
I certainly,
Okay.
Bobby. I mean, the smell and the amount of refuse.
Oh, it stinks
I mean,
like a mother
you know,
farmer, man.
if you think about it, right? Almost, well, not almost, maybe half the animal is complete waste,
It is
Correct.
right?
That's right.
And you have to be prepared to say, okay, this thing weighs 500 pounds. I'm essentially throwing away half of it, which is 250 pounds, right? Which is, how much is your garbage can when you take it out to the street? 60, 70 pounds. I mean, you're talking about dealing with 3 to 4 times the amount of waste that you normally deal with on a weekly basis in properly removing this animal. You have flies, you have rodents, there's blood. It's uncomfortable.
It's not pretty.
It's toxic. It's toxic because the smell can, like Bobby said, right? You make one wrong incision and the digestive tract is, and
Yeah, well, I'm not doing it in my freaking front yard. I mean,
yeah,
Everything
yeah.
else is out there.
Yeah, next to the tires. Why not? You could leave the back spine and all the rest of the carcass out in the middle of the tire.
no, the tires are gone. The mattress is gone. The tires are gone.
I had a guy,
There's
man.
a body out there.
Funny. That's so funny, right?
At one
That's so
point in my
funny.
life, I was an exterminator. We talked about this before. And,
Yeah.
I did a lot of hill country homes, like out in San Antonio. So a lot of these homes were on like 1 to 2 acre tracts of land or more, And this one guy, man, he'd do it all. He'd do all the killing and dressing right there in his driveway and just let it run down the street. And one time he was dressing one when I pulled up, and I said, "Oh shit, man, went hunting, did you?" And he goes, "No, man." He goes, "I just sit on the back porch, and them dumb sons of bitches run right up to my back." It was like,
I know.
what?
Sometimes yeah.
Because he got him. He would put the little corn feeder out there, and they would just like run
There
up.
you
And
go.
he got him used to just running up to it, and he would just sit out there
I know.
and
Yeah,
just
that's cheating.
yeah.
My
he would
ex-husband
pick
did
one
the
off.
same thing. It's like that's not hunting when you put food out in your backyard
I
and
I
put
worked
the
with a
deer
guy.
cam up and wait and know when they come. It's like Jesus.
Got a
I worked
turret
with a
on
guy
a deer
that
camera.
invited me out on a rattlesnake hunt with him once, and I didn't think twice about it. I went out there with him, and his idea was to just shoot him, just to kill him. And I said, "Well, if we're not going to eat him, I'm not going to shoot him."
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
So I put 3 rattlesnakes on the grill, and it was pretty good eating.
Yeah, they just
There's a
But
neighborhood.
I wouldn't have killed him just to kill it. It's just that's senseless to me.
There was a neighborhood in Chavano Park, which is in a neighborhood called Chavano Park in San Antonio, and the deer just run wild out there, like they just all over the place. And One time the deer got way overpopulated and they actually paid hunters in to come in and kill off a lot of these deer. And then all the deer actually got donated to the homeless shelters, to their Big Sam homeless shelter. All the deer
At least
meat
it
got
didn't go to
donated.
waste.
Yep. And man, I'll tell you one of the scariest things I ever. This is the craziest, most like, what do you call it? Have you seen that movie or those movies? What is it? Where like you're destined to die. Final Destination. Those movies. Have you seen those?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this kind of made me think of Final Destination. We were going down the highway, and like in San Antonio, the highways are stupid for one, and then like they cut them into these big cavern, like they dig out the road and then leave the sides up, and big old massive. I don't know what the hell happened, but like I saw cars swerving all over the damn place on the highway. There was like a huge like 10-point buck on the highway, and one of the cars was like a little Geo Metro or something. The whole side of it was bashed in, and the guy's standing out with his baby, and I guess they had a baby in the car. And then this buck is still moving around on the highway, man. And I'm zipping, and this buck gets almost in front of me, and I swerve off to the left and miss him. And I look at my rear view, and I see this dually truck with like brush guard on it. And I hear him just rev it up, man, and he just hit that deer as hard as he could just to put it out of its misery, I guess.
Oh,
but
gosh.
all I saw in my rear view was red. Like a cloud of red. It's all I saw.
Gonna take a lot of windshield wiper fluid on that one.
Yeah, the guy hit the deer on purpose, like to kill it, like because the deer was just going to keep getting hit by cars,
Yeah.
But it was the scariest shit I had ever been through. Like,
well, the funny
why
part
is there
is
a deer on the highway, like in town?
That's insane.
You can go to San Antonio. You want to hunt deer? You go to San Antonio. Go to like Canyon Lake, like out there. There's tons of them. Tons of them.
They're everywhere.
Which doesn't make you think they'd be more prevalent here in the Houston area, because we just have more shrubs and shit here. Like, but San Antonio's just overrun with them.
Yeah, they get into a rut, and they don't even think twice about jumping out in front of a car.
They're dumb. They're stupid.
Lose their minds.
They're the dumbest thing I've ever come across.
I spent a summer in Austin in 2000. I think it was 2013. Okay. I was in Austin the summer of 2013, and I went to Hutto, Texas. If you know where Hutto is.
Yep. I know where Hutto is.
Yeah, you know where Hutto is, right? So I spent a lot of time in Hutto, and the speed limit out there is 85 miles an hour. That's the speed limit, right? Yep. And you're sort of talking to folks and saying, "Oh, well, you can probably do 100 without even." The cops won't even blink an eye. You're doing 100, right? But be careful. But Grumpus is laughing. But be careful for these wild boars, because these suckers.
We have them here. Bad.
Back to what you were saying, Brew Crew. You hit a wild boar at 100 miles an hour, like fatalities.
Like hitting a rock.
Yeah.
That'll flip you.
And they actually had like an open kill order on these wild boars to basically say they're overrunning the population. You can kill.
They're dangerous. We have wild boars. We had a problem with wild boars year before last. They were attacking joggers and stuff. Here. They got big old tusks on them, and they'll tear into you, man.
Yeah, so there's no limit. Wild kill order. Basically, have at it, right? And I knew a guy that had like a 25-acre ranch, and he's like, "Yeah, man, come up here every Friday night. We go hunting." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, we go hunting for wild boar," and he showed me pictures. And these things are like the size of the size of your coffee table, and they weigh about 800 pounds.
Yeah, they're huge. They're massive.
And he's like, "Okay, we drop them, whatever, and then tomorrow we take our gators, which is like a John Deere tractor type, 4-wheeler type thing. And we go out there and we haul them in, we bring them in, and they eat that meat. Apparently, this wild boar is a fantastic meat too. Smoke it.
It's very gamey
and stuff.
It's pretty gamey too at the same time.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. A city boy like myself, you eat a pork chop, it tastes. But that game, I don't know. I'll ask Rob this because he's eating, and I want to interrupt his thought.
Yeah, let us say a prayer and respect the cheese that was melted into Rob's pasta.
Amen.
Yeah, these
to that mozzarella.
These elbow noodles. I didn't take them down myself. Somebody did.
But Rob, let me ask you this, right? Have you ever had a gamey meat or something that tastes gamey, right? Where it's just store-bought tastes totally different than house or local.
I think lamb tastes gamey. Who would agree on it? Lamb?
I don't like
think
lamb. It's not for me.
I like lamb, but it's an acquired taste.
It is.
I
I like it mixed with beef, like gyros, like Greek gyros.
Oh, those gyros for sure, absolutely.
And a lot of it depends on the age of the animal and where it's coming from and what it's been eating.
Right.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Some of these big old boars. I mean they're pretty tough. But you get the younger ones. Get you some sows that they taste totally different.
But do you like? Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask Rob this one question while I've got Rob's attention. Rob, do you like that gamey flavor? Do you like that game meat? Do you like that?
I don't know if I've really had it for reals. My neighbor over here went hunting down in like West Virginia or somewhere, and they went like wild. I thought it was wild boar, wild pig, wild hog hunting.
It was wild. That's what it
Something
was.
wild, some kind of pig that was wild. But yeah, we traded out a bunch of eggs. I gave him in exchange for some ribs and some other stuff from the hogs he ended up coming back with. They were really good. I don't think they were real gamey though, but they were wild.
I think a lot of it is what we're used to at the store.
Yeah, which is like
if you know from the get-go you're eating something wild, you're kind of expecting a little bit of that gamey in there, and it doesn't catch you by surprise.
Mm-hmm.
If you jump into a wild boar pork chop compared to that, that center cut you're used to at HEB, you're in for a big surprise.
I would almost hesitate to say too that, if you're talking like, you can almost compare cheese, like a goat cheese and all these other kind of weird cheeses, to the normal cheese you have in the same tone, right? Like, do you like gamey meat? Well,
isn't feta like a goat cheese? Feta's goat, right?
I think it's sheep. Is it sheep milk?
Yeah.
Is it sheep?
Sheep milk, I think.
It might be sheep. Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Have you guys ever had like serious sour goat milk and you're just oh my God, I can't do that. And then the person next to you is like, oh my God, this is amazing. How do I get taste buds that would like that? And I think that's just why we're all human. And no,
man. We're all supposed to think the same and be the same. That's the agenda.
Well, you're absolutely correct, Brew Crew. But what I'm
don't be offending the cheese people.
I know, right? And this is kind of where I'm saying, like, I don't like that taste, but why do you like it? So I'm kind of like, how do I acquire that? How do I get to that?
Goat cheese
level?
is good, but I have had not just feta, like which is sheep apparently. But I've had goat cheese before, and I didn't find it as funky as like the milk. The milk is very acquired taste.
Like you could never just sit down and drink that goat milk, right? No way.
It's almost buttermilky to me. It's like,
right?
Like,
I agree. Goat cheese is for OGs.
Goat cheese is for hogs.
Oh yeah, I got a log in the refrigerator. I'm cooling on ice.
You see what I'm saying, Everett? And that's where I don't know if you guys
stuff chicken.
Like you watch Anthony Bourdain, right? Or interview Anthony Bourdain. I thought it was a tragic day. Let's just take his life and the way he ended it, because I don't believe.
I loved his show, but I thought he was a jerk.
I agree with you. But
he the one that like ate anything.
He did.
I love the show.
Right? He tried everything.
No, you're thinking of
Andrew Zimmern.
As Andrew Zimmern.
Zimmern, yeah.
Right. I agree with you, Grumpus.
Eat that?
I like Andrew Zimmern too, but I do agree that a guy like Anthony Bourdain, he really did try to do his best. I mean, a lot of this is made for TV, right? And
his show was interesting.
you only see like what 5% of what they tried to film,
Right.
Because they had to cut everything out, right?
Right.
But the Grumpus is fact, right? Was JERK, right? Because he had the right to be, because he sort of made it in the food world or whatever. But he did try everything, and I would love to be presented with the kind of food that he ate from the cuisines around the world. And you put anything in front of me, if you think about when I was a kid, the craziest thing that I remember was like a Indiana Jones, monkey brain, tarantulas,
Monkey brain,
monkey brains.
Yeah, think about that, right? Like monkey brain, tarantula.
And
I don't think these things
Indian
are
fella
made
just
up.
starts mowing it down in front of him. That's the best part of that song.
Right?
I love it.
It's the best Indiana Jones ever, I think. That one.
Right.
I like that
I
one.
totally agree.
That's the Temple of Doom, right?
Yep. That was my
Look.
favorite one out of all of them.
Rips out dude's still beating heart in the ceremony. holds it up. Dude, that's tough to beat.
That shit haunted me, man. It was not. I would imagine being like 6 years old and watching that shit. It's like, no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I shouldn't have watched that at 6. No.
But you know what, Bruku? You grew up and you said, look, Harrison Ford is the shit.
I don't think I'm okay, though. There's something wrong with me. I shouldn't have watched that shit at 6.
I agree with you. But Harrison Ford, right?
I probably would be way more balanced if I hadn't watched that shit at 6 years old.
I probably shouldn't have watched Exorcist either, but my mom let me watch
I watched that too at like 6.
Texas Chainsaw.
I watched Nightmare on Elm Street, man. I was like 5 years old when I watched that shit, and I can't believe my parents let me do that.
Oh, we named the dog Indiana. That's a fantastic.
You are named after the dog? Oh my God.
Remember that?
That is classic.
The guy had the eyebrows. Remember those eyebrows? Right?
He's a great character. Sully,
that's what
I
I'm
gotta look
saying.
that actor's name up.
Oh God.
Well, like I said, a lot of guys were more adventurous than others. I had a grandma on my dad's side that she pretty much lived back in the woods, and she would cook anything that couldn't outrun her. And that we learned to eat a lot of different varmints and mammals. In fact, a lot of times you went to her house, you didn't ask what you were eating until you were done.
I still wouldn't ask.
But it was good for me. I mean, it made me not turn my nose up and not try something, because we never had anything that didn't taste good.
Man, I grew up steak and potatoes kind of dinners. Like, my mom never cooked anything outside of like chili, liver, steak, pork chops, fried chicken, like
squirrel, rabbit, groundhog. We had it all.
Yeah, I didn't get exposed to like a lot of the like other culture type dishes until like I moved with my dad, and we started eating like Korean food and Chinese food, and I was scared to eat any of it because I didn't know what the hell I was eating, But yeah, but now, man, I appreciate all of that stuff. Like,
I think everything was put on this earth for us to taste.
Yeah.
I tell you what,
At
man.
least once.
I have an affinity for Thai food now too. I love Thai food. So,
gotta get that pad Thai chicken.
I don't know, something about that yellow curry, man. I just like that yellow curry on my
tie it up and shoot it.
Oh, that yellow curry is amazing.
Have you ever had that masaman? I think it's called the curry dish.
Yeah, it's masaman curry.
Oh man,
I had that.
That's some good stuff. That curry sauce with the potatoes and everything. It's
I only like yellow curry. I don't like the other one so much.
No, but Everett is hitting something. When you bite into the potato, it's almost laced in that curry sauce because it's been.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude.
Well, even for their rice dishes, like their fried right, their pineapple fried hot curry. Oh, Jesus, shit's good. I make it here. I mean, I have made it before on my flat top, not the one I just bought, but my little flat top insert for my Traeger. I did some pad thai and some pineapple fried rice on there, and I did kind of cheat though, because like I bought my grocer HEB. They make a Thai curry powder, and it has like the spicy peppers already in with the powder, so I didn't have to like go find these fancy peppers. I just put that powder in with the rice, and then the fish oil and oyster sauce and all that stuff, and it's good, man.
Cody's got a good question.
What's that?
It may be Thai food, Cody. I mean, that is one of my favorite ethnic foods. But if I had to, boy, I know I could live on sushi forever.
Yes,
like I could make it a few years on just
ethnic
sushi.
food, Mexican food for me. Like,
yeah, I think so.
Mexican food would be it for me. Like, I like a lot. I mean, just because Mexican food, there's just so many dishes in that. Like, there's the thing, like everybody's doing this birria stuff, right? Like I saw Josh and Babe did like a birria tacos video,
right.
and then I saw
they did. Yeah,
Lep was doing birria, and all of a sudden there's all this birria shit is just like popping up everywhere. And then like I got an advertisement in the mail today to some Mexican restaurant joint. Come try our birria, and I'm like, why is birria all of a sudden this big thing? Is it like new? Has it been around a while? What is it?
Blowing
Is it
up.
new?
If it's me, I'd probably settle on a Mediterranean food.
Mediterranean's good too, but
that covers the gamut. That gets me a little mammal and some fish.
For sure, and you get some pasta and some red and white sauces.
Yeah, I don't like fish.
You don't like fish? How about you, Rob?
Well, I like shrimp, and I like clams and crabs and lobsters.
How about this, Rob? What won't you eat? Like menu at a restaurant, I'm not ordering that.
Like anything with white sauce.
That's right.
So like
Rob's anti-white sauce campaign.
Yeah.
I'm offended.
Must have got to be white sauce. What's that about?
Nothing white. Rob won't do it.
Anyway, hey, funny thing, Rob.
Alfredo.
Rob, you'll find it's funny because you got this Chargirl relationship going on. I used to have one of those, but no, I'm being serious because I was doing the same thing Rob's doing now. Chargriller was like, "Hey, we need you to make a seafood dish, too, a video on seafood on your grill." And I was like, "I can't do it, man." And they were like, "I was like, do I have to eat it?" And they were like, "Yes, you have to eat it." And I was like, I said, "I can't even tell you if it's good. I can't even judge whether it's good or not because like I don't eat seafood. It's like if I made a shitty seafood dish, I got to pretend that it's good on camera."
Yeah, I did that. I did a. So they were looking for somebody to do Oklahoma onion burgers. I was like, "I'll do it if you want."
Do what burgers?
Oklahoma onion burgers.
Say what?
Oklahoma onion burgers.
The fuck is that?
They're wormy onion burgers.
Yeah, they're wormy onion burgers.
Think
They're
of
really good.
like a fair burger.
So like
a fair burger,
you take your smash burger ball, you set it down, you put a pile of onions on it,
okay,
and then you smash the onions and the burger at the same time, so it all goes inside the meat.
I like it.
And then you flip it. And you flip it with all the onions attached to it. And they're all
raw or they sauteed already before you do that?
No, they're raw, thinly
they're
sliced.
raw.
They're
Like
raw, you
super
cook them
thin.
into the
That
burger.
doesn't sound bad.
That sounds pretty good to me.
It looked all right.
Especially
and then I
with
bit into it
sweet
and I was like,
onions.
"Hey, this is great." But I hate onions, so.
Oh, you hate onions?
And
I
Rob was
don't
having
mind
a texture issue that day as well.
Yeah, if they're diced up, I'm fine.
Oh man, onions on the griddle, man, just the smell of it. Oh, that's money. That'll bring everybody from around town to your backyard, man. You grill up some onions. It smells good, man. You grill up some onions, people be like, "What the, somebody's cooking. Everybody's cooking around here somewhere." Shit smells good.
That's
Rob's
not
over there
amazing,
like,
right?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, these are great.
Cut. Roll credits.
Gonna have to do this one over, honey.
How you gonna do that, Rob?
Did you watch
Roll.
Butch's Oklahoma burger video he just put out, or like a couple days ago, or
Whose was that?
Crazy Cooking with Crazy Pop, Butch?
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't watch it because I know what Oklahoma onion burgers are.
No, his were pretty damn good, man.
Yeah.
Check them out.
Not if they
like
had
some
onions on them.
crispy bits.
Yeah, his were thinly sliced on the mandolin. I think it worked out.
I think it's interesting how people, like, we were talking about this whole taste bud thing earlier. Jason was talking about, it's like how some people just cannot stand pickles on stuff, and it's like, man. Like we order Chick-fil-A, and I don't know how many people hate Chick-fil-A for whatever reason, but like, I think the pickle makes that sandwich next to that chicken. But my wife's like, if that pickle touches my bun, it ruins the whole sandwich. I'm just not eating it. And I'm like,
yeah, Cody, I'll eat White Castle with the onions.
Yeah, I like White Castle.
Don't get me started on White Castle.
White Castle during one.
You like it or hate it, Grumpus?
Oh, I love them.
Yeah.
I never even had White Castle.
Oh, I buy the little frozen ones even.
Oh, I've had
heartburn. You had White Castle.
It's your White Castle because it's the best.
I've had them, but I would prefer to have the restaurant nearby to just go get,
Rob, it's been so long, but when I went to White Castle, you can get a 6-pack, 12-pack fries.
You used to buy them by the dozen.
Yeah,
White Castle.
exactly. Yeah, 12-pack. Give me a dozen White Castle. Exactly.
Hey, what is have you heard of Crystal Burger?
Yeah, Crystal.
Yeah, they're like a competitor to White Castle. They just don't do very well in Texas, man. None of them do. I guess because everybody likes big fucking burgers here. I don't know. Like when they get these little tiny sliders, they're like, all right, that's $1 for that thing. Nah, I think I'll.
No,
I don't know. I love Crystal. I grew up on Crystal Burgers when I was in Alabama. They had them.
I grew up on White Castle. It used to be like 15 cents.
Yeah, they were cheap. You could buy. My mom used to buy a big old bag of those sons of bitches and bring them.
Get them by the bag full.
Yeah, and you can get them. Yeah, you can get them. Used to be by the sack, right? And then now you can get we get like the whatever case they call it, the Crave case.
But isn't that like $1.50 a burger now or something? Aren't they like crazy inflated?
Oh yeah.
I wonder what it is up to.
I don't know. I haven't had one in years.
Everything's going up, but paychecks, man. Everything's going up.
It might be $20 for like 30 of them.
Joe's
Everything
looking
is
it up.
going up. It sucks.
Somebody's looking.
Well,
used to be
Joe
able to get
looks
'em.
like he's looking it up.
But then again, there
back.
was less regulation, so who knows if you're eating beef then? You're
I'm
probably
coming
just
back
eating
to
whatever
Indiana
random
in August, and I'll be getting me some White
That's a
Castle.
good point.
You're probably just like eating some random cat or dog that was on the farm, like in your White Castle burger then.
Well, the way I look at it, if cat tastes that good, then I guess I like cat.
Yeah.
Well, if you've eaten Chinese most of your life, you probably have eaten cat at one point.
Yeah.
No, seriously. In San Antonio, they actually busted a Chinese restaurant slaughtering cats and the strays. They were taking the strays and killing them and cooking them.
My
Oh,
God.
Yeah, a Chinese restaurant around here got in trouble for they were trapping the geese over at the school or something.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
what's
one way to say
geese running wild in Indianapolis, Everett, or Joe?
What's that now?
Last time I was up there, geese were running everywhere. The Canadian geese.
Well, actually, we're not as bad with them now. I tell you, one of the jobs I work out part-time, the medical library on campus downtown, the geese were so bad they straight up had to hire hunters just to put a few of them down. Like they were banging on top of all these buildings and they just swooped down. They started attacking students.
I mean, they're roaming,
Wow.
they're roaming subdivisions. They're roaming the streets. I mean, are you allowed to kill them or shoot them or anything, or is they protected? What's the deal?
Oh, you're allowed to defend yourself. I don't know that they're protected or anything, but I'll tell you, one of them comes up to me, I'm taking off my backpack and I'm going to use it like a mace.
I'm pretty sure if I lived up there, I'd be defending myself against a couple of months.
That's pretty funny.
They're not, like I said, they're not as bad as they used to be, but I want to say 3 years ago on campus, it was an epidemic.
Well, when I left Indianapolis in '78, there wasn't any. So it was quite a shock to come back and visit family and see the damn giant ducks running everywhere.
Yeah, they're out of control. And they're kind of tough too, because like I don't know how many of them I've seen with like crooked necks, walking diagonal, all roughed up because they've been hit by 2 cars and they're still out there just pushing on through. It's
I mean,
like,
last time I was there, I went around 465 and they were all over the sides of the road.
Yeah. That's when you know it's thick. You're just on the side of 465.
No, I didn't know if you were allowed to take them out or if they had if they were protected or what.
I mean, I've never taken a swipe at one or hit one with a car, but I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
They'll fit on a Weber kettle, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Make sure you use the slow and sear.
Now, do you have to brine? Do you have to brine those, or can you just cook them right up?
Just don't dry brine. Some people are real particular about that term.
Brine it and then freeze it. Rub it and freeze it for a month.
There we go. Hashtag frozen goose collab.
Frozen
Goose collab. I'm gonna hit the hay. Do you guys want me to end the broadcast and you guys carry on privately?
Yeah, Rob, if you're going to bed, I'll say goodnight with you.
Beer, Rob.
Not everyone.
I just poured a drink. What the hell?
That's what I'm saying. You guys can hang. Do you want me
When
to?
I finish this beer, I'll be hopping off too.
I got to stay here and watch Bobby pass out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tonight. I swear. I promise.
Bobby doesn't even look sleepy.
All right. So we got. So it says 12 watching, but there's 6.
Anybody else want to jump on?
We know we're all watching too. So there's probably 6 extras in there.
I'm not watching. I don't even have the YouTube channel open.
Yeah, I'm actually not watching because I had jumped on here and it.
Does that
kicks
say
me out.
11? How many watching now?
Cody or Loderman want to jump in?
I'm watching on 7 different browsers, so it's probably.
Oh,
You're
like
with-
six
you're with
computers
Keith right
up.
now. Yeah, you got Keith with you.
All right. Last chance to hop in.
Joe, it's the same angle on all of them.
Yeah, right. I was hoping to discover something new, and I just ain't found it yet.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
That's the best angle. This is the best angle, though.
Jump on, Madwood.
All right. So it's 1:11. At 1:15, I'll
1:11.
hop on out.
So, Everett, you play any other instruments besides orchestral type instruments?
Yeah, just the bass. I can make some noise on the cello, and I can bang out a few notes on a piano, but that's about it.
There you go. That's more than I can do other than guitar.
But I couldn't read on piano to save my life. I mean, I would have to sit there and practice something, then I could play it. But it's like, it almost makes you sick when you know, like accompanists and keyboardists that are just like, oh, I don't care as long as there's notes, I can read it, and they just.
Yeah.
Wow, you're talented, and I'm just a hack.
Yeah, reading music. I used to know how to read it fairly well, and that's kind of fallen by the wayside. Guitar tablature is to blame.
Well, reading too, it's like you got to keep up with it. It's not like you can get rusty at reading music for sure.
Oh yeah, I can't. I mean, I can still read it, but like determining which octave and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have to go.
Can you play like the electric bass or anything like that, or is that something you can meld over into pretty easy?
I can. It's the only difference is like the difference in scale, because the neck's shorter than like upright, like 40 odd inches of string, and then God, I forget how long the actual electric is, but it messes with me when I make big shifts up the board, because going to the octave on my bass, that's this kind of jump. I've just got that distance memorized, and I'll make that
frets, does it?
Electric.
Yeah, the big bass doesn't have frets, does it?
No, it doesn't, and that's where there's some guys are real good at that. Just they can sense where the fret is, and they just don't even have to look. Like if I played more electric, I might be able to. But yeah, I'm real good on electric if I don't have to move my hands. So,
think of Les Claypool. Right? Think Les Claypool.
Yeah. Hey, interesting fact about Les Claypool was, did you know that he wanted to be a guitarist, and his dad went on some trip. I don't remember where his dad went, but his dad went on some trip, and Les had said he wanted a guitar, and his dad brought back like a 6-string bass or something, and Les was like, okay. And so he started playing it like it was a guitar, and only to realize that it's a bass guitar. And then that's why he just plays bass unlike anybody else, because he does a lot of those weird chords and stuff, like strum chords on the bass. Yeah. And yeah, so that's an interesting Les Claypool fact.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on another planet, isn't he?
He's like the Weird Al of originals. He's just weird in general.
I think what inspired Les was certainly a guy named Geddy Lee. Let's not forget, right? You know, Rush, Living in the Limelight, Tom Sawyer, all that stuff. But I know that Rob's got to go, so Rob's pounding water.
Well, I'll leave it going. You guys can hang out.
Well, you can kill the stream if you want.
Yeah.
Well, good night, Rob. Thanks for having me on.
We might do something that might demonetize your channel completely, Rob.
But we got Mad. Hang on, we got Madwood, Loderman.
Oh, actually, yeah. There's some people watching still.
Codio.
I'll leave it going.
Okay.
I think when the last person leaves, it'll probably turn off. As long as I hop out.
I just signed up for StreamYard because I was thinking about doing like I wanted to get with like another brewer, barbecuer, kind of like, but something completely not like this. But
so Rob, how is the paid version different than the free version, other than the amount of people you can have on?
The amount of people and maybe
hours,
maybe you can have more. Oh yeah, the hours you can go longer.
I think you get 20 hours of stream time a month.
Yeah, I think free is 20 hours a month, and then paid is I don't know how many.
Is the resolution different?
Yeah, well, it's not 1080p; it's 720.
720 on the free.
720, but then they have a third. I think you can get the 1080.
That one's like 60 a month, right?
But then you really have to make sure everybody's got really good internet. Like tonight's hot seat.
Exactly.
Heston wouldn't have lasted on the 1080 for some of that time when
he can't have dial-up.
Was he? Yeah.
People still have dial-up. Is that a thing?
I'm on dial-up right now.
That's incredible. You must have like let this thing buffer for quite some time.
Yeah. Well, I've got about 5 hamsters in that little box in there.
So we're talking to like 5 a.m. Everett right now. This isn't really you. This is like a pre-recorded or pre-buffered version of you.
All in advance. I'm in the future, y'all. In the future.
No, you're in the past.
The second hobo said, "Oh, your neighbor is poaching your internet," it just froze on.
Yeah.
Right? Like
that was as soon as he started having issues.
Is that conspiracy theory or?
Did he get bumped off, or did he lose internet?
Yeah, he was fine, and then he's like, I think I asked him, "What does your neighbor? What does your neighbor not know about you?" And they're like, "Oh, well, we know that they were stealing our internet." Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden,
yeah. Oh, was he stealing theirs, or they were stealing his?
They were stealing his.
It was literally almost to the second that the conversation ended on it, and then his internet was just terrible after that. I mean, it's almost too coincidental.
Yeah,
they're all gaming it up.
I need ice. I'll be right back.
All right, see you, Grampus.
Later,
all right, guys. I'm out of here. I'll see you guys in the coming week, probably on Keith's.
Keith's or Carla's. We'll see you
later, man.
Night, folks.
Yeah, we used to. I have to like change my internet password probably every 2 months, just because somebody finds a way to get it, and because I'll like what clued me that somebody else was using our data was because I have Wi-Fi. My whole house is Wi-Fi. I don't have Cat 5 anything. My house is pre-wired with Cat 5. I just don't use it. And but yeah, Comcast Xfinity was like, "Hey, you're about to use a terabyte of data this month," and it was only like 15 days into the month, and I was like, "That's impossible." So I started looking, and it was like, "Sure as shit, man! I'd used a lot of data." I went and changed my password. That stopped.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody
I'm wondering
found
the same thing, because usually like day 2 or day 3, you're at 70%. What the hell?
Unless you're downloading a lot of big files or streaming 4K video content like all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Well,
4K video will suck up your data too. But
I have my suspicion.
yeah, I
And
found like
he's in the
1080p.
other room.
Oh, that 4K porn. Got to see every little nook and cranny and
No,
whatever.
the gaming stuff,
The
playing
gaming
stuff, and
yeah.
and it, just going to sleep and letting it go
Mhm.
all night long.
Yeah, man, like that was a problem in this house. Like we don't have cable TV, and we haven't had cable TV for over a decade. Like I was streaming stuff before it was cool, you know. So I would get on like these underground sites and stream services, and probably was not a good idea to do that now. But anyways, we got a 4-year-old, and she'll have something streaming on her little tablet, like her cartoon or something, and then my wife's got the TV streaming, and we were just letting it run when nobody was watching it. And I said, man, we are just wasting our data, wasting it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny, right? Why are they like? Why is data finite or whatever? Like, is there like reason why they limit your data every month?
Yeah,
Right.
to get more money.
Are we going to run out somehow?
Yeah. Is it like gasoline? Are we just going to run out of data one day?
I don't see
it's
it
just
as being
computers
like
and processors, man.
A resource here. And
I
then
mean,
make-
it's as long as you got
want more
electricity.
money.
Well, I get it if like you're recording stuff and like storing it somewhere. Like I can't imagine the size of Google's servers just for YouTube. And storage space. Google compresses the crap out of everything anyway. Hey, there's Grumpus. He's back.
I made it back.
Yeah,
I needed ice.
Didn't get lost in the interwebs.
The Goo Tube. Uh-oh.
Cheers.
Rio Brazos.
That's Texas whiskey. That's San Antonio stuff right there, isn't it?
Brazos. Isn't that the river?
Yes.
Brazos River.
Brazos River, man.
Yeah. They do there's like a river ceremony before every Baylor game. They take a boat down the Brazos or something.
Yes. Yep. They do. We got the Frio River, we got the Brazos, we got the Guadalupe, the San Marcos, Actually, I used to like well, when I lived in San Antonio, we'd go tubing down the Guadalupe and go tubing down the San Marcos River. Oh, and then the Comau River. No, not the San Marcos River, the Comau River. We would tube those. You just basically take a cooler full of beer and you float for like 4 hours, you know. And then if you make it to the end, then you didn't drown, kind of thing, you know. People drown a lot in that river.
A lot of those are spring fed, and that water is so cold.
It is. Well,
you get out in August.
Is, like the Guadalupe, is it?
Guadalupe isn't. Frio.
No, Comau is.
Comau, I think.
Well, the Frio is very Frio. It's like,
it is.
I mean, it's called the Frio because it's Frio.
Comau is pretty cold too, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's like 58 degree water.
Yeah, even in the middle of summer.
Mm-hmm. It's crystal clear. It's crystal clear. You can see the bottom, but damn it, you can't touch the bottom. It's like 15, 20 feet deep in spots. But you think that you can, but you can't. It's dangerous. The Comau is it's calmer. It's like, well, it's calmer than the Guadalupe because the Guadalupe's got more rocks and stuff in it, so it looks more cascadey, like waterfall-esque. But the Comau has a crazy undercurrent to it, which people don't factor in when they go down that sucker. So you got like an underlying stream bed current and you got the top current.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see.
So people drown in it a lot because they get drunk and then they think they have great mad swimming skills and they don't. And then there's one part. There's a chute. There's this one part of it, like it's got a chute, like a man-made tube chute they made, and it shoots you off. And you damn well better be a strong swimmer, or you better be in an inner tube when you go down it, because it blasts you off, and you end up in this big whirlpool, and it just keeps you stuck in this whirlpool unless you find a way to
get you. Yeah.
And you can get out of it. You just have to like figure it out. And one time I went down without a tube, and a buddy of mine actually had to pull me out of it because like I was like getting pretty tired swimming there because it's deep and you just constantly swirling.
That's scary.
Mm-hmm. The Guadalupe is safer in the sense that a lot of it's pretty shallow. But Houston doesn't have anything fun like that. You can't swim in our lakes. You get eaten by alligators. We're too close to the bayou. We're so close to Louisiana. All our rivers are called bayous.
You go swimming in Lake Houston, you itch for 2 weeks.
You swim in Lake Houston, you might like glow and shit. There's all kinds of nasty stuff in that water.
There is.
Don't fish in it.
In super late information, I did look up the slider. Basic slider is 77 cents if you order just one White Castle slider.
That's today's prices?
That is 77 cents online right now on their menu.
That's crazy inflation.
I'll start saving my money.
You're right. I had a mind to have two, but now my heart's broken.
You can make your own sliders.
Start tomorrow. I can get 3.
Yeah. I'll just hang out at Washington and 465 with a hat, and then by the end of the day, I'll be able to afford a slider.
See, I used to go to the one off of what was it? Massachusetts Avenue and Shadeland.
Mass and Shadeland.
Massachusetts, Pendleton Pike and Shadeland. That little triangle in there.
Oh yeah.
Is that one still there?
Gotta be. I'm gonna double check it right now.
Bobby's in Arizona, Cody.
Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat.
Cody, I'm in Houston,
Plains,
but I was born and raised in Indianapolis.
Me and Grumpus are from the coolest place ever, like, Texas.
It is still there, right on the point of that triangle.
Man, that building's got to be 50 years old.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it is all bricks on there.
I bet that griddle ain't been cleaned yet. Probably got the best White Castles in town.
Don't need to. They don't griddle those. They don't griddle those burgers though, do they? They steam them.
Yeah. Well, they steam them on a griddle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they've like, what are they like? I know
they're frozen. They're frozen patties,
mm-hmm.
and then they put grilled onions on top, and then cover them and steam them.
They're kind of like when you do a smash burger and you
same way with the buns. The buns are really soft.
Yep.
If you've had the White Castles out of the frozen food section, they don't hold a candle.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like everybody's like, you never had White Castle? I was like, I've had the frozen ones, but they ain't the same.
It's not the same.
I still like the frozen ones. They're convenient.
Well,
I like them.
They'll hold you over. Yeah, they'll hold you over a little bit.
It's nice because the little 2-pack is just like the perfect little snack size, A minute later.
But if you take more than 2 bites, that third one's going to be hard.
No.
Yeah, Cody, you come to Texas, they check your passport just to get into Texas. That's how proud we are of our own republic.
They only let me in because my son's name's Austin Tyler.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh, he's got 2 city names.
Yeah, right. Tyler.
Rose. He's got Austin, Texas, and Tyler, Texas in there. Yeah, we like to name our kids after Texas stuff, like Walker, the Texas Ranger.
Named their sons TR, Walker, and TR.
That was
not, that on was it Talladega Nights?
Yeah, that is
these are my boys, Walker and Texas Ranger. You ever seen that movie?
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
Oh yeah. Baby
I like
Jesus,
to picture Jesus is singing lead vocals in Def Lep, and I'm in the front row just hammered drunk.
Yeah.
The outtakes of that movie is probably my best. Like when he's selling the
I
Jack
picture
Cock
like
9000.
I picture like Jesus in like a tuxedo T-shirt.
Yes.
Because like
I like to
he's
picture
formal,
him as
but he's casual or whatever.
and I like to party too, so I'd like my
like
Jesus to party.
Yeah.
But I love the dirty old bum one too. That's like,
Look, when I see
I like
Grace,
to picture him, dirty old bum, and I'm gonna sock him one because he's a dirty old bum. I'm like,
he
what are
was
you
a
doing?
full-grown man, Ricky Bobby. When he, I don't care. I like to picture my Jesus. Yes.
In his golden fleece diaper, yet still omnipotent. Don't even know
Watching
word
his
yet.
baby Einstein videos.
Yeah. Einstein developmentals. I was like, no, that's up there. Oh man.
Like, thank you for this KFC, Taco Bell.
That's it. Like the Grace scene, isolated by itself, I think is just amazing. Like it is so well done.
That and the
John
French-
C. Riley, as Cal Naughton Jr., the Magic Man.
Yeah.
Now you see me.
Now
you don't.
Shaking, baby.
Get out of here.
No, man. You're the Magic Man.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
It's like, wow, that's amazing. Did you just think of that? It's like, just came up, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that movie's great. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, Reese Bobby as the father. Oh man, that actor, he's done some serious stuff. He's done comedy. I'm slipping on his name, but that's one of those guys that made the movie. The lady that plays the mother in Talladega, she's a stitch, man. I can't count how many movies I've seen her in.
Yeah, it wasn't a cheap film to make.
It couldn't have been, because there was some heavy hitters on that cast when you look at it. I mean, John C. Reilly's a legit Hollywood star, We're talking about Dewey Cox here. Walk hard.
There's a lot of things in that movie too that couldn't be done today, I think. Like, well, not done. They could be done today, but like people would like cancel it or whatever. You can't man, we were watching one of my favorite TV shows to this day is King of Queens is one of my favorite shows with Kevin James.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That one, man, the stuff that they even in that show, man, they would like say some like Deacon like
the envelope.
Huh?
They push the envelope.
Yeah, they push, but that's what comedians do, and that's what I hate about today, man. Is comedians can't be comedians because everybody has to be serious,
Oh yeah. Well, that and like you said, there's a bunch of movies, my favorites from childhood, that you couldn't play Blazing Saddles today. It just wouldn't be done.
Oh, All in the Family.
Well, the funny thing about Blazing Saddles is a lot of minorities love that movie, believe it or not. Like and it's like, you like that movie? And they're like, hell yeah, I like that. I was like, wow, didn't think you'd like that movie.
How could you not? I mean, when Mel Brooks plays the Indian and he sees the black family, he's like, whew, they darker than us. I'm like, I'm sorry, that's funny. That makes me a bad person, okay. But like, even some of
It
my
doesn't
friends
make you a
that
bad
are black
person
laugh
to-
at that joke.
I don't know what happened I don't know what happened, man. Like, we used to be able to like just laugh at something and move on in life. Like, now everything's got to be looked at it with a microscope. So, but yeah, I still enjoy like all the old TV shows, man. I'm not even talking about Sanford and Son old. I'm talking about just like the 90s, like the early 90s and late 80s, like when TV actually had like TV shows,
Well, look at All in the Family and the Jeffersons. They could never get away with either one of those.
Well, see, even that was before my time, and those shows were very cringy. Like
they were hilarious.
Yeah, they were, because they would poke fun at each other. That was the whole funny thing about like Archie Bunker and the Jeffersons and all that.
We all had a family member that was just like them.
Yeah, we still do.
Well, that's
We
why
still
you watch
do.
some of those shows. It's like, no, I know that guy.
Yeah.
He's that guy, but I've got a neighbor just like him.
Yeah, and there's personalities in there that you can totally relate to, you know. And you could be the one of those personalities, you know.
Or
But
a combination.
but yeah, I mean, like, I'm just talking about like back when TV had TV shows and not like this reality stuff that just kind of
Everybody
took
wasn't
flight.
pushing an agenda.
Yeah. But Rob won't care. Rob ain't gonna publish this anyway. Rob will be combing through this later.
Right. What is? I think he'll be as soon as he wakes up, probably deleting this or
he'll be like,
He generally deletes them, doesn't he?
what did they say? I'm about to lose my rights to what?
Oh, that's why I don't know if you guys seen Trailer Park Boys, the series.
Yes.
That's why I love that show. Like, I know two dudes just like Ricky who say stuff wrong all the time, couldn't spell hat if they tried. Like, but I love them to death. And it's like, man, that's one of my favorite all-time series right there.
Like Jay and Silent Bob, like those guys too. Yeah. And Clerks, the movie Clerks and Clerks 2. And you couldn't say some of that stuff in Clerks 2. Oh my God. You couldn't say some of this stuff in Clerks 2 today. It's like, I'm taking it back, man. I'm taking it back.
Take it all back.
Yeah. But they're great. And I have all of them on Blu-ray or DVD or whatever. You know. That's another thing. I mean, except for music, I do download music from like iTunes and put it on my phones. But I do like to have physical copies of like stuff I buy, you know? Like I like to have the actual media other than just the digital rights that could be taken from me at any time, really, if they wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, someone would have to literally come into my house and take my CD out of my house. You know what I'm saying? They can take my digital copies away anytime. If my hard drive crashes and I can't download it anymore, you know? And I've got like 160.
I like to have the physical disc and then I'll rip it to a copy.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I do. There's a fairly non-politically correct rapper guy, Tom McDonald. This guy, I don't know if you ever heard of him, but
nah,
he's well, Grumpus. I especially don't expect you to know who this guy is, but but anyways, he records and produces his own music and signs every disc and I buy them and he sends them out personally. It's very personalized, you know. But dude's a self-made millionaire just because off of YouTube. He's just put his music's very non-politically correct. Let me just put it that way. It's very woke bashing, and that's all I'm gonna say. So you take that and run with it. It's Rob's channel. I'll do that. I won't even do that on my own channel. So. But I'm not going to sabotage Rob's. But I dig the guy because he's just got common sense. I don't agree with every one of his messages, but like I agree with the common sense aspect. So if you get bored, go look him up.
That's the thing. You don't have to agree with everything.
Okay. Tom McDonald. Go look him up. And you will like go down the Tom McDonald rabbit hole of rats. He's a white dude with braids and yeah, he's got a song called Buttholes, which is funny. And it's just basically like about how we're all a bunch of buttholes because we like get offended and we want to shut each other down kind of thing. And I don't like what you said, so you shouldn't be able to say it kind of stuff.
Oh, I think I need that song. I have a few people I need to play that to.
Yeah, Buttholes, play it. It's funny. It's kind of a fun. You can tell he had a lot of fun making the video because he has like some outtakes at the end and stuff. And his wife, like, or his girlfriend, I guess they're not married yet, but they live in LA. And like she films all his videos, and it's like, oh my God, she can film some music videos. Like you would think they were professionally studio done type videos. But go look at People So Stupid. That one's funny. I mean, it's true and funny. Fake Woke. That one's good. It just makes fun of like everything that I've talked about, like common sense and logic and stuff. Like it just makes fun of like the stupid shit that we're seeing in this world or in politics or whatever. So, but like I said, I don't agree with 100% of his messages because some of it, I don't know. Like I just don't agree with like him 100%, but like I agree with him about 90+%. So
Well, that's pretty damn good.
yeah.
To Loderman in the chat, you misspelled Rodney Dangerfield. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Come on, man, George Carlin.
Joe, I want to ask your opinion on. I mean, you play a lot of, and you're in an orchestra.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's your take on like Arthur Fiedler and the Boston Pops and stuff like that? Is that up your alley too?
Oh, I definitely play a lot of the stuff, and like that's how our orchestra survives is the pop series, like downtown the ISO, like that's doing a lot of the pops and doing the Symphony on the Prairie pops circuit. Like it's a necessary part of what we do. But yeah, I get jacked up for the old classics. Like when we play Beethoven Symphony, like tighten up that chin strap, put the mouthpiece in, we're going to war. Like that's why I do this. Like when we play a Mahler Symphony, the hair on my neck standing up. That's what I do this for. But
So
when we do pops, it's sort of like.
So this is your full-time gig.
What about like Yanni, his orchestra and stuff that he has? Is that something you get into, or is that so far out?
I listen to it, but we rarely get the opportunity to play, like, because he's got his own orchestra.
It looks like fun stuff to me.
Oh yeah, it's far out. Like I mean, what he does is different,
Yeah,
for sure.
But that's not really your cup of tea.
Was it
Not
Shakespearean? To be.
Yeah, exactly. Hamlet, Macbeth. Up on the theater. No, I'm more. I guess you could call me like a fuddy duddy or something because I'm.
So you're getting old then.
Yeah,
I have some ink from like the early 1700s here.
Sweet.
Not
now,
really.
do you have the feather quill and pen to go?
I
with?
do actually have a feather quill, and I do have the ink well and all that stuff.
Sweet.
I'm old school, man. That's how we do it. No, actually, man, this is bottles made in China. So, I bought it from. We have a Renaissance festival here in Houston area that's massive, and it's called the Texas Renaissance Festival. And every year people get up and dress like it's like cosplay basically. And I don't dress up, but I've thought about like wearing my kilt and stuff.
They didn't have that last year, did they?
They did, man, but it was dumb. It was so dumb. I didn't even want to go. I just wanted. I
think it happened this year.
Government grounded me. I wasn't going anywhere.
You think it happened this year?
Hmm.
Do you think it happened this year?
Oh yeah, it's happening this year. I got my vaccine and shit. So like,
yeah, that's a pretty bawdy crowd.
Come spray COVID all over me. I don't care. I'm just kidding. I don't think vaccines work like that, but just douse me in your COVID.
I've tried going out there 3 times. Well, I have gone 3 different times, and it's rained every damn weekend.
Dude, it rains a lot that time.
Muddy mess.
It's like in November. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's all. You never been to the Texas Renaissance Festival? It's an experience for sure.
I kind of checked that off my list.
They have a brewery. There's a brewery on site there called Brigadoon Brewery or whatever.
Cool.
And they have this beer called the Black Plague, and it's like a 11% beer. And I always try to like swindle like a 32 ounce of it from them every time, but they just won't do it. So like I'll go and buy it. I'll ask them to put it like in a big cup, and they never ask why, but I just tell them I like the bigger cup. So they'll fill it up, and then I'll have my buddy go and get another cup of it, and then I'll just like, and then I'll walk the whole Renfest. And by the time I finish that cup, I'm pretty wrecked, and the festival's even more enjoyable. So,
Black Plague, this is like a stout or something, or
it's like it's a stout. a really, really, really heavy AB. It's like
11%.
It's a wine. It's like wine, basically, at that point. It's like 10%, 11%, somewhere in there. But I guess they have a limitation on how much they can serve per serving, depending on the volume on alcohol there. But it's my favorite one, man, and that'll get me through a good part of the day. Just that one big cup, and but it's like drinking a couple of bottles of wine, I guess. I sound like such a drunk. This is terrible.
Well, you flash that pen and quill and the ink and all that. I would have to remind everybody what's most impressive about Mozart is that he composed all that with a pen, quill, and ink. There was no printer. There wasn't Finale. There was no software. This MFer had to dab, 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 one note and staff. Dab, 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 another note and staff. Like, could you imagine how long that freaking took?
It actually lasts a little while, man. Believe it or not, between dips, but
yeah, you could get more than one note. You could probably
you
get
can get
4.
All I know is that a 3-hour opera must have taken quite some time.
Hey, think about this.
And imagine trying to keep that tune in your head while you're writing all them dots.
Yeah, that's what's most impressive about it. Like, he had so much in his damn head.
Sharp major.
What slowed him down was probably just the dictation of it, writing it down. Like, it was already done. It's insane, that guy's mind.
I'll be right back. I gotta pour another one.
Now imagine being blind.
Or deaf.
Or deaf. Was it deaf?
Well, Beethoven was deaf from between the 4th and 5th symphony. He had completely lost his hearing. So one of his greatest works, the 5th symphony that everybody knows, he was completely gone by then. Like, he had nothing.
So it was all memory.
Yeah, that's how great his.
Who was it that get the piano door slammed on his hands all the time? Who was that? Was it Beethoven? Maybe it was Beethoven also. One of them, like, if he fucked up, hit the wrong note, the instructor would slam the actual piano door down on his hands. It was one of those famous composers. They were not like we like to think that they played. I think they were slaves to the instruments. And the way music, like, parents back then, like, okay, I'm not even gonna say it. I won't say it because it's Rob's channel. But I was gonna say, like, certain cultural groups force their kids to learn piano, and they're very strict about it. My brother being one of them. My brother's half Korean, and he plays piano, and he hated it, but he does play it pretty well. But he was forced to learn it and play it. I guess it's like a stature kind of thing. I don't know.
Well, and that, like,
and he's a pharmacist.
There were so many
a PhD
Korean families, man. Their parents take it serious, and they don't, like, just going to school with a lot of Korean kids, man. Their parents do not mess around on discipline in general. And then on top of that, like, if it's the arts, they don't tolerate anything half-stepping. Like, no, you do this all the way. You don't do it.
You're
at
the
all.
best. You're the best of the best of the best.
It's
You're the
nothing
Marines. You're the Marines of the musical world.
Pretty much, man. And they take some pride in that. Boy.
Man. Yeah. So yeah, they do. I mean, I've witnessed it. My stepmother's Korean, and she made him learn violin, piano, saxophone. He learned saxophone. He was no Bill Clinton, but
and who is,
dude, wasn't that the biggest pandering thing back then? Bill Clinton showing up with his saxophone on every night show. It's like, check me out, I can play the saxophone, I'll be a great president. It's like,
I'm a real likable guy too.
He was on Arsenio Hall, like, playing his saxophone. I remember that shit. I was like, look at this guy, man. And I was like, when did Clinton become president? And 92? 92? No, it was 93, wasn't it? 93?
would be an even year, isn't it? I think it's 92 to.
I was in junior high.
No, you're right. You're right. 93 to 01.
Yep. So 93, and I remember watching Arsenio Hall, and he just got on there with the saxophone, and that was his thing. Like, check it out. I can play the sax, ladies. Vote for me. And we had George Bush. Old George Bush.
30 years later, we're still talking about a saxophone, so it
He
works.
was getting his flute played while he played flutes. No,
he used my George H.W. Bush stamps to send my taxes in.
Hey, don't hate on George H.W. man.
Right?
He's used some pride and joy.
American hero.
Well, I was living in Midland, I guess, when he passed away, and apparently people were lining up like at the railroad tracks and stuff, like near here where I live now, and like other parts wherever that train track ran. People were gathering up around that train track just to watch the train that was carrying his casket pass through.
Wow. That train track's a half a mile from my house.
Yep. Yeah, you're on the east side of 45, right?
Yep.
So you would have those tracks right there.
It went right through Old Town Spring.
Yep. And I live on the east side of 45 also, like off 242 there. And those tracks run through my neighborhood as well. But yeah, people were like, it was like a big event. Like people were like gathered around the tracks just to like kind of like a send off kind of thing.
Did you see some of them morons standing right there by the tracks?
Yeah, I did. And I thought that divine intervention was going to.
Surely somebody's going to get run over.
Talk about Final Destination. They almost took a ride with George. But yeah, and then Cody's comment is so spot on about like the pressure and success and stuff. Later, Loader.
Cheers, Loaderman.
Been fun, Loaderman.
But what's Bobby got?
Oh, it's getting serious now.
So
Vodka? Can't hear you.
It's Mutos.
It's Mutos.
The newest spirit.
Sorry. I'm out of vodka. This is tequila.
Ooh, I can't do tequila.
Patron.
That stuff warms the belly.
I start slamming tequila. There's no way I can get away.
No. That stuff warms the belly up. Big time.
Cheers.
Did you see that? She didn't even blink.
No chaser. Just sitting there.
Did not even blink.
I think that was water. That looked like water.
Right. Bobby's hustling us.
I know that was tequila.
She's pulling a hubba with the apple juice.
Okay, I'm gonna go get the bottle because I want to know.
It's all an act.
No. Let's don't encourage Bobby to like drink herself stupid tonight.
I mean, she busts out that bottle of tequila. I don't know. I may have to get my Patron.
I have 0 hard liquors in my house, man.
And then I'll have to succumb to peer pressure.
Yep. There you go.
I have a big shed mod I'm about to do. I'm going to document, I think, on my YouTube channel. I'm going to, like, I have a brewery in my backyard that I made, like a shed that I brew my beers in and stuff. And I have my beer on tap and everything out there. So that's kind of dangerous, too, is I have beer on tap. Just telling you. Fatness-wise, like you just... It's like,
ooh, 1800.
Oh, 1800.
Messing around.
No, she ain't.
Oh, they changed the bottle up. Doggone it. They used to have that clear glass top that would actually have a shot in it.
Yep.
You turn it upside down. And...
Well,
does it still work like that?
I have my little shot glass that my son brought back from Las Vegas for me from Hell's Kitchen.
Hell's Kitchen.
Hell's Kitchen, yeah. Oh, what I was saying is like, I didn't want to run like drainage and water to my shed because then that requires a whole bunch of other inspections. So what I'm thinking about doing is I'm going to punch a hole through my shed, like a small one, to run a water line into. but I'm gonna put like a water hose connect on the end outside the shed that I can just hook like a potable water hose to. And then when I want to run water to the shed, I just hook that hose to my outdoor spigot, which is soft scrubbed water and everything. So it's purely good drinkable water. And then I'm going to put a one of those utility sinks in the shed and just punch another hole for my gray water to go out. Because the only thing that ever runs, the only thing I would ever put down the drain is like hot debris and maybe some grain debris and maybe a little bit of yeast or something. But I can just like put that out, like just run that outside to like a little well hole or something and just let it drain in there. So that's how I'm trying to get around like not having to lug water and wash stuff in the house. I can just like wash it all right there. And I saw something cool, man, like on Amazon. I was looking at sinks. They make these little electric water heaters that are like maybe 2.5 to 4 gallons. And you can like,
Insta-hot. You put them underneath your sink.
Yeah. And you just like hook a water, like split your cold water line, run cold water, and then run the other part of the cold water to the heater part and hook that up to the hot water on your sink. And it'll give you 2.5 to 4 gallons of instant hot water. And that solves the hot water issue, not having hot water. But yeah, I think I'm going to do that. So I can, because I want to get into the other type of alcohol making.
Now, see, I would love to do that.
Yeah. 1800 out. It's an 1800 party.
Yeah.
Look at him. Grumpus, man. It's like he went and ran to the store right quick. Hey, imagine like technology. Like, what is this? Did y'all see a Domino's pizza commercial where like they got electric car delivery things that are just going to be running around delivering pizzas with no people?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, the new Domino's avoid the Noid commercials. They brought the Noid back, and like,
oh man, you know they're desperate when they bring the Noid.
They brought the Noid back, and
times are tough.
And if you look at the Noid commercial, you see this electric car running around, and like it's just a robot car, and people get their pizzas out of it. And I was like, what the hell is that? Like, nobody really thought about it when you're looking at the commercial, and I did. I'm sure some people thought. So I went and looked it up, and yeah, Domino's is testing out these delivery cars that are driverless, and they're basically they are testing this out right now in certain markets.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And the car pulls up to your house. You walk up to the car, punch in the code that they give you, and you get your pizza out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And then the card goes right on back.
I'm checking out the commercial now. I was far out.
Yeah, it's
just like a little drone buggy
car.
And even though the Noid messed up the street, the drone avoided the crash.
It's right.
So what I wonder about it, though, is so if you order a pizza and you don't come out to get it, like, is there a time frame where they just go, okay, we're out?
I had somebody drop off some DoorDash on my front porch the other day that was clearly not the right house.
Oh, I had the same thing happen, and I had been gone all day, and I'm like, what the hell is this? I have no idea how many hours that bag of food sat there, but I'm like, I didn't order this. So
DoorDash has been like a disgrace, like at least here. Like I order something, man, and they show up and I'm missing stuff, or they brought me the wrong thing, and you pay like $10 more after you tip and pay your delivery fee and everything. You've like tacked on like $10 more onto your meal.
But you can complain. Well, I don't use DoorDash very much, but I use Grubhub primarily. And I really don't like to complain. So like if something is missing, I usually don't like do anything about it. But if something is like completely just like an epic fail, they, totally botched the whole order. I'll say something, and they always, refund.
Yeah, I've
the
been
amount.
offered like credits and stuff before. But it's kind of like Amazon, like especially Amazon, man. Like I don't know how they make money because you can literally call and lie about anything, and they'll just give you your money back.
Yeah, they'll side with the purchaser every time.
Like I have I bought this distillery pot top and this parrot piece. They're separate pieces, or another. Yeah, they're separate pieces that you had to buy, and for distilling water, folks. Because I love a good bottle of distilled water.
Pure water now, pure
water, no minerals. Nope, can't stand those minerals. So, so they didn't include the clear tubing for running cold water and stuff, and so I complained to Amazon. I was like, "Hey, can I get the tubing, or can you guys like send some tubing to me?" Or they're like, "Nah, don't worry about it. Here's your refund." I was like, "What?" It was like a $230 piece of copper.
You know
And,
what's funny though is I wonder how much of that is Amazon and how much of it is the seller, because, like, again,
it was
Amazon.
third party, yeah.
Well, I buy a lot of shit off Amazon, and again, it's one of those things that, like, if I buy something and I don't like it or whatever, I don't tend to say anything about it or whatever. I just don't.
Oh, you should though, because they make money hand over fist.
I know I should, but there was one time I bought something, and I bought this thing purely because I hang all my clothes to dry, right? I don't use the dryer. So I wanted to buy a drying rack. And I'm reading through all the reviews, and I came to this one, and every review had a comment that this thing is fucking ridiculously difficult to put together. And I went, challenge accepted. I want to buy this. So I bought it, and I'm like, these people are idiots. It's easy to put together. It just takes a little time. There's like a million freaking parts with all the poles, and it's like 3 levels, and but I got all the way done and realized that I was missing one critical part. So I couldn't put one of the shelves on. Well, I wasn't missing it. It was like deformed. Like, I couldn't tell if it was deformed in manufacturing or if somebody got so pissed off trying to put it together and then torqued it so it wouldn't fit together, because it was like the end piece that all the little rods fit into on one of the sides. So, I put that in the comment, like, I don't know what everyone's talking about, that this is hard to put together. It's not hard to put together, but, however, I did have one piece that was messed up or whatever. They sent me a whole second rack, the whole thing.
Have you ever seen these YouTube channels where these guys basically will just buy crates from Amazon of just returns?
I used to be addicted to watching those. I mean, I went down the rabbit hole watching these guys, and I'm like, I gotta stop. This is crazy.
I mean, you basically buy a crate, sight unseen and everything, like parts unseen. You just buy this box of shit for a fee that Amazon charges, and then you just hope you got something cool in there. So, because Amazon is notorious. I've had this happen to me. Is they'll send you something that was sent back to them, like something was damaged or whatever. They'll just try and slide it up to somebody else. And then, I've had that happen a few times.
Well, when I read the reviews on Amazon, I look at it the same way as you do Olympic scoring. I throw out the high ones, I throw out the low ones, and see what's in the middle. There's too many people out there. Not only are they too stupid to write the review, they're too stupid to be buying that product to start with. So you got to throw those out. You got to throw out the glowing reviews because they probably plants.
They're
You just
either
see what
plants or they got
what the
paid. They
average
got
is.
gifted something to give a positive review.
Yeah.
Or
Well, see, but then there's people like me that go, I don't want to leave a negative review. So I only leave reviews on things that I have something positive to say.
I think a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Got to kind of read between the lines.
well,
it's
that's the thing,
stuff.
right? Like, well, shit, I don't know. Usually it's the opposite. Like, you only hear negative and then nothing
Pretty
positive
much.
ever. Like, usually, like at work, right? You know, I had a really good review this last year at work, and I was like, "This is crazy, man! I usually only hear the negative shit. This is great." So,
I'm used to hearing about what I messed up.
well, yeah, if something's wrong, people are quick to bark about it. You know, like, but
Bobby.
Oh,
Cheers,
Don
sir.
Julio.
I've been
shot.
waiting for you.
That
where's
is
Phil when you need him? Phil would love this. So yeah, I don't feel bad about sending shit back to Amazon and getting a refund because I'm always honest. I am honest. How they handle my honesty is up to them. Like if they want to give me my money back completely, and I have fought them on this before. Here's another example. I ordered I VAT pack my barbecue because it's just me and the wife. But when I do YouTube videos, I always cook a full brisket, or I do like these ribs I did in this last video I did. I got 2 racks of ribs frozen right now that I VAT packed. I ordered a Food Saver brand vacuum sealer. It was on sale from this seller. What I got was a Ziploc brand vacuum sealer that was in this box that looked like it had been beat to hell for years. It was brand new, but it wasn't what I paid for.
Right.
So I reached out to the seller and said, "This isn't a Food Saver brand. This is Ziploc. Can we exchange?" Never heard back from the seller. So then I reached out to Amazon and said, "This guy," they said, "You need to contact the seller." I said, "I've already tried that." And said, oh, and then so they tried, and then they came back and said, "Oh, this seller doesn't exist anymore. Like they're not on the platform anymore." And they were like, "Here's your money back." I was like, "Well, what do you want me to do with the vacuum sealer?" And they're like, "Oh, you can use it as a paperweight. Use it to hold the door open, doorstop." It's like
Costs more to get it back than it does let you keep it.
Exactly.
So I use it, but I would have rather have had a Food Saver one. But I mean, it does the job.
That's the thing I don't like about Amazon is it could be really tricky when you're going to buy something.
And you don't know if you're buying a knockoff of something or you're buying the real thing.
Oh, I guarantee you, I bought a knockoff on what's it called? It was a fountain pen, and I really wanted this pen. I was like, oh shit, this is way cheaper. I'm gonna buy this, and I filled it up the first time, like, oh, this is golden. Wrote like silk. I love that pen. The very next time I went to refill it, it wouldn't refill. If
it's too good to be true, it probably is.
Of course, I reached out to them. Nothing. Crickets.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you right now, Bobby, you need a Grumpus on Fire pen. It won't disappoint.
I do, and I need a sticker too.
You need to send me your address.
I will do that.
I think Grumpus needs a brew cue hat. That's what I think Grumpus needs.
Probably do. So, James, do you do a lot of vacuum sealing?
For barbecue all the time.
Yeah, I burn up 3 Food Savers, and the last one that the last vacuum I bought.
Are you like assembly line over there?
I mean, there's only 2 people in the house, and I cook a lot of food.
Grumpus barbecue for sale, shipping it worldwide.
This last vacuum thing I got a chamber vac.
Oh, those are nice.
And that's a game changer. That is a game changer.
What is a chamber vac?
The food saver sucks the air out of the bag.
Right. And then seals it. Yeah.
The vacuum chamber, the whole chamber vacuums. So it sucks the air out of the inside of the bag and the outside of the bag. And then it draws the vacuum down, then it seals the bag, and then once it releases the pressure, the atmosphere just collapses that whole bag.
Have you done a video on this?
No, but what's cool about it is the vacuum sealer will suck the juices out a lot of times.
It will. Right. Yeah, it will.
This here seals because it's never drawing any vacuum out of the bag beyond what's on the outside of the bag. So it seals it first. So you can actually do liquids.
Yeah.
So if you got something really wet,
dude,
it's a game changer.
If I give you some tips for your YouTube channel, is it doesn't have to always be cooking, man. If you got a cool gadget, show that shit off. You'll get views, man. You'll get hits.
And it's easy. It's easy after dinner just to throw something on there real quick, and because with the food saver, I had to store it, had to drag it out, set it all up, and you're not going to do that just for a couple of portions.
Yeah, pre-coronavirus, I had just bought like an upright freezer for my garage because my wife was getting tired of me like loading the freezer full of frozen barbecue.
I got no space left, James.
We didn't, man. I
bought a deep freeze.
I've got brisket out there vacuum sealed. I've got ribs. I've got pulled pork. So we got barbecue on demand right now. Like, just take it out and heat it up. I love vacuum sealed barbecue, man, because like I've had barbecue ribs sit in my freezer for like 6 months, and I was like, I don't really feel like firing up the smoker, but I got ribs, and I bring them out, and they taste just like I took them off.
Oh yeah, smoker. You throw the whole bag into boiling water.
And I don't know if like everybody else, like anybody else at barbecues, I don't know if this is the case, or maybe our sinuses and everything are just caked in brisket smoke the day we're cooking. But my barbecue always seems to taste so much better like the next day, or like,
oh yeah, the flavors meld.
You nailed it right there. It's kind of like cooking Thanksgiving dinner. All day you smell that stuff, and by the time it's time to eat, you're not hungry.
You're fried.
That's the way I am. I'd rather have it the next day.
Yeah. Yeah, and I always enjoy my barbecue the next day way more.
I had my stepson done some volunteer work at a church around the corner from us here. It's been 4 or 5 months ago. And they were handing out food boxes. And each box had a gallon of milk and, a protein in it, and some, I think a bag of apples, bag of potatoes, things like that. But when this thing's over, he brought home probably 20 of those boxes because they just couldn't give them all away. And I took, so I had, say 20 boxes and they're 10 pounds. So that's 200 pounds of potatoes that I peeled them and boiled them up and vacuum sealed them and froze them. And when we need mashed potatoes, we just pop those things out and warm them up and smash them.
There you go.
They're just like I'd cooked them that day.
Yep.
Because they would have went bad waiting on me to eat that much potatoes.
Yeah. I'm going to try. I bought my wife. We do a lot of the curbside pickup from the grocery store lately. Corona has kind of trained us to be like that.
Okay.
But I ordered some ribeye steaks to partially freeze and shave so I can do some cheesesteaks on the flat top griddle here. Because I used to do steakums and I realized that steakums suck because like they're just like leftover trimmings of whatever the hell they.
That's true.
Steakums is just like leftovers of you don't know what kind of meat it is.
But for lips, they're not bad.
Yeah. Hey man, I grew up eating lips and assholes, man, as a child.
Me too.
Bologna, hot dog. We ate the shitty, cheap hot dogs. You didn't know what the hell was in those things. They were dyed to like make them look like normal hot dogs. Now I'm like hoity-toity. Like I buy like the Costco hot dogs. The all beef, real stuff.
Gotta get the Nathans.
Oh, I have Nathan's too from Sam's Club. Man, look at me plugging these big box stores. They need to pay me.
What?
Yeah, really? What the hell?
It's like Costco and Sam's Club and
no wonder you're getting all these 1099s.
See, that's where it's coming from. I would know.
Well, I'm gonna point to this video for Costco. Like if Rob publishes it, I'm be like, I'm plugging the shit out of you guys for your hot dogs, man.
I'm at Costco. Holler at your boy.
Yeah, give me some. Throw a little bone my way, man. Just something. I'm working hard for this
pork belly, Costco. That's all I'd ever ask.
That's all we can ask for. It's not too much. It's pork belly. It's literally just a byproduct.
Oh man!
You know, that's one thing I haven't cooked yet is pork belly.
You haven't? Oh, do some burnt ends. I'll tell you what, burnt ends. I did some burnt ends. I did one video on the Traeger with some burnt ends, and it was sinfully delicious. And I felt like such a lard ass after I ate those things.
Yeah, that's the problem with that pork belly. I mean, it goes right, literally, to your gut inside.
I watched Joe's video. It looked awful good.
Oh, they are.
There wasn't none left. I'll tell you that.
They're meat candy, and they are so good. You know they're so bad for you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that tastes that good is definitely bad for you.
But again, that's one of those things I'd have to cook and then
cook them.
Freeze it
right
in
now.
about 6 different bags.
Get the Lone Star going.
And if I do it again, I've got a food saver going myself. I think if I do it again to get that whole large belly piece, I'd just cut it in half and freeze that one half.
Just freeze
back.
a half of it raw.
Yeah, and then just cook the half.
Yeah, I made them one time, and I haven't made them since because what I want to do next is actually I did do some beef chuck roast burnt ends, and those were really good. But I found that there's a little magic to the beef chuck is that you have to make sure that sucker's tender before you have to make sure those bites are tender before you because mine were a little chewy, and I didn't video it because I knew I was going to fuck them up probably. But once I get them mastered, then I'll probably do a video on beef chuck roast burnt ends. But man, other than them being a little chewy, they were like candy as well. But I didn't feel quite as guilty eating those as I did pork belly burnt ends.
I mean, I've done the brisket, burnt ends, but the pork belly it looks delicious. It just looks awful rich.
It is rich. Yes, it's as rich as it looks on the videos. Yeah, anybody that makes them, it's that rich. Cody wants to know what brand sealer you have, Grumpus.
Yeah, I want to know too.
Let's see. Let me.
And your email.
Let me look it up.
It's not on your about page, so I can't email you.
It's not.
No.
My email?
No.
Sure it is.
Well, I'm telling you, man, make a video about it.
I didn't
Make a video
see it.
about it, man.
I'm looking at it right now.
Any gadget you're using for your barbecue realm, I'd do a video on it, man. Show it off. I do it all the time with brewing equipment and stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing show and tell. I don't like to do that.
Yeah, show and tell. That's the whole point of YouTube is to show and tell. People don't want to. I mean, people like to watch you cook, but sometimes people just want to know what the hell you're using in between, and I don't even know how many sales I've made for Traeger. I don't even know how many sales I've made for Char Griller just from videos. I don't know how many sales I've made for.
I wish I knew how many Lone Star grills I've sold.
Well, I want one. I just don't want to pay for one. I don't want to buy one right now. They're steep. The one I want is steep. It's like $3,000. The off-the-shelf ones, not the customs. I'm pretty sure if you go custom, you're paying
there, Bobby.
Huh?
It's on there.
Everett, man, I don't know how your master belt's been
Seriously?
holding up, but mine has been working like a champ lately.
It's been decent. The one issue I've had is just the sensor on the lid reading open all the friggin' time. I think.
Does it? That's a bad sensor.
Got it too hot at one point, and I think I may have fried that sensor. But the fortunate part is, like, even if it reads open or closed on your
stays on.
Exactly, the fan will keep going.
Yep, they did. I swear they did a firmware update on that keeps the fan going now.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I first bought mine, when I first put mine together and used it the first time, if you had that cabinet open, the fan turned off.
Right.
And then it's like they bypassed that sensor altogether.
I think they bypassed that one, but still, like the
hopper doors still shut
Those
the fan
two
off.
doors gotta be shut.
I think people were having problems with like losing temp too quick or like it dying down way too fast.
No, it's been good as of late. The only thing I would definitely caution people, it's like you got to clean that the
Manifold.
heat manifold. Yeah, that's
Flare.
dangerous if you don't clean it. You can get a fire on your hands if you don't stay on top of that.
I don't know if you saw mine, my mod video where I bought those mods from that Luke guy for almost the same.
Yeah. Is it LS grills?
LSS mods, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
You're gonna pay almost the same price as the grill for them, but I have had zero flare ups. There's a little pan thing that sits on top of the manifold.
And it's got all the lips on the side for the grease.
I never have grease fires, and I've never cleaned that thing. It needs a bad cleaning. It needs it bad.
Did you get that hopper liner?
Yeah.
Okay, how's that working out? Is
The
it
steel sleeve? Oh yeah,
like the sleeve it goes in the hopper.
Looks as good as the day I put it in.
Okay, see that's
Other
the
than
one
it's
I've been
dirty.
thinking
I mean,
about.
but it's that thing will probably outlast the grill.
Right. I mean,
it's like 1/4 inch steel almost.
Yeah, that looks pretty sturdy.
Or maybe just under 1/4. It's thick. But man, mine I haven't had any problems with the grill shutting off on me lately. Nothing. I did 2 brisket smokes, never shut off on me. It's been good.
I had one where it shut off on me like 6 hours in.
Yeah, mine did that. Mine did that twice.
Kind of rando. Hasn't done it since, and I did another pork butt on it.
You got me almost wanting to buy a Dynaglow too, because those things are so cheap too. I went and looked at the price. I was like, oh my god, this is like the cheapest shit ever.
And if you time it right, you can get that thing around $200. I mean, they're
close. Cheap already. They're like super cheap.
I don't mind it at all.
Dinah, meet Dino.
You know where I stole that from? I'm a big Dave Letterman fan, and back when Uma Thurman was coming out real popular, he was always like, "I've got to get Oprah and Uma in the same room." And Oprah, Uma, Oprah, Uma, Oprah. I'm like, that is the greatest shit ever.
Cody, you're an Amazon associate? Not Cody, Grumpus. No. You're an Amazon associate?
Yeah, I've got the sealer I have is an Avid Armor chamber vacuum sealer. Okay. Model USB 20.
God, now I have to write this shit down.
It's in my descriptions on any of my videos. Just hit see more.
Okay, good.
Yeah, buy it through Grumpus's link if you buy it, since he referred you to, because like any little bit helps.
But,
and I do that.
I like it. I mean, it's a game changer.
I have an Amazon Associates account too, that like if I'm using a product and demo in it and people are interested, I put the link. I usually will try to put the links in the description of my Amazon store links.
And a plus of this thing is the bags are very, very cheap.
Well, that's the thing that I've heard is with the chamber vac, the bags are really cheap. You have a kind of upfront cost, but the bags are cheap. With the vacuum sealers, you can get a cheap ass vacuum sealer, but the bags.
And I'll tell you what,
I buy the generic bags on Amazon, like the 2 big rolls usually, and they last a while. But I'm probably not vacuum sealing commercial grade vacuuming. Like
I'll tell you what, on this one here, you can adjust the timing on the vacuum, and you can adjust the timing on the heat for the seal. I've used Ziploc bags before. Just not zip them. Just put them in there and let it heat seal itself, and that'll work too. It's very cheap to run. You
Awesome.
got your upfront cost, but it's very cheap to run.
So they got a little bit of a price tag on them.
Well, if you stop and think, I've done burn up 3 food savers.
Yeah, I
So
haven't
if
burned
add
up
that
mine.
up, that costs more than this.
See, that's the thing. I'd rather spend the money up front
Mhm.
and get a quality product.
I've been happy with mine so far.
My free Ziploc has been fine so far. I always find like that I have to like get those bags in there just right, or they won't like vacuum seal right.
Right.
That's a fact. And like you said, it does. Like if I got meat that I bag like maybe an hour later or something, the juices will get sucked out sometimes into the sealer, and I have to like wipe it all out and stuff afterwards.
See, this doesn't suck any juices out of the bag.
Well, if I decide to buy one, I'll definitely use your Amazon.
And they've got
store.
a bigger model. It's a couple $100 more, but this serves me fine.
Oh yeah, the one is like $3.99, I think, and the other one was $5 something.
Yeah. And I have to leave mine on the counter, so I was also looking at the footprint.
Yeah.
Well, I buy food that's vacuum sealed, supposedly, when they ship it, to cook in my sous vide oven.
Uh-huh.
And one of my major complaints. Sorry, I got to
You get water in them, huh? Are you? They're not sealed completely.
No, I'm not sure if it's that they're not sealed completely, or if it's they get jostled around in shipping.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time I get them in my freezer and then I go to pull them out, I'm like, oh shit, there's like a crack in there.
Something
that ain't gonna work.
Now, I don't know if you guys ever experienced this with like vacuum sealed stuff that you vacuum sealed, but I've seen it where I'll vacuum seal something and then later, like all of a sudden, it's not vacuum sealed anymore. It's like loose.
I've had that,
and I don't know if it's from ice crystals or something or.
Usually the problem I've had is I banged it around in the freezer a few times with other frozen stuff, and I poked that bag somehow.
You need like I picture you with like a walk-in freezer.
No.
You just got like shit tons of vacuum sealed stuff.
No.
This is a brisket I did in 1962. We're aging it for like 20 years to see how.
But I'll tell you what, I've got some steaks that I've vacuum sealed up, probably 3-4 years old, and they're just as nice when I thaw them out as the day I put them in the bag.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Or I picture you like in your freezer. This is my 1 year frozen pork butt challenge.
Well, I don't have to tell you about hurricanes blowing in.
No.
And when the hurricanes blow in and the power goes out, I don't have to go to the grocery.
Right. Yep. Yeah, man. I just I thought about putting this in a YouTube video just for the hell of it, talking about this stuff. But I have a last summer, we almost got hit. We had a hurricane bearing down on us almost, and then it kind of shifted to the east and hit the poor Louisiana folks. But I went and bought I was in a mad dash for a generator. I went and bought one because somebody tipped me that Home Depot got a whole pallet of them in. So I went and bought like a 9,000 watt generator, portable one, and brought it home and bought 2 big gas cans. And then my dumb ass, I was like, oh, this is cool. Well, guess what? The gas stations are closed.
There you go. I was ready to say something.
So I did have 2 full things of gas, but that was only going to get me through like maybe 2 days, if even that. 10 gallons of gasoline. So.
This last hurricane we hit, what was that, Rita or?
I wasn't here for it. It was no, it was Harvey, the bad one, the most recent.
Well, the one before that one, I think, was
Ike.
Rita.
Irene?
Was it Ike?
It was Ike.
Oh.
Okay. Well, we were without power for 7 days.
Or 1 week.
I had one neighbor who had a Honda generator, 2,000 watts. It held 1.1 gallon of gas. That thing would run 7.5 hours.
What? Was it an inverter?
Yes. My neighbor on the other side had I believe it was a 5,500 watt. It had a 6.5 gallon tank, and it would run about 8 hours.
Yeah.
So most of his time, he was either waiting in line at a gas station trying to find gas, and then when he'd get there, he could only fill so many 5-gallon cans. They'd cut him off.
Right.
So I went and bought one of them little Yamahas because I can rotate some refrigerators around. And I'm sitting on 25 gallons of gas, so I figure I'm good for about 5 days.
Yeah.
Because when a hurricane hits, I'm in survival mode. I don't care about AC. I don't care about anything but maybe one fan at the foot of the bed and keeping my refrigerators going.
Do you have natural gas at your house?
Yes, I do.
Well, check this out. So you have a generator, right?
I've got a little 2,000 watt Honda.
Gasoline. Is it an inverter or is it an inverted one?
It's the inverter, yes.
Okay. For those who don't know what inverter generators are versus regular generators, inverters are a cleaner source of electricity in the sense that the electricity is steady, whereas with a generator like I have, you get spikes and stuff. Like it's not very clean electricity. So if you have any sensitive electronics, you really should have those on like a surge protector. Like if you're going to charge cell phones, run your computers, any sensitive devices, you need to have those like on a surge protector. So if you get a spike of dirty electricity, it doesn't zap your devices. So I'm set up for that because I bought a bunch of those $20 7,000 joules, whatever. So I'm good. I'm good in that sense. But what I was getting at is like, so I was like, okay, well, like when I run out of gas, I'm not going to be able to go get any because gas stations are closed.
Right.
So I actually went through and converted my gasoline generator to a natural gas one. So I put on this like natural gas regulator, and I ran this snorkel into the carburetor. And
Good night, Cody.
And then I paid a plumber to come in and put a T connection on my natural gas line to my home. And I basically just connect the hose to that gas line and run it straight to my generator, and I have steady fuel supply.
There you go. That's great.
Till the power's back, you know?
That's great.
And the only thing is I have to change the oil on my generator every 30 hours of runtime. So,
well, like I said earlier, I've got a koi pond in the back. So really all my biggest concern was keeping my pump running.
Yep.
And keeping my refrigerators running.
Yep. And I have a freezer, I have a refrigerator, I have a kegerator, I have a pool. I'm not worried about, like you, I'm not worried about running an air conditioning central unit. I'll just get like a portable unit to move around the house. But I did put an RV port on the house too that will power. I can just plug the generator straight into that port, and it actually will power all my electrical outlets, and it powers all my refrigerators and everything. I just can't run anything like a dryer or anything that pulls serious voltage, you know?
Right. Toasters, coffee pots, stuff like that.
Things that pull serious. Yeah, anything with heating elements, essentially. Yeah. But I think I can get by. Or if I want to run those things, I just have to make sure that I'm not running anything else when I do run those things.
So anyway, I bought this thing. I've got it still sitting in the box. I bought it like 2 weeks after the hurricane. What's that been? About 6-7 years now?
Yeah.
So I spent
we had a threat last year.
I spent $2,000 on the generator. I've got everything all set up. I got a duffel bag full of extension cords. So I figure that's pretty cheap insurance to never have a hurricane again.
It is. I mean, you see some of these people. That buy the whole house generators.
I looked at the Generacs, but I wasn't going to pay for that.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I got my little generator just sitting on my back deck next to my grill.
I got just enough to get me by. Because if I had one of them big Generacs, I know me. I'd have an extension cord run to every neighbor. It'd be running across the street. I'd be powering the whole damn street.
Yes.
And I still wouldn't have nothing but a box fan at my foot of my bed.
Yeah. And those things are designed to like run and almost everything in your home.
Yeah. You know? Yeah, they're big enough, put a transfer
switch. Super quiet.
Yeah.
But you do, the only thing about them is like you do have to pay somebody to come change the oil on them, like, because they will kick on every so often just to like maintain them.
Right.
So you do have to get the oil changed on them about once a year or something. I just couldn't justify the cost on that end.
No, I couldn't either.
When we might get hit by a hurricane once every 6 or 7 years or something. And
Well,
actually,
see,
Houston.
our power goes out every year. Every year.
I will be right back.
Multiple times. So this is exactly the kind of thing that I look to, especially because now I have to work from home. I rely on my internet.
Right.
And it's gotten to the point where, if other people don't think their internet is good enough, they rely on me. I mean, my internet has doubled in my cost every month. It's double because I am constantly doing everything I would do from work, at home.
Yeah, kind of sad. I can't even make up excuses now why I can't work because my boss knows I have a generator. So it's like he's playing hooky, like because he knows I can fire it up. I've shown him, like, because he wants to get one. But yeah, man, I just plug it in. Like the only thing about my setup is I don't have a transfer switch. So like if we do have power back, I don't know unless I look outside and see if my neighbors have power.
Yeah.
I could be running on a generator, droning on a generator for like 5 hours without realizing my neighbors have power. But I'm not going to lose power. If I do lose power, it won't be very long. Had I got kids, like if I didn't have kids, I probably would just like just muscle it. But my daughter,
same
like,
here. If I wasn't working, I lost power even with my kids. When I wasn't working, it's like, okay, well, it's 120 outside. Guess what? It's only 100 inside.
oh, it's hot as shit where you live. That's for sure. Yeah, it's only 100 inside.
You'll be okay.
Just go get yourself a tub and fill it full of water.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. If the power goes out in that kind of situation, to even have something that you could plug a fan in, we're good. And this is where we're acclimated. Like right now.
And where you live, I'm pretty sure you get those cool air, like those nighttime cool air.
Yeah, in fact, I should open my window right now because
like I used to put a box fan in the window and suck the cold air in from the nighttime cool air and just blow that throughout the house.
Yeah, it does help.
And you got that dry air too, so you may wake up looking like a lizard in the morning, but
I always look like a lizard. I mean, my skin, oh my God.
West Texas, man, I was dry as, like, I was a lizard in West Texas. Like, it was so dry there. Dust storms all the time.
Yeah.
My swimming pool, I had an above ground pool there that I put up, and I was always having to suck dirt out of that sucker.
Yeah, I will not have a pool here.
Here I have one here, but it's pretty. I mean, other than the damn tree keeps dropping stuff in it, but other than that, it's a little bit of backyard paradise.
I would guess a pool and where you're at, Bobby, you probably have to add water to it every day, wouldn't you?
No shit, right?
She'd have when I lived in West Texas, it was so windy and so hot.
How windy was it?
Are you being facetious?
No, joking.
Speaking of Rodney Dangerfield,
35 mile an hour wind was normal there on a daily basis. But my evaporation rate on my pool was like 1.5 inches a week.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
And my water bill out there, just to water my grass, was like $200 a month. Yep.
Oh, that's nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, here in Houston, as humid as it is here, I have to add probably 2 inches of water to my koi pond every week.
Can you swim in your koi pond?
No, it's not that big.
Oh.
I mean, I can get in it.
You could, but
I was saying it's like a multi-purpose, man. You could like just make it a koi swimming pool.
I've been in it several times. I had a neighbor come over one day and she caught me back there lounging in it, and she said, "Ooh, I can't believe you're in there with all them fish." I said, "Well, you went skiing in Conroe last weekend. You couldn't see the bottom."
I know what's in my koi pond. What's in
my water's
Conroe?
crystal clear.
And there's a lot of
the
people that
fish
drown
hide.
at Lake Conroe that they don't find.
Oh, God.
Too murky.
They don't find them. I'm sure there are dead people at the bottom of that lake.
Jesus.
They don't find them because people get drunk out there, have boating accidents, or they fall overboard, and
all them people are nuts out there.
Yep, there are all kinds of problems in that lake, man. I told you I don't swim in Houston lakes. We're too close. There's signs everywhere. Alligators, potential alligators.
That would be enough for me. I'm like, nope.
And have you ever seen how an alligator is in the pond? All you see are their eyes.
Yes. And then
I don't swim nowhere that I can't see what's looking at me.
I don't like to swim anywhere where I can't see what's below me typically. But I mean, in Canyon Lake, north of San Antonio, they have catfish bigger than human beings in that lake, closer to the dam.
I've heard they got some big ones up there.
They look like boats. Yeah, they're massive.
Okay, you know what? It's even as weird though when you can see the bottom and it's so deep. You were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Like,
but you don't know how deep it really is.
Yeah, I remember being on a boat on Crystal Lake in Washington. And when I heard how deep it was,
it's scary as shit.
You could see everything in the bottom. I was like scared shitless. I'm in a boat and I'm just like,
you know what scares me more than anything?
What?
One thing that scares me more than anything is the ocean. Like, I like to play, like, you know, out in the water at the beach, like, you know, a few feet from the shore. But, like, when you think about, like, if you look at the globe and, like, you zoom out and you, like, go to Google Earth sometime or go to just maps or whatever, like, aerial photography and look at, like, where the continental crest ends at the shelf. Mm-hmm. And then it's just depth.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine being like when we like I work in oil and gas and we have rigs out like on the shelf way out there. Those guys aren't even like in the true depths of the ocean yet. But like you go way out there and then all of a sudden you're like in the scary shit ocean. Like you go down there, there's stuff that they haven't even identified yet.
Yep.
Like creatures that glow in the dark and stuff.
Oh yeah. No, that's the whole water thing.
My swimming pool.
I'm surprised I can swim in a swimming pool because like my fears of water.
My pool on the deep end is only like 5'6" on the deep side. So
I'm not afraid of the water. It's the things in the water.
It comes up to here on me, you know, when I'm in the water.
Well,
my daughter's in swimmies when she gets in, like little floaty things. So she's like real brave with those things on. I freaked her out pretty good, man, yesterday because she was all splashing me and shit. I was like, oh yeah, and I picked her up and I tossed her, and she kind of went under for like a second and came back up because the buoyancy of the floaties pulled her back up, and she's like, she's like, don't do that ever again. And I was like,
it got too real.
That's how my dad taught my brothers how to swim. They didn't have floaties.
Yeah, she has floaties.
He's like, yeah, you're ready.
Yeah.
Kind of the way I learned.
She has swim lessons.
It was different.
Water was 3 feet deep. They just kicked me in it.
We have swim lessons for her in 2 weeks, so she'll get some actual instruction on how to swim. But Daddy's version was just like, but
But she didn't like that too much. And I told her, I said, kid, if you want to go do water slides and stuff this summer, you're gonna go underwater a few times.
Yeah,
So
you
you
gotta
need to get
learn.
used to water being over your head. So that's the fun part of it, man, is getting just dunked. So fun.
Look at Bobby go.
Otherwise, it doesn't count as swimming unless you go under.
You gotta go under, man.
Unless it's the ocean, not get your face wet.
Shit, I remember getting in the Gulf Shores, Alabama. I remember being like 8 years old, I think 7 years old, and boogie boarding on the water, and then like all of a sudden the undertow just took my ass like way out into the water. Like all of a sudden I looked around and I was like 100 feet down the beach from where I originally was, and that's a serious undertow in that ocean, man, over there.
Yeah, I remember that happening. My parents used to take us like tubing down a river, and my dad would always go with us and the kids, and my mom would pick us up.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the good old days when you could just throw everyone in the pickup truck, in the flatbed, and
Yeah, back when like people didn't care if like you were in the back of the truck or not.
But yeah, that was great times. But that river had a freaking serious undertow
Mhm.
that I never knew about.
Yeah, they always had those little undercurrents. You know?
Yeah, and I didn't know about it until one time I was just playing around, like right at the edge of the river. It wasn't even deep there. There was no drop off,
Nope.
nothing. And I was just like playing around, and all of a sudden the current just took me.
Yep.
And I was gone. Like,
If you look
gone.
at like like granite countertops, like they mine that stuff out of riverbeds and stuff a lot of times.
Mhm.
They'll go deep and get that stuff a lot of times, like the subsoil, like usually below rivers and stuff is where they'll find a lot of that granite, and a lot of those they'll get those little patterns in there, and that's actually from that undercurrent carving into the stone and depositing stuff. And so you get so when you see like a piece of granite countertop and it's got like those weird waves and stuff in it, that's just actually from the current of the water and the way it deposited the minerals. And so it's actually really cool to think about that when like you're looking at a granite countertop, because where they dig that stuff up a lot of times, or they'll find granite not necessarily in riverbeds, but where there used to be a riverbed, they'll dig it up there and polish it and everything. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting, because
Yeah.
I was really shocked at the time, because like I said, I was like almost like belly to the to the ground.
Yep.
Floating. It was
I
like
worry
really
about
shallow
freaking
and
sharks,
just
man.
took me up. But a couple years after that, someone that I worked with went swimming in that same river and drowned.
Yeah.
I think he was like 13 or something, So I was like, oh shit, okay. I guess that was kind of real, that, because I just kind of felt like, oh, maybe I'm overreacting, because I was literally like right on the edge. There was like almost no water underneath me, and it just
Yep. No,
took
I
me.
mean, was it kind of
was
like in the
weird.
shallow? I think in the shallower waters, it's even worse because you got like that, just
It was
the whole
weird.
Bernoulli effect, where like you got less space for the water movement, so the water's actually moving quicker the shallower things get.
Yeah. Well,
That's just like when you take like for instance, like you have a water hose, right? And turn your water hose on and the water's flowing real slow, but it's flowing at a large rate of water at a slower pace. But then you put like some kind of restrictor on there. Maybe you put like a nozzle on there and you restrict the orifice size. So now you got less space for the water to move.
Or your thumb.
Right? I was just about to the old thumb sprayer.
Or your thumb. Whatever suits your pleasure. But you reduce the size of the orifice, and all of a sudden you got like jet power water pressure going out. It's kind of like the same thing with the river. As the shallower the water gets, it has less.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's going to move. It's going to move faster, right?
That's a good
So
point.
you could be even at higher risk in shallower waters than deeper waters. Because in deeper waters, you'd have to actually go way down there to actually get pulled another direction. But like in shallower waters, you got water rushing this way and you got water kind of coming back. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Think about the beach. When waves crash on the shore, they immediately pull back. Like your undertow is even stronger in the shallower water areas than it is further out.
Yeah.
So, a little bit of science that I did not major in any college or university. So,
Oh, it's fun to think about, though, right?
I went to Trump University.
That's that practical science.
It's common sense is what it is, man.
Mm-hmm.
You just think about physics. I am good at physics, man. I aced my physics in college. I will say that. Not that that matters, but yeah, like I'm good with them formulas.
What happened?
I don't know.
Bobby's next level. She can move her squares whenever she wants.
Wow.
I'm jealous.
I think Rob.
I had no idea she had that kind of power.
That was weird.
Rob
Grumpus
just woke
in
up to use the bathroom.
charge.
Man.
He got on his cell phone. He's like, let me mess with these guys.
So what makes you think you get to have top bunk?
Hey, I got put here.
Yeah. Your
Well,
head's
now
bigger,
Grumpus is
too.
the host.
Your head's bigger than mine.
Oh,
I need to get like right
as
up on
it
the
should
camera.
be. Oh, God.
Right
What
up
kind
on
of
the. I
camera
can't
you
even
use,
get that
James?
close.
What kind of camera you use, James?
Is it bad?
No, I'm just wondering what kind of camera you use.
This is a Logitech. It's a webcam. Logitech 930 or something.
That's what I got. I got an old 920.
Yeah, maybe that's what I have. It's a Logitech. It's got that autofocus stuff on it. It's pretty fancy.
You all got all
Well, if
the
you use
tech
the
shit.
I think I paid
Logitech
like 30
software, you can change the zoom amount on that camera.
Can I? I think I've tried that before. I don't like using this thing. I honestly, I don't want to burn up my sensor, but I have my Canon 80D right there that I use for shooting all my videos, and but I do have it. Canon now has software where you like a plug-in that I can actually put my super badass, super clear camera on, and
Well, I got this little 920, and I've been very happy with it.
I use this one for Zoom calls or whatever for work, and I use my Yeti microphone, which you should hear me really well through it right now.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, looks good.
This
Sounds
guy right
good.
here, he's like, "What's up?"
So that's USB, correct?
It is USB. This one.
Okay.
And I paid. I don't remember what I paid for this damn thing, but I bought it. I originally bought it because I was going to do a podcast, and I never did the podcast. But then it's good for voiceover, in case I ever have to pull an Everett where his mic doesn't work on him all of a sudden.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
You know, I kind of did the same thing. I bought this NT1 for voiceover, and I tried it one time, and I didn't like the way it sounded because it sounded better than the mic I was using on my videos. So now if I have to do a voiceover, I just use my lapel mic, and turn the camera on, and then just strip the audio off of it and throw it in the videos. That way it all sounds the same.
That's what I started doing too.
I've got an assortment of items that I use for a short period and don't use them anymore. I I got an Amazon warehouse here with like camera stuff and.
So you should sell one of those warehouse crates.
There you go.
James
Should,
warehouse
man.
crate from Amazon.
You know that, and that
Brute
camera right
crate.
there, that camera back there, man. I bought that thing. I didn't pay full price for it. I bought it a Black Friday sale from Canon Direct, and it was a refurbished Canon 80D. And I think I bought it with the 35 to 150 or whatever zoom.
Right.
I bought it for like $700 total. And I know everybody's like, "Oh, I just use my cell phone." As well, I used to use that too, but the problem I have with the cell phones is like the lack of control on where I wanted to focus on some things and whatever. And the 80, I used to have a Panasonic GH3. But I am pretty good about reselling things. Like if I'm not using it anymore, usually I'll just sell it and take the money from that and put it towards the next item kind of thing. But the Canon's been bomb. It's been great. It's a 1080p camera, and I'm never going to do 4K content. I just don't have the processor for it. I don't have the storage space for it, and I don't want to make the processor or storage space.
I don't think it looks that much better.
Not when YouTube gets
once
its
you
hands on
upload it to YouTube and they compress it down.
Yeah.
It doesn't look that. You can notice a little bit of difference, but not that much difference.
Yeah, it's not true 4K. They water it down with compression.
And at that
what
point,
are you using, Everett?
So much. Oh, it's like a crappy. I mean, I don't even know if it's 1080p. This old.
Oh, is that what you shoot with?
EOS Rebel SL2. I bought it like 5 years ago to do NFL player interviews for my college kids, and it's working now. I'm using this now more than I ever used it for football.
Are you able to flip the viewfinder and see yourself and all that?
Oh yeah,
that's very important.
Yes. Oh God, my B-roll camera does not have this, and that's what I'm shopping for. Is like maybe a knockoff version like that, to where I can at least see if hey, are these slices in frame?
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I bought this.
Man, I sliced a whole brisket and half of it's in frame. That's a nightmare.
Yeah, I bought. I even bought the extended battery grip on it. This is a newer battery grip. It's not an actual Canon brand. But I've got like extra battery, and this battery is pretty easy to. You can put 2 batteries in there at a time, so it gets me through. But I do have an actual direct plug-in adapter if I don't want to use batteries. But that's kind of bad. But look at this! Look at the length of that lens, man. It's like,
yeah, that's a baller lens.
It's like, yeah, let's see how long she gets. No, I'm just kidding.
Right. It's more for show.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's pretty girthy, but yeah, it's got the little viewfinder, very important. But I'm actually I use it. I actually don't just shoot YouTube videos with this thing. I have done photography with it and stuff too. So it's just an all around good camera.
That's what's funny. I bought this old thing for my brother and I when we go out to cover practices or an event or do a game. He was usually on the sidelines, and I'm like, man, I need something that we can get awesome pictures and maybe shoot some video. Maybe. And now that's all I use for my YouTube channel.
I use a Canon. What is it? I use a Canon Vixa HFS 30. I bought in 2011. I bought it for the wife to. We had at that particular time we had a new grandbaby, so I got it for her, and I think she took she maybe run it 2 or 3 hours.
You ever seen one of these? This was my
wife. I would always forget the battery or forget something. So when I started the YouTube channel, I told her, I said, I've already got the camera.
There you go.
All I need is a lapel, and we're ready to go.
Right.
Have you ever seen one of these? This company is no longer in business, but it was the flip video camera. I think it shot like 720p. And it's like a switchblade. Wait a minute. Yeah. You just plug it in and charge it like that.
Oh, nice.
And problem with it is it still works. It's legacy piece of equipment at this point, but has built-in memory and all that, and it was good for early. It shot decent footage, but it was made by Flip Cams, and they're no longer in business, like I said. But my wife got this as a company Christmas present one year.
So why did you stop using it?
Limitations on like what I could do with it, and memory, that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
Because sometimes I inadvertently would leave the camera rolling and be like, I have an additional 10 minutes of footage here of bullshit, which makes great outtake videos sometimes. This last one, the ribs one, I actually, if you notice, I did a lot. I don't know if you've seen my ribs video, this last one, but there's a lot of music in that video.
Yeah.
And because that's probably going to be my format going forward for the prep parts, because I have a 4-year-old that likes to talk to me while I'm prepping stuff. And it's like, I just don't want to keep telling my daughter to be quiet. I'll just put music over this. And it did come together really well, I thought.
Yeah, I put music on every one of my videos.
And the more I think about it, people, I've prepped ribs a million times. I've prepped a pork butt a million times. I've prepped brisket a million times. Pretty sure people already get the idea. But then, like, that's the problem with YouTube, right? Is like you're assuming that the same people are watching you, but then a lot of times people are just fly-by-night viewers, and maybe they're like, oh, why didn't you take the time to show us how you did this or show that?
I try to remember when I'm doing a video that I'm somebody who's never seen a single one of my videos is tuning in for the first time.
Yep.
And I figure the people that's already seen all my stuff, they can fast forward.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm trying to cater to the new person tuning in to get subscribers.
And I mean, it's not like I did that. Like, I still showed the prep. I only did it like on one rib, and I was like, all right, you get the idea. I'm not going to sit here and waste your time with 2 more ribs. And those ribs were so good, though, man. They were some of my better ones for sure. You think you made a good, you made your best, and then you later on make something and it's even better than that. It's like, but I use that chili pepper and garlic rub on those, man, from Traeger, and it was really, really good. It was one of those less is more kind of things, like on a brisket, salt and pepper versus salt, pepper, garlic, chili pepper, or onion powder, whatever, just throwing in the kitchen sink at your brisket. I did a brisket with just salt and pepper. My last brisket, I did salt and pepper, and I was like, this is all this needs, man. This is all this needs. Yeah. Because it brought the beef flavor out more. You had the salt and the pepper balance, and then you had that beef flavor in there, and it was just between the smoke, the salt, pepper, and the beef, that's all you needed.
Especially if you got a quality piece of meat. I mean,
we all know about your
actor. Then inject your heart out.
Hey, so I saw your ribs, your binder video, and
wasn't that a good video? That was a good video.
The binder one?
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking, what's he doing with all these ribs?
That was the most popular comment. Who ate all those freaking ribs?
He's waiting for Bobby to come.
Right.
What did you do? Did you freeze them?
Be there.
Oh, well, my brother lives half a block down, and he's got 2 kids.
Okay.
I think my neighbor got, I won't say half of those, but I was going over to his house the next day. So, yeah, those got divvied up pretty. I did not eat all of those. I'll just say.
My neighbors love me having a YouTube channel because I'm generally taking stuff across the street, handing it over the fence.
That's kind of it's a little symbiotic. Definitely, my neighbor to the south, he is as cool as magic beans. I mean, even the other day, he's like, Joe, I'm gonna start mowing the grass. You're not shooting a video, are you? I'm like, God bless you, Don. God bless you. You are the best. Because he also has gotten some, some briskets, some ribs, pork butt, you name it. So I think it's I'm real lucky there for sure.
And I take an awful lot of food into work.
Yeah.
Let my crew in the back have it.
I did that back in the day, but like Grumpus was saying about the neighbors thing, man. It was like my neighbors right here behind me here. I had a whole tray of brisket. My wife and they ate what we were going to eat, and I was like, man, I got all this brisket, and I really don't want to freeze it. And I went over to them with a nice foil pan full of brisket and said, y'all want some brisket? And they were
There
like,
you go.
They're like, are you serious? And I'm like, yeah, man. They're like, you want us to pay you for it? I'm like, no, man. I was like, YouTube's going to pay for it. Don't worry about it.
I hang right over the fence and holler at them.
Yeah.
I bet you don't have to wait long either.
No. They can ride over.
Man, I got a brisket video I did literally like 7 years ago that is still racking up views like crazy and still a money maker.
Well,
and it's shitty brisket.
You must have titled it just right, and people are finding it on the search just right.
Yeah,
it's a shitty video now because I've done way better since then.
Well, some of my videos are still doing good, or just cringeworthy. I can't even watch them anymore. I mean, but people are still leaving comments on them, and 3 years old. I'm thinking, oh my God, I should take that one down.
I don't because it's
I don't because people still watching them.
Yep, leave it out there. As long as there's watching, leave it.
That's the funniest part about this whole thing to me is like it's never the greatest cook of all time. It's just like you said, it's the right search term, right cook, whatever combo, and then like you'll watch it back and you'll say, "Man, I've done 10 cooks way better than this one."
Yeah.
Dang!
Well, I hear everybody like that? I hear everybody say it's all about the thumbnail.
It is.
But people aren't searching thumbnails. They're typing words in.
Right.
You got to have the right words in your title and description for people to find.
You can start putting clickbait titles in there like the world's best brisket ever.
No, I don't
like people are like, ooh.
But if you notice, most of my titles always have Lone Star Grills in it.
Yeah. Well, I was doing that with the
people run searches on that.
Yep. I was doing that with the char grill or acorn. I'd put like brisket on the acorn or
there you go
on the acorn. Like I still put like master built ribs or master built brisket or whatever.
Because it goes right back to when we were talking about Amazon and doing searches on Amazon and reading the reviews and stuff. If people's interested in an acorn, they're going to run that in their search and
people got
your video will pop up if that's in the title.
Loyal subscribers got really pissed at me when I switched from the acorn to a different grill. They're like, "What the?" I had one guy who was like, "What the fuck what is this bullshit?"
You made me buy a grill and you changed.
Like, I didn't make anybody buy a grill. Well, I had people saying char grillers should be paying you to make these videos and blah 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 blah. And it's like, man, yeah. Like I had one guy who's like just started watching my videos and he was way back on my videos 5 years ago or whatever, and he's like, "Oh shit, you on a master built now?" He's like, we Aussies are behind on everything. And he's like,
backslider you.
I said, man, I still have the acorn. I just have different strokes right now.
It's funny how like I'll do 2, maybe 3 videos that aren't on the Dynaglow, and I'll get Did you sell the Dynaglow? What happened? What happened? And I'm
you turned me on to it. You fucking betrayed me.
Exactly. Benedict Arnold? How dare you?
You sold out to a pellet smoker?
Oh, Sid, that'd be the day.
Oh, when I got the Traeger and busted it out, I had positivity and I had a lot of "you fucking sell out" type stuff. And I was like, it was free. If you were in my shoes, would you not take a free fucking grill? Someone's giving you a free grill.
In a heartbeat.
Be right back.
And Traeger was the easiest to work with out of anybody. Like, I literally reached out to their marketing team. I reached out to them and said, I would love to demonstrate one of your grills. Mm-hmm. Let me know if this is something you'd be interested in. Fairly professional email. And it took them about a month, and then they got back to me and said, "Yeah, we'll send you one." And so I thought they were just sending me a grill. I was like, "Cool, I'm going to get a Traeger grill." I come home to a pallet full of Traeger stuff, like the grill, like 8 bags of pellets, 12 sauces, like 10 rubs, hats, stickers, the grill, the shelf. And I said, what do you want in exchange for this? And he's like, just one video. Just do a video. I was like, what? I said, man, I'm going to do you guys several videos.
No doubt.
Yeah. So they're easy to work with. And I'm still I'm still on their mailing list because they keep sending me like Traeger promotional events and stuff to do and like do videos for and stuff. And if I need pellets, they'll send them to me for free. I just got to reach out to them and stuff.
That's badass.
They'll send me rubs. They'll send me sauces. They'll send me whatever I need for my videos. Yeah. And I liked it more than the char griller relationship. And I know this is Rob's channel, and I know he's a char griller ambassador, so I'll keep it light. But the char griller relationship was a lot more demanding.
Yeah, it seemed like they're requesting a lot of different videos from people.
They wanted me to do 15 videos for one in exchange for the grill, and I did. But then they also wanted me to start doing 2 videos a month on the grill. And it just became, and then they wanted me to put all these recipes together and put, it was like almost like a job. So it's like, it wasn't fun for me. And so I think we just kind of mutually were just like, all right, yeah, let's don't do this anymore. So, but that being said, I do really enjoy the ceramic acorn that I have.
Actually looks like a pretty nifty cooker.
Have you seen the ceramic one?
Well, no, I've just seen that acorn like on Rob's videos.
Oh no, man! I like if you check out my channel, I have the ceramic model, like the like the kind of like a big green egg, more like.
Oh, okay.
It's ceramic. It's not steel.
Bobby.
Well,
you may speak now.
I don't want to interrupt. Felt like such a dork. Anyway, what do you like more about it?
What I like more about the ceramic versus the steel model? Well, there's more cooking space for one, a little bit more, like an inch. There's half moon grates on it, so like you can like have half on, half off kind of stuff. I like that it's ceramic. It holds heat better. Better form of insulation versus the 2 walls and the foam in the middle that they use on the steel one. Rust. My steel model, I live in a coastal area. It was rusting on me after about 2 years. I started having corrosion problems with it. It's better sealed. Better gasket on it. I also like the ash removal is just a slide out drawer. You just slide that out and dump it and slide it back in. It's just the stand's better. The stand is more like a cradle kind of thing. It just nestles it, and the stand hasn't rusted on me at all yet, surprisingly. It's just surprisingly well built for a char griller product. I still, if you check out my old videos, like I do say that in a couple of those videos, like how well built it is. Yes, Bobby, you got your hand raised. Go ahead. Wait, turn, Everett.
This is so weird because it's total opposite of my normal life. Anyway.
Do you have a steel acorn?
No.
Just one of them regular acorns, eh? Fell off the tree. Is that what you're on?
I think we're having an 1800 moment.
Right? Got 1,800 acorns.
I'm just going to look at Bobby.
Right.
Okay, never mind my question. I defer.
I'll tell you what, though, man, that gravity smoker that Rob has from Char Griller looks pretty cool, though.
Oh, yeah.
I think it. I saw Tom Horseman did a video comparing them, and it looks like Char Griller thought it through better.
Yeah, there's a couple of parts of that I think they nailed, and that, namely, is that hopper liner.
Oh yeah, like you slide it out.
That is the biggest upgrade right there. For at least like that tells me they at least thought about maybe we'd like this to last longer than 2 years.
Yeah,
maybe.
And then the fire brick inside, like it's like some kind of stone or something in there.
Yeah, I like a lot of parts of that design.
You know, which is funny on that hopper lining, why didn't Masterbuilt just put some thin concrete block in there or something?
Anything would be better than what's like
steel and foam.
Yeah, it's that's the one.
Even just dead airspace would have been good.
Yeah. And then the grate is better design, like the actual grate, how you can pop it out. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
And the space for the starters. They gave you more space to slide starters up in there.
And you could get different kinds in there.
Yeah.
Not just tumbleweeds. Like the only part about it I'm kind of just a little skeptical is the back vent. Like the actual exit of the smoke. It's like, it seems like really low on the, like it's like in the middle of the back of the cook chamber.
Mm-hmm.
The exhaust on that to where it's like,
yeah, because they got that baffling in there that like kind of keeps the smoke like instead of smoke just going straight up, it like has to come through that baffling.
Did we lose Everett?
He's frozen. But that's a good frozen photo of him.
Yeah.
That's a keeper right there.
It is. Well,
Joe, we love you.
Oh, Everett. R.I.P.
He can't bounce out and bounce back in.
He can't, can he?
No. Rob would have to let him in.
Oh, give Rob a call. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I'll try.
Maybe his internet will catch up here in a second. Nope.
Oh, we lost him.
He's gone.
Oh.
Rest in peace, Everett. Rest in peace. Well, guys, it's getting there.
What time is it? Oh, it's 2:16.
2:16. Man.
Yeah, I got to go to work in the morning too.
It means it's 1:16 where Bobby's at. Right?
No.
Is it 1:16 in Arizona?
No. I, for once in my life, get to play lightweight. 12:16.
You're playing lightweight?
12:16? Arizona's 12:16?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know, right?
Wow. I thought
What are you on, Mountain Time or Pacific Time?
Mountain.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't do no daylight savings.
Don't put her in the same group as California. Come on, man.
I wish we didn't do daylight. I wish we had just pick one and stick with it.
Well,
exactly. Grumpus, I love you.
Oh, I love you too, Bobby.
You know what? We think the same.
It never really made sense to me.
No,
they always tried to say it was so the farmers could, do their thing. But I'm figuring, let's say 12 hours of daylight's 12 hours of daylight. Don't matter if it starts at 6 or they start at 7.
Right.
I'm telling you, my dog is jumping on me at 5 a.m, going, "Get up, let me out."
At the rate we're going, man, we're going to be importing all our food from China and shit anyways. The farmers are under major attack lately.
Well, they are.
Can't
That's
produce beef, can't produce veggies.
That's got to be a labor of love right there, because it's
Not
hard to
much
see an upside
rewarding.
on it.
Produce it.
Yeah. Like I said, I work in a resource heavy oil and gas, and we're under fire too all the time. So we've been under fire forever now.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, everybody uses our products. So,
Well, bottom line is we all dance in the same hot skillet.
We do.
Hell yeah.
That's an interesting concept.
I mean, everything's related to something.
Yeah. All right. We didn't get to this point in life without the use of different resources for sure. So, yeah. Well, guys, I'm going to go ahead and bail too, since Everett just informally bailed, unwillingly
I know.
bailed.
What the hell? I didn't even say goodbye, really.
Bobby's not even finished drinking yet.
I know.
I did. Mine's all empty.
All right.
But Bobby's feeling good, and Grumpus is feeling okay, I think.
Okay,
I'm
then.
doing all right.
Cheers.
I didn't do a lot of tequila. I've been drinking whiskey all night. I didn't want to mix too much.
Yeah. This. Oh, it is tequila. You're right. See? I didn't even remember.
Cheers, Bobby.
Oh, fuck.
What's in the cup, Grumpus?
Love you.
I got my good Texas whiskey and a little bit of Coke.
There you go. That's all. I like to mix Coke with my whiskey too.
I haven't had a whiskey and Coke in probably a year, and tonight it just sounded good.
Yeah.
I'm usually a Scotch drinker.
Oh, there he is, Everett. My Mickey Mouse internet strikes again.
Everett. Oh,
He got booted. Everett?
he could
That's
start
what you
his
get,
own
man.
live.
That was just his internet saying go to bed.
I'm still awake, Joe.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm going to check out because I got a 4-year-old that's probably going to wake me up at 7.
All right.
Well, have a good evening. You gonna cook anything this weekend?
Yeah, man. I'm thinking about videoing it. I'm going to do some Jamaican jerk wraps.
Well, that sounds good.
So I'm going to do some Jamaican jerk rubbed chicken thighs, and then I'm going to sauce them down with some Jamaican jerk sauce.
What's the weather supposed to be like this weekend?
Saturday's going to be rainy, 40%, I think, when last time I checked, and then Sunday's supposed to be sunny. So I'm going to actually probably could have a fairly busy weekend, excluding Mother's Day part. I'm going to do probably 2 video shots, one for the Jamaican jerk, and then I'm going to do a brewing video for the this Dropkick Nate beer. That's like a pretty hoppy beer.
Yeah, I was wanting to do a video this weekend, but it doesn't look like the weather's going to let me.
I just have to dance around a 4-year-old schedule and time with the family kind of thing. So, but
well, my schedule is pretty much weather related.
But mine's during my cooking, so whether I'm shooting a video or not, I'm still cooking, right? So I might as well just shoot a video.
I got to feed. I got to feed the family, but
yeah. So anytime I shoot videos, I'm feeding the family. So, now the beer brewing, I tend to do those at night these days. So I'll probably be brewing from like 8 p.m. till about 12 midnight. So
what do you
I've
do?
gotten clever with that.
What do you do? Just turn the camera on and just let it run, and then you edit out of that?
Well, I do different shots. Like, there's a lot more, what do you call it? Dialogue in my brewing videos, because I tend to talk through processes sometimes.
Okay.
Talk through them while showing them. And I think I'm still getting to the point where I'm trying to find the right style. Like, I'm trying to create a style where every
hard.
video going forward will have the same kind of style to it, and not just these weird random people don't know what they expect kind of things. Like,
Well, there's two ways of looking at that, though. You know, you can come down with the same style all the time, get predictable, and then you can also there's a point of view where you can hit them with something new, unexpected once in a while.
well, I don't know. Well, you probably
Because
do.
I feel like my format gets a little stale sometimes. I feel like
It's nice to change it up. Yeah, there's something unique about every beer I brew, though. Like, they're not all the same. So there's something unique about each of them, and. Like Justin from Baby Back Maniac, I've been kind of watching his videos, and I really love the way he formats his videos, and I think that's what's gotten him to the success level he has gotten to.
his quality can't be beat.
No, but he also, I think his wife works and he stays home, so he has a lot of time on his hands.
Yeah,
I think he's his full time. He's turned YouTube into kind of like his full time job,
And hats off to him. He only puts video out about once a month.
Yeah, he's got a hell of a following.
Yeah.
And I've been doing this for like 7 years, and I really am not where I should be as far as like.
Well, I'm not either. I've been at it 3 years this month.
I think I've been shooting since 2015.
I take that back. I think my first video went up at the end of at the 1st of September, end of August, 1st of September, if I remember right.
Yeah.
But I'm nowhere near where I should go, and that's my fault. I should take it more serious.
Well,
but I'm trying real hard not to make it a second job.
Right. Because you got a video, that's part of it, and then you got to edit it, and that's a job. Like, I'll spend an hour and a half sometimes just editing. But I think I'm finding a little style there, and
once it turns into a job, it's not fun anymore.
And that's why. Oh, yeah.
I mean, for me, I get bored real easy, and I don't want to turn this into a job to where I. Well,
that's why I didn't do Char Griller anymore, because I just couldn't keep up, or I didn't want to keep up. It wasn't fun anymore. It was starting to feel more like a job, and
well, that's pretty much where I'm at. But on the flip side of that coin, I should be taking it more serious and getting things built up good enough so when I retire, I've got a little bit of an income coming, and then I've got a following.
Yeah. Well, that'll come anyways, just from people still watching your old videos too.
It's all hindsight.
Bobby, do you shoot videos, Bobby?
She's shooting one now.
Bobby, do you have videos? Do you do videos?
We can't get her to make a video. We keep trying.
Bobby's like,
We tried to get her onto a meatloaf challenge, and we couldn't get her to go.
I did a meatloaf challenge?
There was a meatloaf collab here about a month ago.
Oh, I don't know how I missed that.
Do you know? Oh gosh, give me just a second. Think of him. Cooking with Corey.
Yes.
Cooking with Corey did a meatloaf throwdown type thing about a month ago. We tried our best to get Bobby to make a meatloaf. She wouldn't do it.
Put it in the oven with some liquid smoke.
I'm sorry.
But we're going to get her on board here soon.
I'm sorry.
We're going to get her on board.
I will eventually.
Well, guys, I'm going to turn into a pumpkin, but I'll hop on here again some other time.
All right, James, you have a good one.
Yep.
We will see you on down the road.
Yes, we will. I'll see y'all later. Have a good night.
Right, good night.
Later, Everett.
The cheese stands alone. So I guess Everett's internet just let him down. Oh, did she leave me? Well, is there anybody left in the chat? I'm looking at 7 watching. I'm the only one here. Everett, you're still there. Anybody else? I hear you, Everett. Mine used to be like that. They finally came through the neighborhood and put up fiber optics in, and it's been reasonably dependable. Well, Grumpus, what are you going to do this weekend? Well, I'd planned on doing a video, but it looks like it might rain, so I don't know if I'll do that or not. Well, Grumpus, can't you do it in the rain? No, I'd prefer not to get wet. So what do you got planned? Well, it's a surprise. I really don't want to reveal that yet. Afraid somebody will jump in on it before I can get it done. So you're just going to leave us hanging? Well, I guess I am. So what do we do from here? Well, I suppose I've said all I need to say. Everett, is it just me and you? You got it right, Joe. The problem is I come up with what I think is a pretty good idea, and then I think about it for 3 weeks, and then somebody else comes out with it. Well, it'd be interesting to see how many people just hang out, just see an old fart, just look at the screen, talk to themselves. Well, Everett, are you still here? Hey, buddy, if told you before, I've got my Indiana trip planned. That's I want to say it's the weekend of the 21st. Is that of August? Let me check these dates. Yeah, the weekend of the 21st. So I may head up towards Indiana maybe on the 20th. If you'll email me your phone number, when I hit Indianapolis, I'm gonna give you a call and see if maybe we can hook up that weekend, cup of coffee, have some dinner or something. And because I'll probably be heading back Sunday. My reunion, high school reunion, is Saturday night, but I've got a little bit of off time, so maybe, hopefully, we can meet up and meet in person. Like I said, have dinner with you or a cup of coffee or something. And you let me know what your schedule is. I'll make it happen. Well, this thing's really grainy. I don't know if it'll let me do anything. really didn't help. Well, okay, girls and boys, I guess I'm going to hit the hay myself. Got a little bit of whiskey and Coke left. I may have to finish that up. May have to go back, see if there's any Everett barbecue videos I've missed. I don't think I've missed any, but we'll go check. And I guess this is Grumpus signing off. Anybody left? Y'all have a good night. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for putting up all our nonsense. And I'll see you on the next one.